Chapter 1 The Mysterious Virus. At precisely 4:30 afternoon, Inchinda Plaza, Awam suddenly collapsed, convulsing in the ground dam and attempted to assist their but washbitten and return both individual shaving, transported to the hospital for urgent medical treatment task. The final class of the morning concluded, Sun Peng came across this alarming news. His brow furrowing in concern thin-fold in events increasing, lie substantiated certain suspicion she harbored. Sun Peng was not original alive from this world, but he had traversed, here severely erspreer, accompanied by a mysterious eye stem that, until recently, had remained dormant in the past few days. However, the system had begun to engage him, transporting him to clandestine space for various inhuman training regimens. His mental fortitude had reached an unimaginable level of resilience. The matter of TBO virus shadel so been revealed to him by the system initially skeptical, he now weld no doubts whatsoever. Gently putting away his phone, Sun Peng resolved to undertake some foundational preparations before a thieverus good. However, Asha stepped outside, he was intercepted by a flamboyant Lidresadungman, accompanied by a group of followers. This young man, Jin Ziliang, Waisalaki of Zhaojia. What do you want? Sun Peng replied with an air of indifference, his calm gaze emanating a profound pressure. Despite having spent only a brief time in the world, Sun Peng had endured a lengthy ordeal within Theramov Temend. Having firmly established his footing amidst countless maddening tortures, had transformed from a reclusive and fragile owl into a fearless warrior, unflinching in the face of blood and mountain soft corpses. Help my brother south the size of favorin la you can provide, don't young retefulify dowel this time, young master Zayamite, just show mercy in Leviub, Jean Ziliang said. Zhao Ju was the Sinofa powerful family in Shizhou City, wielding both wheeled hand influence. Although his character left much to be desired naturally, his affluence attracted Doctor Sika fans wide Hyman his nefarious deeds to date. Zhao Jihad exploited various means to seduce countless naive girls at Shul, earning a notorious reputation plastered across campus walls. Heh, Dunlighten, Sun Peng replied. We've heard thoughty you share a close bond with Chungming reliable sources indicate thoughty outwo have grown up together, correct? Jean Ziliang inquired. Sun Peng's brow furrow edit seemed that Zhao Jihad sites of Chungmingjia. Chungmingjia was wide lie recognized as he believed Shizhou Normal University, captivating Minyevan in her natural state beyond her stunning appearance. She was an exceptionally gifted scholar, having participated in various competitions and secured considerable scholarships. Furthermore, her outstanding presence in social media garnered her a multitude of admirers, making her life seem almost unattainably extraordinary. Remarkably, these exemplar young women had shared a killed hood bond with him, but yet, unbeknownst to him, a widening chasm had developed between him over time. Nevertheless, despite their growing disparities, Chungming treated Sun Peng with the same warmth as before, never exhibiting Ganizens of superiority, and she had repeated like Amatohai said, to me soft need, just as head in theory out. Help you arrange a meeting with Chingminji on bring her to specified location if it goes well. Brother Zhou will reward you handsomely and refrain from troubling with the future. What do you say? Given Zhao Ji's instructions, even Thuff Sun Peng's demeanor was less amicable. Jean Ziliang refrained from resorting to violence after all. Hainade Sun Peng shall pint the past, such defiance would have to Sun Peng been cornered and beaten. If find the requestreth unappealing, Sun Peng replied indifferently. You think you can refuse him? Try it, and see what happens. Jean Ziliang 3-8. Rolling Guffus leaves, re-added confront. A passing teacher cast a glance at Thyre way before hast a lid parting. After all, Jean Ziliang was Sony off Zhao Ji's and Mustaft Heskul's projects were funded by Zhao Ji's family as long as no egregious acts were committed. The institution tended to turn a blind eye to Zhao Ji's antics. Sun Peng regarded dim calmly, McKingna move. Jean Ziliang swung ashant, intending to slap Sun Peng. Beautishishan neared, Sun Peng swiftly seized it, twisting it painfully. Seeing the situation escalate, several of Jean Ziliang's cohorts rushed into Hoint he fray in response. Sun Peng effortlessly hurled Jean Ziliang aside, crashing hime into the approaching boys. Meanwhile, without venturing around, he delivered two's weaved punches to Thetwo ho Timteto and Busham, leaving them groaning in agony, clutching thirst to matches. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that the typically reserved and desalibulated Sun Peng could decabit such ferocity. Tell Zhao Jia will be seeking him out, Sun Peng declared before turning gone Hishalan departed with an air of nonchalance. Congratulations, host. You have completal training gone possess the characteristics so fein exemplary commander the systemies fully activated. With this revelation, the system in Sun Peng's mind finally responded, presenting in Winterface. Is the individual in the news infected with virus? Sun Peng inquired. Indeed, Butithis note yet fully manifested on Sethavirus evils. It will transform individuals into zombies. Can I stop it no? Sun Peng gasped, wishing to avert the impending disaster if possible. Regrettably, you cannot. Moreover, Commander, your demise limited, and preparations must be made promptly. Since you aware your red alert system, you should provide me with some basic starting configurations, Sun Peng asserted. The system flickered momentarily, and then Sun Peng seemed to sense something, hastily making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Huaz met Biten soldiers Skladinka move flage combat uniform sandhelmets, standing resolutely before him. Their expressions were steely, each gripping gun automatic rifle, with combat packs and thierbacks and military and IV sapphire waists, exuding an imposing aura. As Sun Peng approached, the soldiers saluted him solemnly, in unison declaring, "Greetings, Commander." The Huaxia crossbowmen are the most formidable combat unit among basis infantry, belonging to the version Red Alert 2 Mod Glory of the Republic. With these a 10 capable soldiers as his starting point, Sun Peng felt confident and adequate like preparing before a thieverous volley erupted. Chapter 2 Preparations. At this moment, Sun Peng's immediate had a squash to gather provisions, such as water and food otherwise. Once that heverus began to spread, these essentials would become increasingly elusive. He opened his sweet chat check a kisbalance, which amounted to a pitiful 128. With such limited resources, he was left with two options: the fierce Twastora sorter rating for supplies, and Thesicondit Cologne. While Sun Peng was the Taversido Theodeo of direct theft, that a Melina fourth of virus outbreak remained uncertain, and he did not wish to engage the police before the apocalypse, which could trigger a military response on outcome thought would lead to irreversible consequences. Moreover, he was not familiar with affluent individuals and did not see the need to invite unnecessary trouble. Just as Sun Peng was preparing to see Cologne, a message from Chingminji appeared on his phone. Sun Peng, join my forlin chat listening, Rain Cantini have Smith and pretend to discuss with he. From Chungmingji Astone, Sun Peng Gadol Redisser my said Thina Charif hair request, but it was fortuitous, as she also had met her stowed dress with her. The 10 fully armed soldiers stationed outside had drawn considerable attention. Most students smear-like glanced before moving on, prioritizing their meals. Meanwhile, some of the college's officials were perplexed by the presence of the seeming mysterious unit. Excuse me, soldiers, may I ask what brings the hour? An official approached to inquire. We're executing a special mission, please. Continue with the hour classes and do not concern yourselves with us, the leading soldier explained before they marched away in perfect formation. Wow, so impressive. Their Marcus of Inmar formidable than what we in television during parades. Students passing by expressed admiration for the soldiers' synchronized steps. Girls waved at the soldiers, their face light with infatuation, fantasizing Gabu thaving a boyfriend. Those ho-hoed witnessed Sun Peng's searly air display off prowess begin to understand perhaps she had always been an exceptional officer. Who else could possess such a skills? The official shad Norius and to suspect anything amiss the soldiers impeccably coordinated movements, swore in mistake a blight hoso for regular army, were certainly not so to interfere, thought reporting the incident was deemed necessary. Sun Pingen struck teth a soldier stow at Tanatazinate Daria Heil, made highs wait at the listening canteen. Upon arriving, Chungmingji immediate to lipuled Sun Peng to a cornertable, speaking hurriedly, Sun Peng, have you crossed Zhao Jie? Avert about the incident, please stay out of sight for the next few days. I will speak to him Mengjia. You need not concern yourself with Zhao Ji's affairs. He have come to discuss a matter of great importance with you, Sun Peng asserted. What do you mean I need not concern myself? Given Zhao Ji's temperament, he won trust until ha has inflict head series from you. Chungmingji retorted. Her irritation evident as he observed Sun Peng's scomdom diener. Please, do not be hasty Alamato explain, though I do not expect out o belly evamy words. I feel light as simpere to vita clarify the situation, Sun Peng said. His expression gravia regarded Chungmingji high like contagious virus cisetto spread immediately, and this virus possesses the capability to transform individuals into zombies. Have you lost the Ormond? What nonsense are you spouting? Chungmingji exclaimed, clearly bewildered B. Sun Ping exclaimed the notion of a biochemical virus seemed the stuff of fiction. Entire lie implausible in reality. At that moment, within the cafeteria, several students suddenly collapsed, thrash in John Theground in convulsions, their faces contorted in a grotesque manner that suggested they might bite at a moment, causing those nearby to hesitating offering assistance. Sun Ping turned at this gaze towards the commotion, noting that the characteristic soft hose afflicted by the virus were becoming increasingly apparent. Cheng Mingjia followed his gaze and she could not help but notice that the resemblance between his student symptoms and the descriptions of zombie transformations from films. Before long, a group of medical personnel arrived and began to forth the convulsing students within in their connected state. The students, resisted fire Sealy, displaying considerable strength had the medical team not been adequately prepared, they might have struggled to subdue. Do I no find it slightly easier to believe? Sun Pin gasped with a light chuckle. I still find it difficult to accept the veracity of your claims it is entirely possible that Thamerly suffered from food poisoning, Cheng Mingjia replied. The hygienist in Dard say to her school sing you cafeteria are exceptionally high even if there were so mimi norisu. It would not lead to such severe consequences. Sun Ping countered just trust me on these in due time. That truth will reveal itself should I be speaking in vain. You're free to doji please with. If that is indeed the case, what do I intend to do? Cheng Mingji inquired. The matter I wish to discuss pertains to is for issue I require some funds to gather necessary supplies. Sun Ping disclosed, sensing that Cheng Mingji was beginning to entertain a possibility of his assertions. He also indicated that he had soldiers in standby, fully equipped. Cheng Mingji lanced author phony and quickly found information regarding Sun Ping and Thunit, as the current digital landscape high shy lie interconnected. When she looked back at Sun Pong, she was struck by outristically his demeanor had changed in just a few days. He outful naivete minute had vanished, replaced by an enigmatic depth and gravitas. After locking eyes for several seconds, she found it increasingly difficult to dismiss Sun Ping's words, despite their absurdity. How much do I need? Cheng Mingji asked. I only require some basic supplies approximately 5,000 would suffice, Sun Ping responded. Cheng Mingji nodded, opened her phone, and surprising lightrance for 50,000 tohim. Why are you giving Messamic? Sun Ping exclaimed, taken aback although he was wary of Cheng Mingji's wealth, had not anticipated generosity. If what you say holds true, then this money will serve the purpose in the future. Cheng Mingji stated dandifier deceiving, I shall ensure you pay for it dearly. With that, Shirai zed her fisting emphasis. Sun Ping chuckled in the past. Hugh Hofstertainla found himself at the receiving Jendoffer wrath, as he had trained in martial arts from he engaged, yet, during university, she had seldom engaged in physical confrontations, leading Minato perceive her merely agent leaned, stunning academics to only Sun Ping understood that it provoked, she was forced to be reckoned with. Previously, he had endured his fair share of beatings, for in sitting Herringer. However, now, Sun Ping felt entirely capable of managing her. As the excited the cafeteria, Adel, well-dressed Diane man accompanied by a group of followers approached them. Through Zhao Jia's inquiries it had become evident Sun Ping soon had provided no verifiable information. His father had already conducted inquiries, revealing that the military forces were engaged in an special training jit ways entirely plausible that these individuals are released students indulged in cosplay, attempting to intimidate Sun. On his way there, he had been alerted the authorities, as Sun Ping's impersonation of military personnel constituted evidence. Chapter 3. The criminal police captain as Cheng Mingjia instinctively positioned herself in front of Sun Ping upon seeing Zhao Jia approach with a strong intent on causing trouble. Zhao Jia sneered. Oh, is this our illustrious Cheng Beauty? What, do you aspire to be this kid's shield? He stepped forward, continuing, how about this? You accompany me for a drink tonight, and we can let this incident slide. What do you say? Zhao Jia, you had better not take this too far, Cheng Mingjia retorted. And what if I do? If you're capable, then strike me. Zhao Jia boldly advanced, his hand reaching out with inappropriate intent. Just as his lecherous hand was about to graze Cheng Mingjia's delicate shoulder, she surprisingly seized it, twisting it halfway around, followed by a knee thrust into his abdomen, and concluded with a kick aimed at his groin. The fluidity of her movements left the onlookers utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Cheng Mingjia would be so formidable in a scuffle, bringing Zhao Jia to his knees, searching for his teeth. A group of Zhao Jia's lackeys hurriedly helped him up, but his face was an epitome of rage and humiliation. The notorious school bully, known to all, was bested by a mere girl. How could he ever show his face again? I'm furious. Get her. Scratch her face. How dare this wretched woman lay a hand on me? Zhao Jie fumed. His minions surged forward, yet when faced with the beauty of Cheng Mengjia's caliber, they hesitated. Get her. One at a time, Zhao Jie shouted. Driven by the allure of reward, his followers cast aside their reservations and attacked. Though Cheng Mengjia had some martial arts training, she could not possibly withstand the onslaught of so many boys. However, Sun Peng would not stand idly by while Cheng Mengjia was bullied. He stepped forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly taking down several assailants. Even when confronted by one wielding a steel pipe, Sun Peng remained undeterred, skillfully disarming him and rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Cheng Mengjia managed to incapacitate 2 or 3 boys herself, showcasing commendable skill. Yet, she was taken aback. In just a few days, Sun Peng had become remarkably adept, far surpassing her previous impressions of him. Let us go. We've lingered long enough in the presence of this trash, Sun Peng declared after neutralizing the threats. Summoning his team, Sun Peng's team arrived. The police also appeared on the scene. Lacking official information, they needed to verify the identities of Sun Peng's squad. Hello, I am Criminal Police Captain Zhang Wanhe. I need to check your identities, he stated, approaching the foremost soldier. The leading soldier remained unfazed, retrieving a credential from his pocket and presenting it. Zhang Wanhe handed the document to a nearby officer, instructing, check this. The officer examined the credentials number but was met with a result indicating unauthorized access. Captain, the credential is genuine, but we lack the authority to verify the information, he reported. My apologies. Soldier, I did not mean to interrupt your special training. Zhang Wanhe saluted the soldier before formally returning the credential. However, your unexpected presence necessitated our inquiry for security reasons. I hope for your understanding. That moment, a disheveled Zhao Jie and his gang could hardly believe their eyes. They had not anticipated that Sun Peng's unit was genuine and of considerable stature, so much so that even the criminal police captain could not access their information. Was this the same boy they had bullied into silence? You should be on alert, criminal police. There seems to be an outbreak of a strange illness in the city. Keep a close watch on these patients. If anything arises, you must act decisively, Sun Peng advised, stepping forward to address Zhang Wanhe. Who is this young pup who dares speak to our captain like that? A nearby officer interjected, astonished by Sun Peng's authoritative demeanor. He is our commander. This military operation is under his command, the foremost soldier clarified. Commander? I can hardly believe it, Zhang Wanhe exclaimed, though he did not doubt the soldier's assertion, given the classified nature of their credentials. We have matters to attend to. You all may resume your duties. Form up and move out, Sun Peng ordered. The soldiers promptly aligned and raced toward the supermarket. Wait, when did you become a soldier? And how did you rise so quickly? I had no idea. Cheng Mengjia grasped Sun Peng's hand, her expression filled with suspicion. This is too complicated to explain. Just know this, from now on, I will be the one to protect you. And that is sufficient, Sun Peng replied. You arrogant Sun Peng, still pretending, are we? Very well, you'll be my protector from now on, Cheng Mengjia declared. Now, what should we do next, my esteemed commander son? Enough of your teasing. We have serious matters to attend to. Follow me. With that, Sun Peng arrived at the supermarket entrance. You all need to go in immediately and fill your backpacks with as much food as possible. Move swiftly, he instructed the 10 soldiers. Understood. The soldiers entered the supermarket, quickly stuffing easily portable food items into their backpacks. Observing the soldiers procuring supplies, the students within the supermarket cleared a path. Before long, their backpacks were filled with various foods and bottled water. Sun Peng approached the counter, stating, "Let us skip the calculations. I'll transfer you 5,000 directly. Is that acceptable?" "Oh no, 5,000 is too much. For this little bit, 1,000 will suffice," the shopkeeper quickly responded. Realizing these were elite special forces, she felt honored to serve them and had no intention of overcharging. We're pressed for time. Counting would be cumbersome, but the items are definitely worth more than 1,000, Sun Peng replied without elaboration, scanning the payment and transferring 5,000 before swiftly departing with his soldiers. Meanwhile, the virus was spreading through various channels. with numerous individuals in and out of school succumbing to infection, exhibiting a range of symptoms. Captain Zhang Wanhe realized the gravity of the situation. Sun Peng's warning about monitoring these odd symptoms was indeed critical. Chapter 4. Combat before long. Police cars streamed from the precinct, and armed forces were fully mobilized in the fight against the epidemic. The hospital was overwhelmed, patients becoming increasingly frantic, and medical staff struggled to maintain control. Fortunately, police and armed forces collaborated to subdue the chaos, yet the scene remained tumultuous. The news rapidly gained traction online. Such a significant event could not be suppressed. In a flash, the entire city was engulfed in panic, prompting the school to announce a complete suspension of classes, mandating that everyone remain in their dormitories unless facing extraordinary circumstances, which required immediate reporting. Despite the school's directive, Sun Peng chose not to return to the dormitory. Objectively speaking, the dorms were not particularly safe. After all, in the event of a zombie outbreak, escape would be nearly impossible in such a confined space. The library, however, was genuinely secure. It was spacious and had implemented stringent lockdown measures. Aside from the main entrance, most other access points were typically sealed, and even the primary entrance required a card swipe for entry, leading directly to the second floor, necessitating a long staircase climb. At that moment, Cheng Mengjia and a portly friend waited at the library entrance for Sun Peng. This friend was none other than Ding Lei, Sun Peng's childhood companion, and one of the few individuals with whom he could converse. "You two should take refuge in the library. It's likely the safest place," Sun Peng advised Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei. "But the school's notice instructed us to stay in our dorms." Ding Lei protested. "Enough, just listen to me, fatty," Sun Peng insisted. "In a place like the dormitory, even if zombies don't get you, you'll eventually suffocate from boredom." Zombies? Ding Lei was bewildered, having no comprehension of what had transpired in just a few hours. He stared at Sun Peng in confusion, asking, "Sun Peng, have you lost it? Are you seriously believing in things from movies? Do I look like I'm joking about the current situation?" Sun Peng replied. "Hurry and go with Mengjia. Be mindful not to cause her any trouble." "Sun Peng, what about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Cheng Mengjia inquired. "I have matters to attend to outside. You two follow them to the library. The remaining 8 will accompany me," Sun Peng directed, assigning 2 soldiers to protect Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei, before leading the rest of his team to the school's elevated area. "Come on, fatty, let us go." Cheng Mengjia cast a glance in the direction where Sun Peng had departed. Remaining silent, yet an instinct within her urged compliance with his directives. Just as they began to ascend the steps, a group of students with bared fangs lunged toward them. Without hesitation, 2 liberators swiftly raised their firearms and executed them with precision. Blood splattering across the ground. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Cheng Mengjia felt an involuntary wave of nausea. Despite her exceptional courage, having never flinched even when watching horror films, the stark reality of such brutality surpassed any cinematic terror she had encountered. She had not anticipated the onslaught would arrive so swiftly. "You should hurry up," urged the 2 liberators. Following the demise of the 2 students, anguished cries and desperate pleas echoed from other areas. As students who had begun their transformation into zombies relentlessly pursued their unaffected peers, the bitten individuals collapsing in convulsions before revealing their own fangs, resembling the very zombies depicted in films. Cheng Mengjia, shaken, no longer hesitated and promptly followed the liberators to the second floor, preparing to enter the library. Meanwhile, numerous students fleeing for their lives scrambled into the library as well as for Sun Peng. He had secured a vantage point, drawing the zombies toward him and shooting them down to acquire war funds. The system had equipped Sun Peng with a rapid-fire, high-damage automatic pistol and a retractable sharp blade. Within the realm of the mind, he had mastered the use of these weapons, allowing him to efficiently eliminate zombies. However, due to the school's notifications, the number of students still outside was minimal, resulting in a scarcity of zombies. In the face of the remarkably skilled liberators and Sun Peng, these scattered zombies pose little threat. "Let us not linger here, although this location offers a strong defense. The current number of zombies does not warrant seeking a high ground for fortification," Sun Peng declared, descending from the vantage point and tightening his grip on the pistol as he approached the dormitory building. Anticipating a substantial gathering of zombies, his expectations were soon confirmed. As he made his appearance, a horde of zombies surged toward him. Sun Pong, accompanied by 8 liberators, retreated while firing, with ammunition consumption not a concern for him. As all summoned soldiers had their weapons directly linked to the system, which consumed Sun Pong's resource points to supply them with ammunition, ensuring each red alert soldier could sustain combat. Nonetheless, they remained human, susceptible to zombie infection and requiring sustenance to replenish their strength. Under intense fire, the zombies fell one by one, while the war funds within Sun Peng's system continued to accumulate. Before long, the zombies that had occupied the lower floor were entirely eradicated, and the students on the upper floor, upon hearing the gunfire, peered down to see Sun Pong and the 8 liberators. Their faces lighting up with hope as they shouted for help. However, the cries of desperation inadvertently attracted the attention of the zombies inside the building, and several broke through the dormitory door. Lunging at the panicked voices calling for rescue, Sun Pong glanced up at the upper floor where many girls waved at him, now too fearful to speak, for those who had raised their voices had already met their end. Yet, Sun Pong had no intention of risking his limited forces to save anyone. Instead, he could endeavor to lure the zombies out to create an opportunity. As the gunfire drew the zombies out, they were swiftly dispatched by Sun Pong and the liberators, their blood splattering across the surroundings, transforming the once pristine dormitory area of Shizhou Normal University into a gruesome tableau of crimson, reeking of the nauseating scent of blood. Despite the rapid spread of the zombie virus, the number of humans here was limited, with the zombies numbering only in the hundreds, this being just one dormitory area. Once the zombies in this vicinity were largely dealt with, Sun Pong planned to lead his soldiers to the library to reunite with Cheng Mingjia. At that moment, a throng of students burst from the dormitory. "Soldier, take us with you. This place is utterly terrifying," pleaded the fleeing students. Chapter 5. The zombie siege. Sun Pong surveyed the escaping students and did not refuse their request to accompany him. However, he deemed it necessary to establish proper protection. He commanded 4 soldiers to face the students, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances, while he and the other 4 soldiers ventured ahead, maintaining a safe distance from the students trailing behind. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely fate at the outset. The commotion attracted a portion of the zombies nearby, yet those that emerged were swiftly dispatched by Sun Pong and his comrades, the gunfire luring even more zombies toward their location. Fortunately, the school grounds were relatively open, and with the low density of people, Sun Pong and the liberators could efficiently identify and eliminate their targets. With his sharpshooting skills honed in the realm of the mind, Sun Pong expertly targeted the slowly moving zombies with deadly accuracy. Before long, they reached the vicinity of the library, where the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Humans and zombies mingled, most people desperately jostling to enter the library, while a few armed themselves to fend off the encroaching zombies, fighting for precious moments to save those they deemed important. "Hurry over there! Don't linger here and become a hindrance," Sun Pong urged the students trailing behind him. They, recognizing the urgency of his words, rushed toward the library, while Sun Pong and the soldiers continued to eliminate the zombies approaching their position. Gradually retreating toward the library, upon hearing the gunfire, individuals began to notice Sun Pong and the liberators, and above, 2 of Sun Peng's soldiers provided cover. "Quickly, if you wish to survive, move faster. I cannot afford to wait for you," Sun Pong shouted at those lagging behind. Despite the continuous fire from Sun Pong and the 10 liberators, the number of zombies converging upon them grew increasingly daunting. Evidently, the zombies from outside the school had infiltrated in an attempt to eradicate the remaining humans within. "Stop firing. Just retreat," Sun Pong commanded as the horde of zombies drew perilously close, now less than 5 meters away. The liberators acted with remarkable speed, immediately responding to the order and reaching the second-floor platform within mere seconds. Once everyone had entered, the library's doors were promptly sealed shut. The entrance, constructed of glass, was composed of high-quality tempered glass capable of withstanding tremendous force, ensuring that the zombies blocked at the door posed no threat. Inside the library, the remaining humans gazed at the zombies outside, their expressions tinged with disbelief. Just days prior, all had seemed well. Why had the world so suddenly transformed into this nightmare? Sun Pong, upon seeing him enter. Cheng Mingjia rushed over, tidying his attire. Are you unharmed? I'm fine. Fortunately, we have managed to keep the zombies at bay. Otherwise, the situation would be far more dire. Sun Peng replied, I can hardly believe that what you said was true. Chang Mengjiao looked into Sun Peng's eyes, struggling to discern the familiarity that had once existed, suppressing certain words that threatened to spill forth. Let us find a place to rest briefly, with zombies outside. It's only a matter of time before this place is compromised. We must devise a means to escape swiftly. Chang Mengjia nodded in agreement. Even if the zombies could not breach their sanctuary, remaining trapped within would ultimately lead to their demise. At that moment, several girls hurried over, the one at the forefront grasping Sun Peng's arm and declaring, Sun Peng, I've thought it over. Didn't you confess to me before? I accept. This girl, named Wu Yunju, had once been pursued by Sun Peng prior to his awakening in the system, only to have humiliated him deeply in the end. You had best keep your distance from him. Chang Mengjia interjected, forcefully shaking off Wu Yunju's hand. Have you forgotten what you did to him? No, it was all a misunderstanding. I was merely testing him, Wu Yunju protested. Testing him? Who do you think you are that all men must pass through your trials? Chang Mengjia was utterly speechless. Some girls, despite their plain looks, carried themselves with an arrogance that was downright frightening, perpetually believing themselves to be of noble descent, unworthy of any companionship. They even fancied that granting a boy the opportunity to prove himself was an immense favor. In stark contrast, Chang Mengjia was universally recognized as both a campus beauty and an academic achiever, radiating excellence far beyond her peers, yet she engaged in equal conversations with anyone, never placing herself on a pedestal. Chang Mengjia, you really shouldn't bully others this way. I know Sun Peng still loves me. Sun Peng, say something. Wu Yunju exclaimed impatiently. Little did I realize how poor my judgment had been in the past. Sun Peng shook his head and addressed Chang Mengjia. Mengjia, let us go. There's no need to waste our breath on such people. Chang Mengjia nodded and led Sun Peng to the spot they had previously claimed. Here, besides Ding Lei, there was also a familiar face of Sun Peng's, Yishuang. Sun Peng, Mengjia, over here. Yishuang waved to the two. Yishuang was the class monitor of Sun Peng's class and a close friend of Chang Mengjia. Their relationship was quite amicable. I can't believe it, monitor. You managed to escape here too? Sun Peng chuckled. How can you say that, you rascal Sun Peng? If it weren't for Mengjia calling me, I'd still be in the dorm. Yishuang replied, slightly disgruntled. Honestly, I see you never considered me a friend. Meanwhile, outside the library, the frantic sounds of banging on the door and the low growls of zombies echoed. Had she still been in the dorm, she would likely face certain doom. There's simply too little time for me to react, Sun Peng sighed, raising his hands in exasperation. You all should eat something. I need to analyze an escape route. After saying this, Sun Peng instructed the liberation fighters to distribute some food among them, then climbed up to the window to assess the situation outside. Chapter 6. Escape from the library. The library's windows were quite high. But for Sun Peng's current agility, climbing up was a trivial matter. As he peered outside, he saw that the area surrounding the library was infested with zombies, all attempting to breach the building through various means. Some zombies even began to stack themselves upon seeing Sun Peng at the window. Quickly, seal all the windows. Sun Peng's expression shifted as he commanded the liberation fighters to secure each window tightly. However, as time progressed, the zombies grew increasingly agitated, and the library's entrance was subjected to relentless battering. Even as they battered themselves to a pulp, the zombies showed no signs of giving up. Blood stained the library's glass doors. A sight particularly jarring. Witnessing the zombies' frenzied assault, those inside were terrified, hastily gathering anything they could find to barricade the entrance. Sun Peng knew that the library could only hold out for another 2 hours at most before it would succumb. And at that point, everyone inside would be doomed. System, summon the mobile base vehicle. I need to leave here as soon as possible, Sun Peng communicated with the system in a deep space. Calculating Commander S achievements. Calculation complete. Current war funds, 3,000. Summoning the mobile base vehicle requires 2,000 funds. Please confirm. Confirm. Confirmation complete. Please select deployment location. Sun Peng observed the surroundings from the window, ultimately identifying a weak point. Deploy at that location in half an hour. He issued the command to the system, Order received. Execution will commence in half an hour. With that, Sun Pang jumped down and returned to his previous position. Mangjia, Dinglei, and Yishuang, prepare yourselves. We must leave. Sun Pang announced. Leave? But there are zombies everywhere outside. The others expressed their confusion, questioning the wisdom of venturing out now. I found a weak point. We can break through from there, don't worry. There will be armored vehicles waiting for us outside. Sun Pang assured them. What about the people here? Yishuang inquired. As for them, they can only leave their fate to chance. I can only take you with me. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to leave. I want to force them, Sun Pang stated. What? You plan to escape on your own? At this moment, someone nearby jumped out, accusing them. Aren't you part of the Huaxia Special Forces? At a critical moment, you're just going to abandon us and escape? Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly displeased, voicing their criticisms and claiming that Sun Pang was unworthy of being a soldier, unfit to lead such a special forces unit. But Sun Pang paid no heed. Before considering others, he had to ensure his own survival. If he couldn't save himself, how could he hope to rescue the world at large? The library could not withstand much longer. Once he escaped, he would try to draw the zombies' attention away, allowing them to find their own opportunity to leave. If you think I can take care of everyone here, you're overestimating me. Your best chance of survival lies solely in yourselves. With that, Sun Pang produced a climbing rope, hooking it onto a window in the direction he had designated. You two go up first, keep an eye on the situation outside. Mangjia, you follow behind. The group was still quite dissatisfied with Sun Pang. But before they could voice their grievances, the library's entrance was finally breached. A gap blasted open, and zombies began pouring in one after another. Quickly, move. At this moment, Dinglei, Yishuang, and Cheng Mangjia finally understood why Sun Pang had urged them to leave so urgently. Remaining here was a certain death sentence. Without further hesitation, they began to climb the rope. Cheng Mangjia ascended without issue. Yishuang managed with some effort, while Dinglei, though portly, was spurred by the instinct for survival and managed to scramble up as well. Fortunately, this area was shielded by some bushes, and there were only a few zombies. After Sun Pang's liberation fighters dispatched the zombies that had wandered in, they waited below. Once everyone was gathered, Sun Pang's base vehicle was about to be summoned. Prepare for battle. The armored vehicle is on its way. Sun Pang drew forth the sharp blade provided by the system and stepped out from the thicket. 8 liberation fighters also brandished their military knives, engaging the approaching zombies with close combat. Using firearms would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies, a risk Sun Pang was unwilling to take. The designated time has been reached, summoning the mobile base vehicle. With a whoosh, a silver-white energy enveloped the area, and soon, a massive, heavily armored base vehicle appeared out of thin air. Get in quickly, Sun Pang commanded. The 2 liberation fighters still hiding in the bushes immediately led Cheng Mangjia and the others aboard the mobile base vehicle. Sun Pang followed closely behind, bringing the remaining 8 liberation fighters out of combat. This time, they utilized their firearms, as the mobile base vehicle had already been summoned, and they were no longer concerned about attracting more zombies. After all, the defenses of the mobile base vehicle were not something these ordinary zombies could breach. Once they dealt with the remaining zombies, Sun Pang boarded the vehicle with the last 8 liberation fighters. The interior of the base vehicle was spacious, equivalent to 8 top-tier RVs, capable of occupying 2 lanes on the road, and with its robust armor, calling it a moving fortress of the apocalypse was hardly an exaggeration. Inside the base vehicle, most of the structure was metal. In the forward driving compartment, various equipment was present, including electronic maps, computer controls, weapon systems, and construction systems. The rear section housed a long corridor with seating, restrooms, kitchens, warehouses, and armories. The upper level had a more confined space but could accommodate soldiers to operate the vehicle's built-in weapons and shoot at the surroundings. Find a spot to sit on both sides. Sun Pang instructed Cheng Mangjia and the others. The 3 had no objections. Though they were quite bewildered, they understood that this was not the time for questions. Number 1. Come with me to the driving compartment. Numbers 2 through 8, go to the upper level to operate the weapons. Numbers 9 and 10, remain in the cabin and wait for instructions. Sun Pang assigned the soldiers their tasks before stepping into the cockpit. Chapter 7. Searching for supplies. As nightfall gradually enveloped the world, the city had already succumbed to a shroud of despair. The once vibrant neon lights of the metropolis no longer flickered, leaving behind only the mournful groans of the undead echoing through the desolate streets. With the moonlight itself tainted a deep crimson, the entire city had transformed into a bleak wasteland. Sun Peng's mobile command vehicle traversed the thoroughfare, beset by countless zombies that were little more than ants before the might of the vehicle. Crushed under its relentless advance, while the abandoned cars blocking the road were unceremoniously trampled. Before departing, the thunderous roar of Sun Peng's command vehicle had drawn a horde of zombies away, suggesting that many might find the opportunity to escape from the library. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, the entire city housed only a finite population, making it improbable for the undead to infest every nook and cranny. Thus, with a stroke of fortune, survival seemed feasible. Currently, Sun Peng's remaining funds amounted to a mere 1,000 points, a sum insufficient to establish any basic infrastructure, let alone expand his team. However, as night had fallen, Sun Peng had no intentions of venturing out. During the night, the undead were more agile and active. Daylight, with its harsh sunlight, curtailed their movements, making it the optimal time for scavenging supplies and confronting the zombies. After maneuvering the mobile command vehicle to the outskirts, Sun Peng instructed the others to take a moment to rest, though it was essential that not everyone succumb to slumber, as maintaining a vigilant watch was imperative. Although a few zombies had approached to harass them during the night, their futile scratching could not inflict any damage upon the vehicle. Eventually, the zombies abandoned their assault on the immobile behemoth and wandered off in search of other prey. The following day, the sun rose as usual, but humanity no longer governed the world. That night, Sun Peng had not spent much time sleeping. Instead, he had been contemplating suitable locations for establishing a base. Furthermore, prior to venturing to that site, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, even if order was established there, it would collapse once more in a fleeting moment. The rumble of the command vehicle's engine roused the slumbering Cheng Mengjia and the others, who awoke in a daze, their dreams still echoing the tranquility of their former lives, while reality had morphed into a hellish nightmare. You all must adapt swiftly. Eradicating the virus will surely take considerable time, during which we are all at risk of becoming zombies. Sun Peng remarked. What we face now are merely mindless corpses, but soon, formidable monsters will arrive to dismantle our proud defenses. I still find it hard to believe the world has come to this. Yishuang choked out. Sun Peng sighed and turned back to the cockpit, preparing to head into the city, where he needed to gather essential supplies. The 10 backpacks filled with food and water that the Liberation Warriors had managed to secure prior to the outbreak would not sustain them for long. As for Cheng Mengjia, Ding Lei, and Yishuang, if they could not withstand the pressures of this apocalypse, even Sun Peng would be helpless to assist them. Why, Yishuang, given our circumstances, all we can do is strive to survive. Cheng Mengjia reassured her. Compared to many who have already turned into those terrifying zombies, we are quite fortunate, are we not? Indeed, Shuang, we are in a relatively safe place, and we were able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep last night. In comparison to others, we are immensely lucky, Ding Lei added. What concerns me most is Sun Peng. I can't fathom the reasons behind his sudden transformation, but he must be enduring great hardship, Cheng Mengjia said, her thoughts drifting to the memories shared with him. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom when Sun Peng had trained to become the commander of such a formidable force. Sun Peng, I never imagined he would possess such an astonishing identity, Ding Lei exclaimed, thrilled that such an extraordinary individual was his brother. Nothing could provide greater reassurance than that. Meanwhile, Sun Peng had gradually driven the command vehicle into the urban area, where the number of wandering zombies was significantly reduced compared to the night before. The zombies roamed aimlessly, often losing their way when they ventured into obscure corners, ultimately becoming trapped and unable to escape. Of course, as long as it was not a horde, Sun Peng harbored no fear. After all, both his marksmanship and that of the Liberation Warriors were commendable. When scattered zombies appeared, they could swiftly dispatch them before they had a chance to retaliate. However, in the event of a horde, with zombies piled upon one another, it became exceedingly difficult for bullets to accurately strike each zombie's head. Under such circumstances, without heavy firepower, Sun Peng would never dare to engage the undead head-on. The command vehicle finally came to a halt before a large shopping center, where Sun Peng needed to search for usable supplies. You 8, accompany me. The remaining 2 will stay in the command vehicle on standby. Sun Pang commanded. Understood. The 8 liberation warriors disembarked and assumed a defensive posture. Upon entering through the main entrance, they immediately drew the attention of several zombies, which lunged at them with outstretched claws. Sun Pang promptly opened fire, dispatching them with lethal precision. His weapons had been silenced the previous night, alleviating any concerns of attracting more zombies. As these few zombies fell, Sun Pang and his unit pressed deeper inside. Upon reaching the interior, Sun Pang discerned a group of zombies attacking something with intent. Noticing Sun Pang and his team, the zombies charged forward. Now was not the time to hold back. Sun Pang commanded the liberation warriors to fire at will, sending the approaching zombies crashing to the ground. Amidst the gunfire, cries for help rang out from within. After neutralizing the surrounding zombies, Sun Pang arrived at the scene the zombies had besieged, discovering it was a luxury goods store. Thankfully, the establishment was fortified with heavy bulletproof glass doors, allowing the occupants to endure thus far. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to the undead. Soldiers. Our soldiers from Huaxia. Hurry, come rescue us. Upon seeing the liberation warriors clad in camouflage combat gear, the people inside exclaimed with excitement. Although they did not recognize the specific uniform, its distinctive Huaxia design made it clear they belonged to the Huaxia military. Chapter 8. Li Hong, however, Sun Pang had no intention of rescuing them all. His command vehicle could not accommodate so many individuals, and moreover, they would only deplete resources, complicating management aboard the vehicle, and offered no value in return. Considering these factors, their worthiness for rescue was negligible. Yet, one man stood out, remarkably composed. Upon seeing Sun Pang, he did not immediately plead for help, but instead surveyed the surroundings. Beside him was an attractive woman, seemingly there to purchase jewelry for her. However, a faint scar marred her arm, which she attempted to discreetly conceal, yet it escaped Sun Pang's keen observation. Approaching the man, Sun Pang said, "It appears your wife has been bitten by a zombie. Sir, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I have always protected my wife well. How could she have been bitten?" The man replied, his gaze towards Sun Pang devoid of fear, instead reflecting an unusual intensity. "While I understand it may be difficult to accept, take a look at her right arm," Sun Pang urged. "I strongly recommend you resolve this matter before she turns. Otherwise, all within will meet a grim fate." "What? She has been bitten by a zombie." The others in the shop quickly distanced themselves, warily eyeing the man and his wife. "Sir, please do not slander us. My wife is absolutely fine." The man clung tightly to the woman, but she ultimately pushed him away. Li Hong, what the commander says is true. I was indeed scratched by a zombie, the woman revealed, exposing the wound. The blood had already turned a sickly green, indicating it had been contaminated. No, Sheer, you cannot be in danger. I will not allow it." The man attempted to approach her once more, only to be rebuffed again. "Quickly, kill her." The others inside clamored to take action against the woman. Yet Li Hong single-handedly repelled them all. "That I dare anyone to touch her." Li Hong roared at the crowd. "Commander, please grant me a swift end. I do not wish to burden everyone." The woman, referred to as Sheer, pleaded with Sun Pang. "Li Hong is also a soldier, a high-ranking officer. I believe he could provide you with assistance. I hope that after my death, you will take him with you. Commander, please, do not harm Sierra." Li Hong urgently positioned himself in front of Sierra and implored, "Since enlisting in the military, I have scarcely been able to accompany her. I owe her far too much. I came today to purchase an engagement ring for her. But I never expected." At this point, the tears streamed down the face of this stalwart man. However, Sierra's features had become increasingly grotesque, the brilliance in her eyes fading away. "I beg of you, grant me a swift end." Sierra gazed at Sun Pang, her eyes filled with desperation. Li Hong still harbored a flicker of hope, yet Sierra's visage had transformed into something terrifyingly monstrous. Sun Pang commanded the liberation soldiers to forcibly open the door and entered, swiftly subduing Sierra within moments. Witnessing Sierra's bloodshot eyes and her clawing demeanor, despair washed over Li Hong. She had become a zombie, no longer the Sierra he once knew. "If you truly love her, can you bear to see her like this?" Sun Pang looked at Li Hong and stated, I have failed her. I am not a worthy man, Li Hong lamented. What you can do now is fulfill her dying wish and live on. Sun Pang removed his pistol from his waist and tossed it to him, saying, to truly emerge from this shadow, you must send her off yourself. As Sun Pang tossed the gun to Li Hong, all the liberation soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him, prepared to shoot him without hesitation should he make any sudden moves. However, Sun Pang trusted Li Hong, for he was a soldier of Huaxia. Li Hong cast a deep gaze at the immobilized Sierra, gripping the gun tightly. Commander, please step aside. I have come to a decision, Li Hong declared. Sun Peng's lips curled slightly, and he released Sierra. Once freed, the zombified Sierra lunged at Sun Peng. Bang! Li Hong swiftly disengaged the safety and expertly shot Sierra in the head. From his marksmanship, Sun Peng recognized that Li Hong was indeed, as his wife had described, a high-ranking officer in the Huaxia military. Let us proceed if you have truly made up your mind, Sun Peng said, stepping before Li Hong. You are correct. I must accept reality, Li Hong replied resolutely, fixing his gaze on Sun Peng. Commander, allow me to follow you. I vow to eradicate all zombies. Are you an active duty officer of Huaxia? Sun Peng inquired. Indeed, I serve in the Huaxia army, Li Hong affirmed. It seems impossible for me to return to my own unit now. So please, Commander, permit me to fight under your command. Li Hong discerned that the 8 soldiers beside Sun Peng were elite, possibly on par with him, yet still exceptional within his own unit. As for Sun Peng, despite his youthful appearance, he exuded a profound sense of composure. It felt as though he was a mere rookie in Sun Peng's presence. Then come with me. We have important matters to attend to, Sun Peng stated, preparing to leave with his unit. Commander, will you not attend to these people? Li Hong asked, puzzled. As a soldier, it seemed Sun Peng had an obligation to rescue these civilians. Yet he displayed no intention of doing so. Since you have joined my ranks, simply follow my orders, Sun Peng replied. Understood. With that, Li Hong chose to comply unconditionally. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone lived in fear, the value of soldiers would far exceed that of ordinary civilians. Sacrificing soldiers in a bid to save civilians would inevitably lead to a world ruled by zombies. Even the Huaxia military, when unable to ensure its own safety, would abandon some of the populace. Moreover, Sun Peng was not a true Huaxia soldier but rather a self-centered commander of the apocalypse. Attempting to save others while failing to protect oneself was tantamount to courting death. The patrons of the luxury goods store criticized Sun Peng for his indifference, yet he remained unfazed, not even glancing back. Chapter 9. Retreating through the side path. If Sun Peng had already established a base, he would surely attempt to save these people. After all, the technological advancement required for the base's development necessitated a sufficient population. However, prior to that, rescuing others would only serve as a burden. The group made their way to a supermarket, which was stocked with ample supplies of food and oil. Gather as much rice, flour, and frozen meat as you can from the shelves. Use the supermarket carts and fill them to the brim. Sun Peng commanded the soldiers, surveying the bounty before him. Although there were a few zombies within the supermarket, Sun Peng swiftly detected and eliminated them. He then scoured the nearby rooms, eradicating any undead that emerged. Upon reaching the last room, he noticed movement within a wardrobe and instinctively aimed his weapon. Wait, don't shoot. I'm not a zombie. The occupant, realizing the intruder was human, hastily opened the wardrobe and fled. He appeared to have been hiding there for quite some time. Who are you? Sun Peng inquired. Commander, I am Bai Songquan, the store manager of this supermarket. Please, take us with you. You may take whatever you wish from here, Bai Songquan pleaded. Is it just you left? Sun Peng asked. My wife and children are hiding here. I will bring them out. Bai Songquan opened the wardrobe, revealing a small compartment where a woman and 2 children were concealed. Is it just the 4 of you? Sun Peng probed. Yes, there are only us 4. Please save us, Bai Songquan implored. What can you contribute? At present, I do not require those who cannot be of assistance, Sun Peng stated. I can drive. I am experienced with large vehicles, Bai Songquan declared, adding, and my wife, Gu Qiaoji, is an excellent cook. She can prepare delicious meals for your soldiers. In that case, you may accompany us, but heed my commands and do not act recklessly, or you will bear the consequences. Sun Peng replied. Understood, understood. Bai Songquan nodded fervently, relieved that Sun Peng did not object to including his children. Leaving his children behind in such a perilous situation would have been a daunting task for any parent. "Commander, all supplies are loaded and ready to depart." At that moment, a liberation soldier approached, reporting, "Prepare yourselves, we must leave, and ensure the carts remain quiet," Sun Peng instructed. "Commander, I know a side path we use for transporting goods. There are absolutely no zombies there, and it leads directly outside the shopping center." Upon hearing Sun Peng's intent to transport the supplies, Bai Songquan eagerly recommended the route he typically used for deliveries. "The side path?" Sun Peng queried. "Show me the way. I need to assess the safety of the route." Bai Songquan nodded and led Sun Peng there. The path was a metal-lined tunnel, and as they traversed it, Sun Peng confirmed that there were no dangers present. He then ordered the troops to transport the supplies to this tunnel for evacuation. Sun Peng assigned 4 liberation soldiers to scout ahead while he remained at the rear. The carts pushed by the 4 liberation soldiers were entrusted to by Song Chuan's family, with his teenage son and daughter able to manage the lighter carts with some effort, especially with the assistance of the surrounding soldiers and Li Hong. Sun Peng commanded the soldiers in the base vehicle to position themselves at the tunnel's exit to assist with the transport. However, the zombies in the shopping center seemed to have gone mad. Thrashing about wildly as the 4 liberation soldiers neared the tunnel's entrance, they came to a halt. The entrance was secured by an iron gate, and a horde of zombies clawed at the bars. Some were tearing at the gate, which began to warp under their assault, threatening to give way at any moment. These creatures are indeed a formidable challenge. As Sun Peng's expression shifted, he noticed several zombies attempting to infiltrate from behind. Although he had sealed off the rear upon entering, these relentless creatures managed to squeeze through. When Sun Peng vanquished the few zombies, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Instantly, his nerves tightened, and he fixated on the rear, a diminutive yet exceptionally swift zombie, resembling a ball of flesh, crashed through the barrier he had erected and darted into the narrow path, swiftly scaling the walls. With a sudden rush, the creature lunged at Sun Peng. He extended his arms to shield himself, but the impact felt as though it might shatter his bones. Observing Sun Peng's precarious situation, Li Hong drew his handgun and fired multiple rounds at the crawling zombie. The bullets embedded themselves within the creature's body, yet it showed no signs of slowing down, its resilience bordering on the unimaginable. The crawling zombie renewed its assault, curling into a ball as it barreled towards Sun Peng. Armed with a sharp blade, Sun Peng aimed for its head, but due to the creature's spherical form, he only grazed its body. Even so, the force of the impact sent him staggering several meters back. "Damn it! Why is this thing so tenacious?" Sun Peng's face darkened. The creature's strength was excessive, and his current arsenal struggled to subdue it. However, Sun Peng's training in the mental realm encompassed not only combat skills but also the ability to remain composed under dire circumstances and devise counter-strategies. After careful analysis, he lured the crawling zombie to a weak point in the narrow path, an opening left during the construction of the building. While it would be challenging for ordinary means to breach this gap, the crawling zombie's capabilities rendered it truly vulnerable. With this realization, Sun Peng gradually retreated to the weak point and leaned back slightly. The crawling zombie charged once more, and seizing the opportunity, Sun Peng swiftly evaded. The creature collided with the weak point, causing it to shatter, and the zombie fell through, becoming wedged between 2 nearby pillars. With the threat behind him neutralized, Sun Peng turned his attention to the front. At this moment, the liberation fighters unleashed their full might, eliminating the zombies that obstructed the entrance. However, the sheer number of zombies made it impossible to transfer all the supplies from the carts into the base vehicle. "Abandon the last 4 carts. You 2 push these 2 carts over. The rest, provide cover." Left with no choice, Sun Peng had to relinquish a significant amount of resources. His priority was to escape. Upon receiving the order, the liberation fighters forsook the carts and armed themselves for battle. Bai Songquan and his family pushed the cart forward while Sun Peng and Li Hong provided cover from behind, with 8 mobilized soldiers shielding the front. The base vehicle was not far from the narrow path's exit, and the surrounding zombies had yet to fully converge. "Quickly! If the other zombies arrive, we won't have a chance," Sun Peng urged as he assisted in pushing the cart while keeping an eye on the situation behind. Once he confirmed that the rear was clear of threats, He propelled the cart forward. Two Liberation fighters swiftly emerged from the base vehicle to assist, gunning down the approaching zombies as they watched the encroaching horde. Bai Songquan and the others trembled with anxiety. Yet, bolstered by the coverage provided by their comrades, they exerted every ounce of strength to advance the cart, eventually meeting up with the two liberators. "Hurry, get on the vehicle!" The two fighters took over the cart and rushed toward the base vehicle. Inside, Cheng Mengjia, Ding Lei, and others deftly received the entire cart, hoisting it aboard. Gazing at the cart filled with grains and frozen meat, Sun Peng found himself powerless to save it all. "The zombies are drawing near. Everyone, get on the vehicle," he commanded. Subsequently, all soldiers fought while retreating, successfully boarding the vehicle just as the zombies closed in. The moment the doors sealed shut, the zombies could no longer pose a threat to Sun Peng and his companions. The base vehicle surged away from the horde, even as the zombies stubbornly clung to its exterior. Under Sun Peng's control, spikes gradually emerged from the armored surface, impaling the zombies and casting them off. "In all my years of service, I've never seen such a formidable armored vehicle," Li Hong remarked. Inspecting the base vehicle specifications in awe, even their most advanced armored units paled in comparison to Sun Peng's machine. "This vehicle's capabilities extend far beyond what you see. You'll understand in due time," Sun Peng said with a light chuckle as he reclined in the driver's seat. Soon, streams of energy coursed into his body, mending the injuries sustained during the battle. That crawling zombie had indeed been vicious, striking hard enough to fracture the bone in his arm. Were it not for his indomitable willpower, Sun Peng might have collapsed. However, with the base vehicle's restoration, he quickly regained his prime condition. "Aunt Gu? The kitchen is located at position 7. Please prepare a meal using the ingredients we've brought," Sun Peng called out to Gu Qiaoji behind him. Nodding in acknowledgement, she promptly made her way to the kitchen, retrieving the grains, frozen meat, and cooking oil from the cart to begin her culinary endeavors. Before long, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the AI art. Gu Qiaoji prepared meatballs and braised pork from the frozen meat. Expertly seasoning them to perfection, it appeared that Bai Songquan had not exaggerated. His wife indeed possessed remarkable culinary skills. As the occupants of the base vehicle savored the meal, they were filled with a profound sense of gratitude, marveling at their ability to indulge in such comfort amidst a world overrun by zombies. The security provided by the base vehicle seemed to momentarily erase the horrors lurking outside. Having secured a basic supply of provisions, Sun Peng decided against lingering any longer in this location. Although Shizhou City was vast, it lacked suitable places to establish a base, primarily due to its dense population and the significant threat posed by the zombies. If they recklessly attempted to set up a base, they would likely meet a grim fate, torn apart by the encroaching horde. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance, Sun Peng identified a substantial mineral vein nestled within a complex terrain. He drove the base vehicle at full speed toward the target site, but an awkward predicament soon arose. Despite its comprehensive functionality, the base vehicle demanded an immense amount of energy, and after traversing a distance, it issued a warning of impending energy depletion. "The vehicle is out of energy. The air conditioning, lighting, and other amenities will all shut down. We must conserve energy for the journey to the nearest service area. Everyone, bear with it," Sun Peng informed those behind him before shutting down all non-essential functions and steering the base vehicle toward the closest service area. Meanwhile, at the service area, "Hey, look over there. It seems there's an armored vehicle approaching. Could it be military personnel?" A shifty-eyed man on the second floor observed the base vehicle making its way toward them. "The military's capabilities are impressive. They managed to produce such a large armored vehicle." The man referred to as Big Brother replied. Once heavy criminals, they had escaped from prison due to the outbreak of the T-virus and seized all the weapons and equipment within, forming an organization with the remaining inmates and taking control of the service area after eliminating the zombies within. This Big Brother, named Fan Pingyi, and the shifty-eyed man, Fan Longjun, had long plotted an escape plan and arranged for their brothers outside to provide support. They were part of a ruthless criminal organization that, following the T-virus outbreak, swiftly eliminated all prison guards and acquired weapons and equipment, quickly forming a formidable force. They intended to use this service area as a launching point to expand their power and establish dominance in the New World. However, They had not anticipated encountering a formidable opponent at the onset of their power consolidation. "Big brother, what should we do? Will those people cause us trouble?" Fan Longjun inquired. "Humph, even if we don't deal with those guards, they'll be devoured by zombies," Fan Pingy retorted. "Besides, they have no knowledge of our identity. At this stage, I doubt they'll be foolish enough to target fellow humans. We don't know what their intentions are. If their requests aren't excessive, let us accommodate them," Fan Pingy suggested. "Given their ability to operate such a powerful armored vehicle, they must be among the most elite forces in Huaxia. If we can avoid provoking them, we should." Fan Pingy possesses a commendable level of self-awareness, understanding that the equipment acquired from the prison would be utterly inadequate against the formidable elite forces of the regular Huaxia army. Subsequently, he descended the stairs, preparing to personally welcome the armored vehicle. Sun Peng parked the armored vehicle at the entrance of the service area and, accompanied by 8 liberation soldiers, disembarked. Observing the soldiers' synchronized movements and their imposing aura, Fan Pingy felt increasingly assured that this unit was undoubtedly a well-trained and formidable army. Chapter 11. Refueling. Greetings, Commander. I am Fan Pingy, and this service area is indeed a stronghold established by my brothers and me. Upon seeing Sun Peng approach, Fan Pingy hurried over to introduce himself. "Have all the zombies here been dealt with by your men?" Sun Peng inquired. "Indeed, we expended considerable resources to secure this service area. Currently, my brothers depend on the resources within to survive, so I hope you can understand our predicament," Fan Pingy replied. "Please do not misunderstand. Since this area was taken by you, it rightfully belongs to you." Sun Peng smiled. "In this post-apocalyptic world, as long as one possesses the strength to claim a territory, one can establish order and become a ruler. This reality is something even the government cannot interfere with. Especially given their own considerable pressures, they would rather see individuals who can guide others in establishing order during these tumultuous times. Commander, your long journey must have been arduous. Why not allow your soldiers to disembark so I may extend some hospitality?" Fan Pingy invited. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Fan, but we have pressing matters to attend to. We only wish to refuel, and I trust you have ample fuel available?" Sun Peng responded. "Of course, I do not intend to take from you without recompense. I can offer some ammunition in exchange for your fuel." Fan Pingy's eyes lit up. He had initially feared a significant expenditure, as fuel was also a crucial resource for them. However, compared to ammunition, fuel seemed a lesser concern. "Commander, you flatter me. You are the hope of our nation, and providing you with some fuel is but a trifling matter. Please, follow me." Fan Pingy promptly led Sun Peng to the fueling station. The fuel tank of the base vehicle boasted a substantial capacity and remarkable compatibility, capable of utilizing any grade of fuel. As Sun Peng activated all the fuel nozzles to fill the massive base vehicle, Fan Pingy felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, the base vehicle consumed a staggering 15 cubic meters of fuel. Who would have thought the fuel tank of this armored vehicle would be so astonishing? Fan Pingy couldn't help but twitch his lips. Despite their possession of a secondary fueling station, the fuel reserves had already been reduced by more than half when they took control. After Sun Peng's operation, only a few cubic meters remained. Once sufficient fuel was collected, Sun Peng honored his word, exchanging a batch of bullets from the system. The base vehicle's door opened again, and a soldier descended carrying a box of ammunition, after which the door closed once more. This left Fan Pingy uncertain of the number of soldiers remaining inside the vehicle, dissuading any ill intentions. Judging by the vehicle's scale, it could comfortably accommodate over 100 soldiers. And should it indeed house that many well-trained individuals, any treacherous thoughts from Fan Pingy's group would likely lead to their demise. Had Fan Pingy known that only a handful of soldiers were inside Sun Peng's base vehicle, he might have dared to challenge him, considering that a mere dozen individuals controlling such a vast armored vehicle seemed a gross misallocation of resources. If they could seize it, their power would undoubtedly expand rapidly. "Mr. Fan, as we agreed, I will not take your goods for free. This box of ammunition shall serve as my compensation to you." Sun Peng instructed the soldier to place the ammunition box in front of Fan Pingy. The box was not small and contained a considerable weight of ammunition. "Since the commander is so generous, I shall graciously accept." Fan Pingy signaled 2 of his subordinates to carry the ammunition box away. Observing their expressions, he realized the box indeed held substantial value, underscoring the impressive physical prowess of Sun Peng's soldiers, who were evidently regular troops. "Form up and return to your positions," Sun Pang commanded. And the 9 soldiers immediately lined up and boarded the vehicle. "Mr. Fan, we shall meet again," Sun Pang remarked, nodding respectfully. "Then I wish you a safe journey, Commander." Fan Pingyi reciprocated the gesture, watching as Sun Pang boarded the base vehicle. The base vehicle roared to life and departed into the distance. "Brother, that armored vehicle is truly magnificent. If possible, I would love to acquire it," Fan Pingyi's associate, Fan Longjun, lamented after Sun Pang's departure. He had fully armed all their brothers in preparation for battle, but ultimately refrained from acting without Fan Pingyi's command. No one could ascertain just how many troops remained inside, but their demeanor suggested they were undoubtedly elite soldiers. Fan Pingyi noted that although the commander's demeanor indicated that the troops inside might not be as numerous as they suspected, should a confrontation arise, the odds would still be against them. After all, this was a matter of life and death, a gamble they could not afford to take. To trade so much fuel for merely a box of ammunition is truly a bargain for them. Fan Longjun remarked, "If any military force passes through here in the future, shall we endure such grievances?" Thus, they resolved to strengthen their own power. Should a weaker military or other organization emerge, it would be prudent to eliminate them. With that, Fan Pingyi began covert preparations in the vicinity of the service area, hoping to seize any opportunity to strike when others passed through. Meanwhile, within the base vehicle, "Commander, that Fan Pingyi's associate harbors some ill intentions." Li Hong informed Sun Pang. "Unfortunately, they still lack the courage to make the first move," Sun Pang replied. "Those who have managed to carve out their own territory in this post-apocalyptic world are not to be underestimated. If we can avoid conflict, that would be ideal. Indeed, we are at a numerical disadvantage, and an altercation would not favor us. It is undoubtedly best that the commander can deter them," Li Hong concurred. "Enough about them," Sun Pang said. "Our destination is a mineral vein, a highly secure location surrounded by mountains." "A mineral vein?" Li Hong questioned, puzzled. "If we take root there, surrounded by desolation, we would be safe. But how would we address the issue of resources?" Chapter 12, Training. "Fear not. Once we arrive, you will understand," Sun Pang assured. Upon hearing this, the others had no further objections. After all, within this team, Sun Pang was the linchpin, and whatever decisions he made must be accepted. "Sun Pang, could you teach me how to shoot?" As everyone prepared to rest, Cheng Mengjia approached Sun Pang. "Oh, you genuinely wish to learn how to shoot?" Sun Pang asked. "Do not underestimate me. Had it not been for the strict regulations on firearms during peacetime, I would have been practicing long ago," Cheng Mengjia replied. Seeing the eager expression on her face, Sun Pang retrieved a Czech CZ-83 handgun from the vehicle's armory. This weapon has an effective range of approximately 50 meters. As Sun Pang merely intended for Cheng Mengjia to possess some self-defense capability, rather than engage in frontline combat against hordes of zombies, Cheng Mengjia took the handgun. Its weight was far beyond that of the toy guns she had played with as a child. "This is a real gun. What a thrilling sensation!" Cheng Mengjia exclaimed, slightly excited. "Be cautious. Do not accidentally injure yourself. This is no toy," Sun Pang cautioned. "Rest assured, I am not a child and would never point the gun at my own head," Cheng Mengjia said, admiring the handgun in her hands. Sun Pang taught her how to use the firearm and provided several spare magazines. Cheng Mengjia quickly grasped the usage of the handgun, mastering the magazine changes in just a few minutes. With her background in martial arts, she had developed commendable self-defense capabilities. Afterward, Sun Pang called for Ding Lei. "Pangge, you called for me?" Ding Lei arrived, still a bit dazed. "Even Mengjia, a girl, knows to ask me for a gun. What about you? What are your thoughts?" Sun Pang inquired. "I have you, Pangge. Why should I fear zombies?" Ding Lei replied. "Ding Lei, if you were not my brother, you wouldn't even qualify to accompany me," Sun Pang stated. Sun Pang remarked, "You cannot always rely on me in the future. Your destiny lies in your own hands. If you remain perpetually unaccomplished, even my assistance will be of no avail." Ding Lei wished to respond, but upon observing Sun Pang's serious demeanor, he ultimately refrained from voicing his lazy inclinations. Sun Pang did not elaborate further, directly retrieving a Type 95 assault rifle from the armory and tossing it to Ding Lei, along with a military knife, and finally producing a set of combat attire. "Brother Pang, this?" Ding Lei was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Sun Pang was treating him as if he were Li Hong. With such equipment bestowed upon him, he felt utterly incapable of managing it due to his physical condition. "Put on this gear and let me see," Sun Peng instructed. Ding Lei, feeling helpless, clumsily donned the combat attire and equipped the knife and assault rifle. "That is not how you wear a combat uniform." At that moment, Li Hong stood behind Ding Lei, adjusting his attire and correcting his movements. "Stand at attention," Li Hong commanded. Ding Lei, startled, quickly straightened up, refraining from further comment. "Li Hong, take him upstairs and let him attempt to dispatch a few zombies with the assault rifle," Sun Peng ordered. Although the base vehicle traversed the highway, remnants of abandoned vehicles from before the apocalypse meant that the road was not without the occasional zombie lurking about. "Understood." Li Hong promptly escorted Ding Lei to the upper level of the base vehicle, where the space was rather confined, requiring them to crouch as they moved. After crouching for a while, Ding Lei finally located a shooting aperture. Panting heavily, "Your physical condition is truly abysmal. Is it any wonder you're out of breath after just a few steps?" Li Hong expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that contemporary college students were shockingly unfit, and that Ding Lei, as a male, was in worse shape than Cheng Mengjia, a female. Ding Lei felt a wave of shame wash over him. He knew he had neglected physical exercise and indulged in a lazy lifestyle, which had led to his current state. "I will teach you how to chamber a bullet and how to operate the safety. Pay close attention. You are not permitted to leave until you have killed at least 10 zombies," Li Hong stated sternly. Ding Lei wore a despondent expression, yet he had no choice but to comply, as this was Sun Peng's directive. Thus, for nearly an entire night, Ding Lei practiced using the assault rifle to eliminate zombies. However, after expending over 100 rounds, he had only managed to hit a few zombies, and none of his shots had resulted in a headshot. His bullets merely grazed the undead, causing no significant harm. "Commander, everything is proceeding as per your instructions, but your classmate is exceedingly clumsy. He has yet to successfully kill a single zombie," Li Hong reported. "Even hitting 100 rounds in a day is commendable." "Let us not be too hard on the lad," Sun Peng replied, acknowledging that if he did not train Ding Lei now, he would inevitably remain inept. Once order was established, a person devoid of skills would be relegated to the lower echelons of society. Li Hong nodded in agreement. Sun Peng was correct. A person lacking in capability had no right to inhabit the upper tiers of society. The night passed quietly, with Ding Lei remaining atop the base vehicle throughout, while Sun Peng showed no indication of allowing him to descend. After a night's journey, Sun Peng's base vehicle arrived at an ideal location, a complex mountainous region. Surrounding the mines were undulating mountain ranges and canyons, creating numerous elevated positions, making this an excellent site for establishing defenses. Moreover, the mines could provide resources for warfare, ensuring the sustainability of Sun Peng's base. The only drawback was the scarcity of other resources in the desolate surroundings. In the morning, Gu Xiaozhi rose early, using the flour and dough she had brought to finely chop frozen meat and prepare buns. Upon catching the alluring aroma wafting from the kitchen, Sun Peng felt that bringing Gu Xiaozhi and her family along was a brilliant decision. Otherwise, they would all be reduced to subsisting on bread and biscuits, with no chance of enjoying fragrant buns. "Let Ding Lei come down, and the soldiers above can join for a meal," Sun Peng announced. Li Hong nodded and went to summon Ding Lei and the station soldiers. Upon seeing Ding Lei clad in combat attire and wielding an assault rifle, Cheng Mengjia and Yi Shuang were somewhat taken aback. However, noticing his fatigued expression, they surmised that Ding Lei had been subjected to a night of rigorous training. "Sun Peng, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon girls?" Cheng Mengjia asked, somewhat irate. Sun Peng had provided Ding Lei with a full set of combat gear, while she was left with only a small handgun. The disparity in treatment seemed far too great. "Mengjia, Ding Lei is a boy. He must undergo such trials. Otherwise, if he remains unaccomplished, he will only exist at the bottom of society," Sun Peng explained. "I am doing this for his future. And what about me? Am I destined to remain unaccomplished simply because I am a girl?" Cheng Mengjia pouted, visibly dissatisfied. "You are so exceptional. How could you possibly amount to nothing?" Sun Peng replied. "Once the zombies are eradicated and a new order is established, you will undoubtedly find a dependable partner, paving your way to a brighter future. If Ding Lei lacks ability, he may end up unable to find a partner. How could I not train him rigorously?" Cheng Mengjia felt somewhat uncomfortable when Sun Peng suggested she find a dependable man, and she retorted, "Is it fair to say that you look down upon me simply because I am a girl?" "No, I truly do not hold such sentiments," Sun Peng clarified. "Then I want to be like him," Cheng Mengjia declared, pointing at Ding Lei. Reluctantly, Sun Peng retrieved another set of combat attire, a Type 95 assault rifle, and a military knife, placing them on Cheng Mengjia's seat. "I truly have no choice. Since you desire it, then so be it." Upon seeing the combat attire, Cheng Mengjia immediately shed her black jacket, leaving herself clad only in a white shirt. Through the fabric, Sun Peng could discern her silhouette. Promptly, Cheng Mengjia styled her hair into an updo, swiftly donning the combat attire, placing a helmet upon her head, tucking a handgun into her waist, securing the knife to her thigh, and grasping the Type 95 assault rifle. Instantly, she radiated a newfound vigor, shedding any semblance of frailty. Previously, Cheng Mengjia had exuded the charm of a neighborly girl, evoking fanciful thoughts, but clad in combat gear. Her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. "With that attire, you hardly resemble a girl," Sun Peng remarked. "Not at all. Mengjia looks magnificent in this getup." "Sun Peng, consider yourself fortunate. Do not take it for granted," Yi Shuang exclaimed, transforming into an enthusiastic admirer of Cheng Mengjia, lavishing her with compliments, even without restraint. Yi Shuang's words caused Cheng Mengjia's cheeks to flush. "Yi Shuang, what nonsense are you spouting?" Cheng Mengjia chided. "All right, everyone, let us eat. Gu Ai has been up early preparing buns, and they are quite appetizing," Sun Peng interjected, dismissing the banter as he invited everyone to breakfast. However, he asked Yi Shuang to stay behind, saying, "By the way, Yi Shuang, having seen Ding Lei and Mengjia receive their weapons, do you have any thoughts?" Yi Shuang shook her head, revealing that she and Cheng Mengjia were quite different. The notion of wielding a gun held no allure for her. "Are you not afraid of zombies?" Sun Peng inquired. "As long as I cling to your strong arm, what is there to fear? Besides, according to your own words, once order is restored, I can find a good man to marry. And I have no lofty ambitions. I merely wish to live out my remaining days in peace," Yi Shuang replied. "Very well, then I shall not compel you further. However, you must obediently remain where you are and not run about. Otherwise, should you encounter a zombie, I cannot guarantee your safety," Sun Peng cautioned. "Rest assured, I shall be obedient. If you want me to stay, I will not venture elsewhere," Yi Shuang assured him. "All right then, let us proceed to breakfast," Sun Peng concluded. "Thank you, Sun Peng. You are truly kind," Yi Shuang expressed with gratitude as she turned to fetch her breakfast. At that moment, Cheng Mengjia returned with her meal, noticing Yi Shuang's beaming smile as she exited. She promptly seized Sun Peng's arm, inquiring, "Sun Peng, what were you just discussing with her?" "I mentioned the matter of her receiving weapons, but she has no interest in that," Sun Peng replied. Cheng Mengjia scrutinized Sun Peng, stating, "I must warn you, Sun Peng, you are absolutely not to entertain any notions regarding Yi Shuang." Her words carried a hint of jealousy, though Sun Peng remained oblivious. "Haha, what are you thinking? I would never entertain such thoughts about her." Sun Peng reassured her, fully aware of Ding Lei's long-standing affection for Yi Shuang and his intention to play matchmaker. How could he possibly harbor any designs on Yi Shuang himself? Moreover, Sun Peng's most pressing task at present is to establish a base, expand his territory, and create a stable order. Rather than indulging in sentimental reflections, he turned and entered the cockpit, allowing the base vehicle to gradually navigate into the canyon. The journey was relatively smooth, without encountering any mutated creatures or zombies. This, too, signified a rather desolate and barren landscape. Upon reaching the very center, Sun Peng instructed everyone to disembark, leaving ample space for the base vehicle. "Are we setting up camp right here?" Li Hong inquired, surveying the surroundings, which offered scant usable materials. Save for a solitary mine, there was naught else in sight. "Indeed, we shall establish our camp here. Keep your eyes wide open and observe," Sun Peng reiterated as he confirmed the layout for the deployment and urged the group to step back a bit further. At that moment, the crowd remained puzzled about Sun Peng's intentions. However, in the next instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. The base vehicle began to shake violently, its surrounding components extending and unfurling toward the ground. Following a series of intricate transformations, These components coalesced into the outline of a structure within the designated area that Sun Peng had planned. Subsequently, additional structures emerged sequentially, filling in the outline, and ultimately, a fully mechanized, technologically advanced construction base materialized before their eyes. This sorcery? It's almost too incredible, Ding Lei remarked, stunned into silence. This vehicle is astonishingly powerful. Chang Mengjia gazed at the construction base in awe, her understanding of technology completely redefined. How is it possible that our nation possesses such cutting-edge technology? Li Hong exclaimed, his heart swelling with an inexplicable sense of pride as he looked upon the construction base. As for Yi Shuang, she covered her mouth, rendered speechless by the overwhelming emotions she felt. We shall establish our camp here. This will be our stronghold, Sun Peng declared. The development of the entire base will revolve around this center, and we will gradually extend our influence outward while striving to rescue and integrate as many survivors as possible to strengthen our base and establish order. Chapter 14. The construction base of Gonghui. The construction base, rising majestically from the ground, embodies the indomitable spirit characteristic of the Soviet bloc. Its internal structure is remarkably intricate, featuring command rooms, training facilities, and weapon storage, while also accommodating various daily living functions such as an underground water purification system and drainage filtration. Once the construction base is operational, it extends unique structures underground, enabling Sun Peng to transport the necessary materials for new buildings and assemble them at an astonishing speed. However, this structural extension is limited in range. If the deployment location is too distant, Sun Peng will be unable to construct there. Each newly erected building will also have an underground structure to relay construction commands and materials from the base, allowing for a gradual expansion of the facility. Within the game, buildings must be constructed in proximity to either the base or allied structures, which is quite similar to this setup. Sun Peng strode directly into the command room while everyone else, including the Red Alert soldiers and Chang Mengjia, awaited outside. The command room is a highly classified area, typically accessible only to the commander and trusted troops. Currently, the system recognizes only Sun Peng, thus no one else is permitted entry. Upon entering, Sun Peng noted that the command room's design and technology far surpassed that of the base vehicle's driver's cabin. Is this truly the command room? The technological sophistication is simply overwhelming. Sun Peng mused as he surveyed the interior. Although the exterior boasted mechanical structures, the inside felt like a glimpse into a future world. The command room was adorned in a pristine white, with a central large screen connected to the command system, surrounded by mapping, surveillance, and resource management systems, dazzling in its complexity. Sun Peng approached the central command system. With a simple gesture, he activated the command interface, which promptly displayed his current status, commander name, Sun Peng gender, male physical level evaluation, evolutionary soldier combat power estimate, 3055 combat experience points, 328, 1250 technology level experience points, 191250 war funds, 5200 resource points, 7524 after a brief glance. He checked the attributes of the others outside. Name, Li Hong gender, male physical level evaluation, human combat power estimate, 1218 name, 001 gender, male affiliation, Huaxia crossbowman, liberation soldier, physical level evaluation, 1 combat power estimate, 915. Sun Peng discovered that the Red Alert soldiers' physical levels were calculated uniquely. For instance, the 1 denotes that the soldier numbered 1 is at level 1, as per the game's mechanics, which requires defeating enemies to gain experience for leveling up. In contrast, humans cannot enhance themselves through combat. They must rely on other means to strengthen their bodies. Sun Peng then reviewed the data of Chang Mengjia and Ding Lei. Name, Chang Mengjia gender, female physical level evaluation, human combat power estimate, 710. As for Yi Shuang and Ding Lei, their combat powers were both below 5, with Ding Lei estimated at 24 and Yi Shuang at a mere 0.52, rendering them exceedingly ordinary among the populace. After examining the attributes of others, Sun Peng's gaze returned to the screen. The so-called combat experience likely stemmed from his encounters with zombies, providing experience points that, once accumulated, would allow for an increase in physical level. As for the technology level experience, he currently possessed only 19 points, which corresponded to the 19 individuals within his sphere of influence, including himself. Resource points could also be acquired by defeating zombies and exchanged using funds at a rate of 1 point for 50 resource points. The utility of resource points was broad, serving as a direct link for supplying all soldiers' weapons and ammunition, thus necessitating a substantial amount when summoning a large number of soldiers. Additionally, resource points could be used to purchase food and basic necessities. Upon dismissing this page, the screen revealed the construction menu sequence.it displayed 5 interfaces: building page, weapons page, infantry page, function disabled, vehicle page, function disabled, and technology page, function disabled. Currently, only a bare-bones headquarters was available for construction, with no barracks or vehicle factories, thus rendering the infantry and vehicle pages temporarily unusable. The technology page, which would allow for the construction of technological buildings and even civilian structures such as residences, was also inactive, likely due to Sun Peng not meeting the required conditions. Sun Peng opened the building page. There was only one option available: the Gonghui power plant, priced at 600 funds. The design of the Gonghui power plant was identical to that of the Soviet magnetic energy reactor, providing the same electrical output, with the only distinction being its name. Sun Peng selected a deployment location, preparing to commence construction of the Gonghui power plant. Upon issuing the command, a designated area outside the construction base suddenly had its foundation laid, prompting Cheng Mengjia and the others to step back. Subsequently, war funds were converted into various construction materials and transported from the underground structures to the specified location, while the Gonghui power plant assembled at a visible pace. Within a mere minute, all materials were delivered and assembled, completing the construction of the plant. The central silver sphere reacted with the underground magnetic field. A powerful electromagnetic effect ensued, officially commencing the supply of electricity to the entire base. On the large screen before Sun Peng, the building page refreshingly updated, revealing 2 new icons: the Gonghui or refinery and the Gonghui barracks, priced at 2,500, respectively. Following the command, these 2 buildings were constructed in the same manner as the power plant, resulting in a refined or refinery with a robust aesthetic and 2 towering chimneys, alongside a high-rise barracks. Sun Peng felt somewhat dissatisfied with the design of the barracks, primarily due to the 4-sided soldier summoning chamber at the bottom. While the statue atop was merely decorative, if possible, he would have preferred to construct a barracks from the Allied faction. However, after completing these 2 buildings, the screen before him did not refresh with new construction options. This was likely due to insufficient technology level. Sun Peng contemplated the data regarding the technology level, realizing he must quickly train a new batch of soldiers to rescue survivors and strengthen his influence. These survivors could not only provide him with technology-level experience, but also serve as labor. Therefore, establishing order and rescuing those still struggling in the apocalypse was of paramount importance. Moreover, given the recent outbreak of the T-virus, it was a critical time for power players to vie for supremacy. Sun Peng was determined not to lag behind. Chapter 15. A collective mineral expedition. After the 3 buildings outside were established, Sun Peng constructed walls and gates at all 3 entrances leading to the central area and set up machine gun bunkers on elevated ground for vigilance and defense. Subsequently, he exited the command room. Of course, following the recent expenditures, Sun Peng's funds were nearly depleted, necessitating the extraction of or to replenish his resources. Apologies for getting carried away earlier. We are now out of resources, Sun Peng addressed the group. Thus, we need everyone to work together to mine the ore here. Are these resources really obtained from mining? Cheng Mengjia inquired. If so, then choosing this location for the base truly was a sagacious decision. Some things are difficult to explain clearly. Just follow my instructions. Let us all mobilize and follow the mining vehicles to the extraction site, Sun Peng replied. According to the System S design, mining vehicles could only extract shattered ore from the ground and could not directly mine from the mountain itself. Therefore, before anyone could work, they had to manually extract the ore themselves. With that, Sun Peng produced 19 shovels and tossed them onto the ground. Li Hong and Tin Huasha crossbowmen wasted no time in picking up the shovels and following the mining vehicles to the extraction area. Cheng Mengjia set her firearm aside, removed her steel helmet, letting her hair cascade down, and then tore a strip of cloth to tie it back up again before hefting a shovel and joining the others. Though the shovel was somewhat heavy, it seemed to pose no burden for Cheng Mengjia. Ding Lei also discarded his weapon, took up a shovel, and dashed toward the extraction site with the others. Even Bai Songquan's family of 4, including their 2 teenage children, lifted shovels and followed suit. Only Yishuang remained behind. Ding Lei, do I really have to go too? Yishuang gazed intently at Sun Pang, hoping he might show her some compassion, for she clearly did not believe that mining was a task befitting a fairy. You need not go, but if you choose to do nothing, you shall have no food today. Sun Pang offered no further remarks. After uttering this, he hoisted a hoe and proceeded onward. Wei Yishuang stood there in a daze, taken aback by Sun Pang's apparent ruthlessness. However, his expression conveyed no hint of jest, and thus she reluctantly picked up the remaining hoe. Yet her frail body proved a challenge. After each short distance, she found herself needing to rest, by the time she finally arrived at the mining area. Everyone was industriously engaged in their work. The ore embedded in the mountainside was remarkably solid, yet the tools provided by Sun Pang were effective, allowing even Ding Lei to gradually chip away at the rock. As for Li Hong and the 10 Huaxia crossbowmen, they carried guns on their backs and hoes in hand, their movements fluid and practiced. After more than 2 hours of labor, the fragments of or they collected finally filled a cart. Aunt Gu, could you prepare lunch? Sun Pang said, handing Gu Qiaoji a bottle of water. You are too kind, Commander. This is simply my duty, Gu Qiaoji replied, taking the water and preparing to head back to cook. Aunt Gu, wait. I will go with you. At that moment, Cheng Mengjia ran over, expressing her desire to assist in the kitchen. What do you intend to join for? Although you can manage many tasks, do not think I am unaware that cooking is beyond your grasp. Sun Pang quickly pulled her back, saying, everyone has worked hard enough. There is no need to ruin lunch as well. But Aunt Gu is such a wonderful cook. I simply want to learn, Cheng Mengjia insisted, adding, just wait and see. I will surely impress you. Ignoring Sun Pang's objections, she strode ahead. With no choice left, Sun Pang allowed her to go, reasoning that with Gu Qiaoji present, lunch should go smoothly. Soon after, Sun Pang distributed water to everyone, the supply having been procured earlier from the supermarket and carried by the Red Alert soldiers in their tactical backpacks. Once they had rested, the group left their hose behind and returned to the central base. By then, Gu Qiaoji had prepared the meal, and upon seeing Sun Pang's return, Cheng Mengjia waved enthusiastically, as if to boast about something. I can't believe you actually cooked, Sun Pang remarked, unable to discern which dishes were prepared by Cheng Mengjia. Commander, your girlfriend is quite capable. She truly is a rare gem, Gu Qiaoji chuckled. Aunt Gu, I told you, I am not. Cheng Mengjia stammered, clearly flustered. Earlier while cooking, she had confided in Gu Qiaoji about her relationship with Sun Pang. But now, this statement left her utterly flabbergasted. Yet, Gu Qiaoji was not oblivious. She could clearly see that Cheng Mengjia's feelings for Sun Pang reached far beyond mere childhood friendship. Aunt Gu, you misunderstand. We are not in a romantic relationship. Sun Pang interjected. However, I truly did not anticipate that she could cook to this extent. Everyone, please, let us eat. You have all worked diligently this morning with that. The group settled down to dine, while Cheng Mengjia stood awkwardly to the side. Not taking a seat, Mengjia, what troubles you? Come sit. Sun Pang urged. I can't eat. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Cheng Mengjia turned and left, leaving Sun Pang utterly perplexed. Witnessing this exchange, none dared to speak, each focusing on their meal. The intricacies of their relationship were best left for them to resolve privately. In the restroom, Cheng Mengjia vented her frustrations but ultimately came to terms with her feelings and decided against sulking any longer. She emerged to help Gu Qiaoji wash the dishes. As for Sun Pang, after finishing his meal, he headed to the barracks, inputting construction orders and utilizing the funds derived from the mine or to train an additional 20 Huaxia crossbowmen. The training cost for the Huaxia crossbowmen was remarkably low, at only 100 funds, yet their combat effectiveness rivaled that of the 200 fund American soldiers, far surpassing the value of the same-priced mobilized troops, earning them the reputation of being the most cost-effective infantry. All soldiers, assemble in front of the base. We are preparing to venture out in search of resources, Sun Pang commanded. Soon, 30 Huaxia crossbowmen stood in neat formation in front of the construction base, while others emerged to heed Sun Pang's forthcoming directives. This time, I will take nearly all the soldiers, along with Ding Lei. If you wish to join us for some practical experience, I will extend you some consideration. Sun Pang stated. As for Bai Songquan and your family of 4, You shall remain at the base, Ye Shuang and Mengjia. You two shall stay here. No, I want to go with you, Cheng Mengjia insisted. Sun Pang approached her, and amidst her evasive glances, he grasped her hand and led her into the command room. The presence of a solitary man and woman in such close quarters made Cheng Mengjia's heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 16. Outing Mengjia. I understand your thoughts. Even if I am somewhat oblivious, I cannot fail to notice, Sun Pang remarked to Cheng Mengjia. However, my primary focus must be on the construction. I cannot afford to indulge in romantic sentiments right now. Do you understand? I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. Please do not misinterpret my intentions, Cheng Mengjia stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment as she realized that Sun Pang had been feigning ignorance, leaving her in a rather awkward predicament. While you have learned some self-defense techniques, the reality of combat against zombies is an entirely different matter, Sun Pang continued. For now, I will arrange for you and Ding Lei to train in the base's training room. Once your combat skills are sufficiently honed, we can discuss the possibility of you joining us outside. But, Cheng Mengjia attempted to protest, but Sun Pang interrupted her. This outing will be unlike our previous arrival. We had the protection of the base vehicles then, and we had nothing to fear even when confronting hordes of zombies, Sun Pang explained. This time, however, we will lack that protection. A moment's hesitation could result in being bitten and infected by zombies. And I currently have no effective means to neutralize the T-virus, so you absolutely must not take that risk. Seeing the seriousness etched on Sun Pang's face, Cheng Mengjia nodded solemnly. Shortly thereafter, Ding Lei was summoned, and Sun Pang led him and Cheng Mengjia to the training room within the construction base. This training facility, while not on par with the psychological training provided directly by the system, still yielded significant results. It could simulate real combat scenarios, even replicating the excruciating pain of injuries. Should one perish during the simulated training, they would return to the real world. This room can replicate the harsh realities of warfare. Understand that true combat is far more brutal than what is portrayed on television. Prepare yourselves mentally. The only way to exit the training is through death in the simulation, Sun Pang stated. If you comprehend this, you may enter. Given that it was merely a simulation, both Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei dismissed it lightly and entered without a second thought. Observing them step inside, Sun Pang closed the training room door and initiated the simulation before exiting the construction base. Inside the base, there was a small garage, and upon issuing his commands, 2 military vehicles rolled out from within. Each vehicle could accommodate 13 soldiers, with Sun Pang and Li Hong seated in the passenger seat, while 2 additional soldiers took on the driving duties, leaving the last 2 behind at the base. Were he merely a commander, Sun Pang would not have ventured out. After all, a leader on the front lines is an unwise decision. While he could remotely command from the command room, doing so would restrict his own capabilities, hindering his growth. Thus, he chose to accompany the troops outside. As the military vehicles set off, the gate blocking the entrance swung open, and amidst clouds of dust, the 2 vehicles drove out into the canyon. The military vehicles performed admirably, navigating the rough terrain with ease. Before long, they were on the nearby highway, which led to the surrounding city. Just as they were getting underway, a black sedan approached from the opposite direction. Upon spotting Sun Pang's military vehicles, the sedan came to a halt. 4 men and 1 woman, adorned in extravagant attire and brandishing designer labels, stepped out. Alas, in the wake of the T-virus outbreak, their once prized possessions had devolved into mere worthless digits and scraps of paper. Where did you escape from? Sun Pang inquired. Commander, we fled from Fanbei City. It is no longer a place for humans. It is overrun with ravenous madmen, and we barely managed to escape with our lives. One of the men remarked, I wonder what other cities have turned into. We have completely lost our sense of direction. Even some gas stations and service areas have become monstrous. Fanbei City? Sun Pang recalled this city, having visited it once for leisure. He was aware that Fanbei City boasted a renowned landmark, the Xianhuang Fortress. According to legend, it was a castle ruin established by a tyrant in ancient Huaxia. Even after enduring centuries of time's ravages, this fortress remained unassailable. Sun Pang speculated that the police and armed police forces in Fanbei City had likely allied with the station military to relocate a portion of the citizens into that fortress. If Sun Pang could bring a group of citizens back from the fortress, it would undoubtedly elevate his technological status to the 2nd level. Were you not relocated to the fortress? Sun Pang inquired. After the appearance of those monsters, the police and armed forces reacted with remarkable speed, establishing a blockade and setting up a temporary base at the fortress, providing shelter for thousands, replied the man. However, with a population exceeding hundreds of thousands in Fanbei City, no matter how formidable the military and police may be, they cannot protect everyone. The current situation in Fanbei City is extremely perilous. Chief, it would be wise for your troops to avoid provoking those monsters. You needn't worry about that. Even if the place is crawling with zombies, I am confident I can retreat unscathed, Sun Peng asserted. What about you? Where do you plan to go next? To be honest, we have no idea where to head. The entire network system has been compromised, and we cannot reach anyone in other cities. I suspect their situations are not much better, the man lamented. Allow me to guide you. Take the highway down, traverse this desert, and enter the canyon. There, a very astute commander has established a base, Sun Peng suggested. The area surrounding the base shows no signs of zombies, and it can offer food and water, ensuring your safety. What do you think? Are you interested? Really? Is there truly such a splendid place? The man exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, of course. There is no free lunch in this world. Once you arrive, there may be a few minor tasks for you to undertake, but at least you won't have to flee in terror from zombies anymore. Right? Sun Peng replied. Thank you, Chief, for your guidance. We will head there right away. The man immediately called his companions to get into their vehicle, preparing to head in the direction indicated by Sun Peng. Hurry along. I will arrange for someone to meet you, Sun Peng smiled, relishing the fact that he had already attracted a few individuals willing to assist him in mining, with help to extract those ores. The refining facility could continuously generate funds, and the base's expansion relied heavily on the support of war funds. Chapter 17. The zombies in the village. Soon after, Sun Peng led his troops onward. While traversing the highway, upon spotting a nearby village, he promptly ordered the troops to halt. Even for Sun Peng, the prospect of directly advancing to Fanbei City was somewhat daunting, since there was a village here. He could take a chance. If there were any living residents, this venture would not be in vain. Capturing this village would undoubtedly be far simpler than seizing the vast city of Fanbei with its population in the hundreds of thousands. Without any unnecessary chatter, Sun Peng directed 2 military vehicles off the highway and onto the road leading to the village. Upon arriving at the outskirts, they discovered the entire village was eerily silent, a disquieting atmosphere enveloping them. Sun Peng activated his portable electronic map, which indicated his position with a blue dot, while numerous small red dots surrounded him, likely representing zombies. Although the village appeared tranquil on the surface, it concealed a significant number of zombies. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle. Sun Peng immediately commanded his troops to be on high alert. At that moment, several zombies emerged from the surrounding buildings, drawn by the scent of Sun Peng and his men. Without hesitation, they charged forward, but against such a formidable force of Huaxia crossbowmen, those few zombies were essentially rushing to their doom. The sound of gunfire quickly attracted the attention of other zombies. In an instant, an uncountable horde surged forth from the nearby structures, converging upon Sun Peng's team. All Huaxia crossbowmen swiftly surrounded the 2 military vehicles, opening fire on the approaching zombies while meticulously guarding their positions. Despite merely being a village, the sheer number of zombies present was staggering. Furthermore, the confined space hindered their movements, allowing the zombies to gradually close the distance to Sun Peng's troops. Some zombies lay on the ground, seemingly lifeless, yet continued to writhe forward, using the cover of their fellow undead and fallen companions to advance. The overwhelming number of zombies left even the Huaxia crossbowmen feeling somewhat disoriented. The blood-red eyes of the zombies gleamed with ferocity as their sharp fangs were bared. Some zombies were missing limbs, yet this did not impede their mobility. As long as their heads remained intact, they would relentlessly charge towards Sun Peng. These zombies appeared to have fully transformed, far more formidable than those encountered previously at the school. Devoid of any human semblance, Sun Peng observed the grotesque figures, their faces entirely stripped of humanity, now resembling mere vessels of blood and repugnant fluids, their strength incomparable to that of the initial viral outbreak. In contrast to the earlier encounters at Shizhou Normal University, where the so-called zombies merely acted like crazed humans, these current adversaries posed a real threat, as long as they remained unscathed to the head. Even those with only their heads left could still deliver a lethal bite. If this continued, the zombies would inevitably close in. Li Hong drew his military knife, ready for close combat. The true tenacity of these zombies surpassed their wildest expectations. When these undead bodies piled together, obscuring their vision, the difficulty of landing a headshot increased exponentially. Their current position was rather constricted, shielded by buildings, trees, and the bodies of other zombies. What may not have seemed like a large number of zombies could pose a fatal threat to Sun Peng. To eliminate the zombies here, they would need to break through to a more open area for combat. All the Huaxia crossbowmen drew their knives, prepared for the forthcoming melee. Sun Peng also unsheathed his blade. Carefully observing the surroundings, he understood that if they were encircled in this manner, he might not survive the day. "Commander, you should get in the vehicle. There is a weak point in the rear where you can retreat with a team of soldiers." "I can hold the front for now," Li Hong suggested, having identified a potential escape route. The initial entrance of the military had not penetrated too deeply, resulting in differing densities of zombies in the front and rear. There was no need to hold this position. These zombies were extraordinarily powerful, and becoming ensnared would be tantamount to certain death. However, Sun Peng shook his head, fully aware that the rear was indeed the best escape route, allowing for a withdrawal. Still, the troops holding the front would likely suffer considerable casualties. If things went awry, half of them could very well perish here. Yet, Li Hong was puzzled. The best strategy was for Sun Peng to lead a team of soldiers through the rear while he held the front. Otherwise, the losses would only escalate. "You all get in the vehicle and prepare to retreat. I can manage here," Sun Peng commanded, as the nearest zombies were now less than 10 meters away. "Absolutely not. As the commander, how can you shield your troops by placing yourself in danger?" Li Hong criticized Sun Peng's decision, astonished that he was so reckless. As a commander, he should not be the first to charge forward. While such bravery may be the mark of an exceptional soldier, it certainly does not reflect the qualities of a competent commander. "Follow orders. I know what I'm doing. You get up there too." Sun Peng barked, "Don't hinder me now." In the face of urgency, Li Hong had no choice but to comply. If Sun Peng had any plans, his interference would only obstruct them. The soldiers scrambled into the vehicles. With the loss of suppressive fire, the zombies accelerated their approach, and Sun Peng produced 2 powerful grenades, hurling them into the throng of undead. Sun Peng leapt into the air, using the force of the grenade's explosion to propel himself forward. With his physical prowess and control, he landed precisely atop the retreating military vehicle as they began to withdraw. The approaching zombies were blasted apart in the explosion. Good heavens, how strong does the commander have to be to dare to pull off such a stunt? At this moment, Li Hong was utterly astonished. Utilizing the shockwave generated by the explosion of a grenade to accelerate his body was indeed a brilliant idea conceived by Sun Peng. Ultimately, the outcome proved to be remarkably effective, as the entire retreat was executed with nearly no casualties among the troop. Once Sun Peng boarded the vehicle, the soldiers cast aside their trepidation and immediately opened fire to suppress the zombies trailing behind them. As for the military vehicle, it crashed directly into the few zombies obstructing their escape route. Given the vehicle's robustness, these zombies were effortlessly sent flying without inflicting significant damage to the vehicle. Upon reaching a more open area, where the ground was devoid of zombie carcasses, the pursuing zombies became mere targets, swiftly dispatched with headshots. After several minutes of combat, Sun Peng's unit had effectively annihilated all the zombies that had pursued them. When Sun Peng consulted the map again, he noted that only a sparse scattering of red dots remained within the village, and astonishingly, there were flickering white lights on the map, which must indicate the presence of surviving humans. Chapter 18. Survivors in the village, let us return. Although the zombies have been largely eradicated, a few still linger, so we must remain vigilant, Sun Peng remarked. The soldier driving the military vehicle immediately turned around, heading back toward the village. The path was lit, Sun Peng remarked, in a world ravaged by calamity, where every individual is gripped by fear and the acquisition of resources has become paramount. It is essential that women, children, and the elderly are accompanied by the young and able-bodied. Within the confines of the base, sustenance and resources can only be procured through labor. Sun Peng's intent was unmistakable. He would not accept those who could not fend for themselves. Moreover, the women, children, and elderly who are under the guardianship of the young must rely entirely on the sustenance that the latter earn through toil. Although the food currently belongs to the villagers, it has, by default, become Sun Peng's property, for without his intervention, they would have no access to it. However, Chun Yishue initially contemplated further negotiation, yet ultimately swallowed her words. She understood well the arduous task of resource acquisition in this apocalyptic era. Distributing resources to those incapable of contributing would indeed be a waste. Nevertheless, not all women, children, and the elderly in the village lack the ability to work. After all, in rural areas, many women are quite industrious. A fair distribution of the labor-derived food could also provide for the elderly and children. Of course, their care should primarily fall to their own kin. Sun Peng had little interest in such matters. Subsequently, under Qin Yishue's guidance, Sun Peng's troops arrived at the village granary, which housed a substantial stockpile of grain. Commander, this grain was initially slated for purchase by a company from Fanbei City. But before the acquisition could take place, zombies began to roam the area, Chun Yishue explained. There are still trucks from that company parked at the village committee. I believe they could prove useful to you. Sun Peng consulted the electronic map and located the village committee. The markings indicated that the third squad was closest to the committee's position. Squad leader of the third squad, proceed westward for a kilometer. There should be several trucks at the village committee. You are tasked with bringing those trucks back, Sun Peng commanded. Understood, Commander. The squad leader of the third squad immediately set off towards the village committee. Several men from the third squad busily inquired, Commander, are you heading to the village committee? Yes, I heard there are several trucks there, correct? The squad leader of the third squad asked. There are indeed a few trucks. But there are also some vicious dogs there. We don't know if they have mutated. If they have turned into zombies, they might be even more dangerous than the human zombies, one of the men cautioned. Vicious dogs? The squad leader of the third squad furrowed his brow. According to the commander, all zombies in the village should have been eradicated. If there were indeed zombie dogs, they should have been marked on the commander's map. However, it was possible that those dogs had perished as well. Regardless, we should exercise caution, the man advised. All units on alert, be mindful of your surroundings, the squad leader instructed, ordering all soldiers to ready their weapons as they advanced with vigilance. In this ever-changing apocalypse, prudence was undoubtedly wise. Upon reaching the village committee, the squad leader discovered 6 large trucks parked at the entrance. If these trucks were used to transport grain, it would yield a significant bounty. After surveying the area, the squad leader approached the trucks. Inside, the drivers remained at the wheel, though it was evident they had lost all vitality. The squad leader attempted to pull open one of the truck doors, but it was securely locked. However, the equipment on the Huaxia crossbow soldiers proved exceedingly useful. The squad leader produced a uniquely shaped iron rod and, after prying open the handle, revealed the keyhole. Inserting the iron rod, it promptly transformed to mimic the shape of a key. With a gentle turn, the truck door swung open. However, as the door opened, the driver, who appeared slumped over the steering wheel, suddenly stirred. The squad leader instinctively stepped back. Sensing something amiss, the driver lunged at him with alarming speed, far swifter than the average human-turned zombie. The squad leader swiftly kicked him away, drawing his firearm and aiming for the creature's head. Pulling the trigger, bang! The shot rang out, puncturing the driver's skull, yet astonishingly, it merely created a hole. Under normal circumstances, even a zombie would meet a gruesome end when shot in the head, yet this driver zombie continued its relentless motion. Meanwhile, Sun Peng noticed an urgent alert on the map. 6 red dots suddenly appeared, mingling with the blue mark representing the third squad. How infuriating! I thought the map indicated the absence of red dots, suggesting the entire village was devoid of zombies, yet reality seems to disagree. Sun Peng expressed his displeasure. A gentle reminder echoed in his mind. Zombies will not be marked on the map unless they are in motion. Realization dawned upon Sun Peng. It appeared that the seemingly tranquil village still harbored unresolved threats. Aware of the map's limitations, he ordered all troops to enter a state of heightened alertness while he remained vigilant for any changes on the map. Prepared for any sudden ambush, that moment, Sun Peng resolved to enter the granary. No one could predict what monstrosities might lurk within. He retrieved a flashlight from the System S repository. Nightfall was approaching, and darkness would enhance the zombies' activity. Squad leader of the second squad, You should refrain from acting independently. Join forces with the third squad. They may be encountering difficulties, and together you can retrieve those trucks. Sun Peng advised, glancing at the map to confirm the persistence of the red dots, indicating the third squad was indeed facing formidable zombies. Understood, Commander. The squad leader of the second squad, upon receiving orders, abandoned the search for supplies and, guided by the rescued man, made his way directly to the village committee. Meanwhile, Sun Peng effortlessly picked the lock on the granary door using the universal key. Commander, allow me, Li Hong interjected as Sun Peng prepared to push the door open, seizing the handle. Sun Peng nodded, stepping back 2 paces, his gaze fixed ahead, his blade drawn, ready to confront any sudden developments. As the door gradually creaked open, 2 blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness within, and upon sensing the faint light, surged forward. Whoosh! Sun Peng's blade shot forth, striking true at the center of those crimson eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mutated zombie dog. Its size was not particularly large, yet its speed was astonishing. Had Sun Peng not acted swiftly, Li Hong would likely have been overwhelmed in an instant. Indeed, there are threats lurking. We cannot afford to be complacent, Sun Peng mused, aware that in the complex terrain of the village, no place could be deemed entirely safe. The group advanced cautiously, and after a thorough search, they found no additional zombies. Commander, have the second and third squads not yet arrived? Li Hong inquired, noting that despite their extensive search, the second and third squads had yet to return with the trucks. Should we not go and assist them? Sun Peng consulted the electronic map. The red dots had vanished completely from the direction of the village committee, indicating that the second and third squads had successfully eliminated the zombies. The blue dots were now moving rapidly towards their location, suggesting they had indeed commandeered the vehicles, and no need. They will arrive shortly. Let us begin transferring the grain, Sun Peng directed. Yes. Li Hong promptly led the first squad into the granary to begin unloading the prepackaged grain. Soon, the second and third squads arrived, driving large trucks to the granary. Given that the second and third squads included survivors from the village, they had swiftly located the granary. Let us load these supplies onto the trucks immediately. We must expedite our departure from this place, Sun Peng urged. Understood. Everyone present, including the survivors, sprang into action, transporting bags of flour and rice onto the trucks. Sun Peng remained vigilant, monitoring the electronic map. Should any zombies begin to stir, he would be prepared to respond promptly. Fortunately, the granary remained relatively clear, and after over an hour of labor, all 6 trucks were fully loaded. The red alert soldiers felt little strain, but the survivors, having worked tirelessly, were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Commander, now that the grain is loaded, should we not go to rescue our fellow villagers? Qin Yishue looked to Sun Peng, hoping he would honor his promise to save the villagers. Are there any other vehicles to be found in the village? Sun Peng inquired. We cannot expect so many people to make the journey back on foot. As for the vehicles, there should still be some in the village. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yishue suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh right, the other day marked the period when passenger transport was suspended. There should be buses and coaches stationed not far from the village. Second squad leader, take the second squad and drive the military vehicle to bring those coaches over." Sun Peng then turned to the survivors of the second squad and added, "You should know the location of the bus station, so please guide the second squad there." Understood. One of them nodded and set off with the second squad. Qin Yishue, I will accompany you to that cave in the mountains to assess who is fit for evacuation and arrange for their descent, Sun Peng stated. Qin Yishue nodded and led Sun Peng towards the back mountain of the village. Meanwhile, the third squad remained stationed, while the first squad and platoon leader Li Hong followed Sun Peng up the mountain. The path up the mountain was narrow and eerily quiet, the surroundings taking on a haunting stillness under the cloak of night. The soldiers of the first squad pulled out their flashlights to illuminate the area around them. Be cautious of your surroundings. I can't shake off this ominous premonition, Sun Peng warned. Eye in the woods surrounding the back mountain, there surely still lived other small creatures, and if these creatures were also infected by the virus, they would pose a deadly threat. Given the peculiar properties of the T-virus, which can enhance certain traits of living organisms, every type of mutated zombie would possess its own characteristics, making them quite formidable. The most common zombies would likely be those that had once been human. As the team reached the halfway point up the mountain, Some rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding woods. Sun Peng's expression shifted as he opened the electronic map, noticing a few flickering red dots nearby. Could there be zombies here? Chen Yixue tensed up. She too harbored a fear of those monsters, especially now when she was unarmed, her only sword having been cleaved in two by Sun Peng. Sun Peng glanced at Chen Yixue and tossed her a military knife. She hurriedly caught it. Although unfamiliar with such a weapon, it was certainly better than being completely defenseless. Suddenly, several blood-red-eyed zombie birds swooped out, charging towards the team. All the soldiers of the Red Alert immediately drew their knives, skillfully dispatching the zombie birds. These creatures were not particularly strong, but their ability to fly made them a nuisance. If their numbers were sufficiently large, they could indeed pose a significant threat. However, with just these few, Sun Peng did not regard them as a challenge. Chapter 21. The cave in the back mountain. The anatomical structure of the zombie birds was rather simple. Once torn apart by the military knives, they completely lost their ability to move. However, 2 survivors had been carelessly pecked by the creatures. Eliminate them immediately. The scene of those 2 being directly attacked by the zombie birds did not escape Sun Peng's keen observation. The T-virus had now matured, and its infection capability was exceedingly potent. It wouldn't be long before those 2 would become zombies. The soldiers beside them swiftly drew their guns, aiming at the foreheads of the 2 individuals. No! Comrades, please don't kill them. At that moment, the friends of the 2, witnessing the Red Alert soldiers about to execute them, rushed forward to intervene. They are beyond saving. If you watch them mutate helplessly, it will only bring you more pain. Sun Peng stepped forward and stated, I understand that this outcome is hard for you to accept, but being bitten by a zombie inevitably leads to death. Even if my own soldiers were bitten, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Faced with the sight of their companions' eyes gradually turning blood red, the 2 friends ultimately accepted the grim reality. With 2 gunshots, the 2 bitten individuals were executed on the spot. Though it was a brutal act, it was the harsh truth. Chen Yixue watched with clenched lips as the 2 were shot. Feeling helpless, yet she had to concede that Sun Peng's actions were justified. After a treacherous journey along the mountain path, the group finally arrived at the cave. 2 sentinels were stationed at the entrance. And upon seeing Sun Peng and his companions, they immediately became alert. After Chen Yixue explained their situation, they breathed a sigh of relief and allowed Sun Peng and the others to enter the cave. This cave had clearly been excavated before. It was spacious inside, with groups of people huddled around fires for warmth, resembling the lifestyle of primitive humans. A rough estimate suggested that around 500 to 600 people were gathered within. Descending now would be ill-advised given the darkness, Sun Peng remarked. Let us have everyone discuss which young people will assist the elderly and children. Tomorrow, I will arrange for my troops to escort you down in shifts. Chen Yixue nodded and relayed Sun Peng's proposal to the crowd, and of course, such a decision sparked discontent among some. Young man, how can you justify this approach while wearing that uniform? An elderly man stepped forward, recognizing Sun Peng's combat attire as belonging to the Huaxia military. Are you suggesting that we, the vulnerable elderly, deserve to perish here? Indeed, that is precisely my stance, Sun Peng replied with an unfazed demeanor, refusing to be swayed by moral coercion. What authority do you have to dictate such decisions? The elder retorted angrily. You seem to command only this small contingent. At most, you are a squad leader. With such a low rank, what gives you the right to act unilaterally? Those who refuse to comply are free to remain. No one is forcing you, Sun Peng stated. As for my rank, it is of no concern to you. My troops will obey my orders without question. If you have no pressing matters, you should find a young person to accompany you. Humph, I would rather die than follow a selfish officer like you. The elder stormed off in fury, while Sun Peng paid him no heed, not even glancing in his direction. Nevertheless, many others ultimately accepted Sun Peng's proposal. They were not foolish enough to engage in mere moral posturing. In this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, even soldiers could not cater to everyone's needs. In the face of the end of days, only those of value would be deemed worthy of survival. Sun Peng's allowance for the young to assist the elderly was already a considerable concession. Second squad leader, you and the third squad leader will remain here to set up camp and maintain vigilance. We will commence our movements tomorrow morning, Sun Peng commanded the leaders of the second and third squads, Recognizing the impracticalities of night operations, IT was undoubtedly wiser to wait until dawn to proceed. Subsequently, Sun Peng remotely activated the construction base, utilizing the funds acquired from slaying zombies and the income generated by mining operations to expand the Huaxia crossbowman unit to 200 personnel. In truth, Sun Peng could train more soldiers. However, while their ammunition could be replenished by the system, they still required sustenance. Producing a large number of soldiers without sufficient food reserves would be an unwise endeavor. The 200 individuals were reorganized into 2 battalions. Of course, since the newly trained soldiers lacked command capabilities, these 2 battalions would temporarily operate under Sun Peng's direct command. Once they returned, he would appoint officers based on the soldiers' ranks. Li Hong, what was the highest rank you held in the military? Sun Peng inquired. Asa commander, I held the rank of colonel and served as a regiment leader. Li Hong replied honestly, now that the base has expanded to 2 battalions, you should be capable of serving as a battalion leader, Sun Peng indicated. While Li Hong might not match the combat prowess of the newly upgraded Huaxia crossbowman at level 2, he certainly possessed the capability for command, having previously been a regiment leader. Leading a battalion should be well within his abilities. Yes, Li Hong promptly affirmed his readiness to take on the role. Although he was puzzled by the sudden influx of personnel at the base, he was wise enough not to pry. He understood which matters were appropriate to inquire about and which were best left unexamined. Afterward, Sun Peng instructed his troops to take turns keeping watch at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the next day. That night, the moon in the sky appeared blood-red, casting a pall over the world. Steeped in an atmosphere of terror, the blood moon, Sun Peng gazed upward, contemplating the state of the world ravaged by zombies and how many humans might endure this calamity remained an uncertainty. Standing beside Sun Peng, Li Hong was equally astonished by the celestial phenomenon. Beneath the blood moon, humanity faced utter devastation. Let us return and rest for now. There are many tasks awaiting us in the future. Sun Peng concluded. Yes, Commander. Li Hong nodded and glanced once more at the blood moon before returning to his slumber. Meanwhile, Sun Peng stood gazing blankly at the sanguine orb in the sky. Despite the formidable strength he had cultivated within, he could not escape the pangs of nostalgia, conjuring the faces of his parents from this world and from the earth. Father, mother, if you are still alive, please wait for me. Sun Peng clenched his fists and muttered to himself. Chapter 22. Departure from the village. The interminable night had finally passed, and the sun rose as usual. Sun Peng, Li Hong, and a cadre of liberation fighters had since readied themselves for descent down the mountain. Have you all formed your groups? Sun Peng inquired. To ensure safety, we have decided to proceed in small groups. However, the situation within the cave was evidently chaotic, with everyone clamoring to be the first to descend. Some elders were tugging at the younger ones, imploring them to take them along. Fat Tiger, you know how well Granny treats you. Why not take her along? Xiao Zhang, I have been rather harsh on you. Please do not hold it against me and take me with you. At this moment, a few of the elders, who usually exhibited mischievous behavior, displayed a different demeanor, desperately trying to curry favor with the younger individuals they often bullied. Sun Peng had arranged this in part to keep the ill-mannered elders at bay. He did not wish for his base to be sullied by these old rascals. At this juncture, seeing that no one would take them in, the old rascals set their sights on the innocent Chen Yixue. Yixue, you know that Granny has always been good to you. Please take her along. An elderly woman grasped Chen Yixue's hand, her face a mask of pleading. Yet, Chen Yixue hesitated, aware that according to Sun Peng's stipulations, if she accepted them, she would be responsible for their sustenance and accommodations. Resources were already scarce in this apocalyptic world, and she was uncertain how much food her labor could procure. More critically, once she accepted one, the remaining old rascals would undoubtedly swarm her. Those already grouped stepped forward in pairs to follow the lead units. Sun Peng merely cast a glance at Chen Yixue. Refraining from intervening, her choices were her own, and he intended to adhere to his own rules regardless. Upon hearing Sun Peng's command, several groups moved forward, only to be halted by Li Hong, who ultimately selected 2 groups to proceed first. Li Hong, you lead 5 soldiers at the forefront, while I will bring up the rear with another 5. The 2 groups of you will follow us in between. Now, go, Sun Peng directed. Soon, the 2 groups were nestled within the ranks of the troops, shielded both front and rear. Concurrently, Sun Peng remained vigilant, prepared to address any infections that might arise in transit. The initial wave of individuals was sent down without incident. The first group remained on standby while the second group was dispatched. Naturally, Sun Peng accompanied the troops to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. After multiple trips, everyone was finally brought down, but those old rascals were ultimately left behind by Chen Yixue. Now, the cave belonged solely to them, and how they would survive henceforth was of no concern to Sun Peng. I thought you were simply a soft-hearted person. I didn't expect you to finally see sense, Sun Peng remarked with a light chuckle at Chen Yixue. Chen Yixue offered a wry smile. Even if I wish to take them in, I cannot make that decision alone. After all, my team consists of more than just myself. In any case, it's for the best that you didn't take them. Sun Peng replied. What would you have done if I had taken them? Chen Yixue asked. Nothing much. Whoever takes them in is responsible for their upkeep, Sun Peng answered, then summoned the convoy of buses and coaches to approach. There were 6 buses and 3 coaches. With so many individuals present, they could squeeze in Li Hong. Arrange for them to board in an orderly fashion. Don't let any trouble arise, Sun Peng instructed, delegating the task to Li Hong, as he had no intention of managing such chaotic affairs himself. Under Li Hong's organization, everyone boarded the vehicles, with some sitting and others standing. Even the cargo hold of the coach accommodated a few individuals. Upon their return, Sun Peng planned to utilize these people for mining, enabling him to train more troops. Once the number of soldiers and new recruits under Sun Peng's command reached 250, the technological level of the base would elevate to the second tier. Once everyone was settled, Sun Peng took his place in the military vehicle, leading the way. Along the route, a few zombies appeared but were ignored by the convoy. Those that ventured into the firing range of the red alert soldiers were swiftly dispatched with precision. Before long, the convoy reached the highway, intending to retrace their path. However, they suddenly encountered a roadblock, with guards stationed there. Who would have thought a convoy would arrive? Looks like we're in for a windfall, exclaimed a portly man at the roadblock. Windfall, my foot. Take a good look. The ones leading the way are military trucks. Do you dare to rob military trucks? A lean man beside him slapped the portly man's forehead. Although they had stopped many travelers recently, they had never encountered someone of Sun Peng's stature before. The portly man rubbed his eyes, then pulled out binoculars. Upon seeing the military trucks and the soldiers standing at attention behind them, he immediately wilted, stammering, Big brother, what should we do now? What else? We let them pass politely, the lean man replied, but I fear they may cause us trouble. Humph, with so many of us, if it comes to a fight. It won't bode well for them either, the portly man retorted. If they push us too hard, we'll just rob them. Shut up. When the commander arrives, don't let me hear you talking like that. The lean man glared at the portly man. It was evident that the lean man preferred to avoid conflict. Before long, Sun Peng's convoy arrived at the roadblock, which had been entirely cleared. The portly and lean men gestured for Sun Peng to proceed. However, Sun Peng would not simply drive through. He needed to ascertain the nature of this sudden force first. Greetings, Commander. You need not pay a toll. Feel free to pass, the lean man greeted with a forced smile. I passed through here before, and there was no roadblock. Why is there one now? Sun Peng inquired. Commander, we established this for the defense against zombies, the lean man explained. If there is nothing else, please hurry along. Which faction do you belong to? Sun Peng pressed. Surely, someone has established a base nearby. The portly man's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated this mysterious officer would seek information about their base. However, since they were part of the Huagua Shenlong military, they likely did not harbor ulterior motives regarding their stronghold. Commander, do you wish to visit our base? The portly man asked. Not particularly. I'm merely curious, Sun Peng replied. Of course, if you choose not to disclose that information. I want T-Press. After all, we may cross paths again in the future. Commander, we are from Zhao Family Village, merely seeking to recruit some individuals to assist in the construction of a shelter at Zhao Family Ridge. Zhao Family Village provides food and resources for them, the lean man explained. We are just trying to do our part in humanity's fight against the zombies. We cannot compare ourselves to the valiant soldiers of Huagua. Although this world differed greatly from Earth, the resemblance of Huagua to the Huaxiao of Sun Peng's former life was striking, with cultural disparities being minimal. It could be considered a parallel universe. The troops of Huagua, officially known as the Yinhuang People's Shenlong Army, held substantial respect throughout the nation. Thus, the portly and lean men from Zhao family village dared not harbor ill intentions towards Sun Peng. You set up this roadblock to intercept passers-by and encourage them to join Zhao family village, correct? Sun Peng inquired. You could interpret it that way, the lean man admitted awkwardly, though we do have a somewhat coercive aspect to it. It truly is the best option for them. Well then, I wish you good fortune. We shall be on our way, Sun Peng replied with a smile, not pressing the matter further. After all, he would likely do the same in their position. However, waiting passively for opportunities would not yield high efficiency. Please, Commander. The plump and slender individuals respectfully escorted Sun Peng's troops, daring not to exhibit any negligence. Although they harbored covetous glances at the buses filled to the brim with people behind Sun Peng, they refrained from entertaining any thoughts of their own. Once Sun Peng departed, the people at Luca collectively breathed a sigh of relief. While Sun Peng's forces were not particularly numerous, they were certainly not fewer than those present at Luca. Most importantly, Sun Peng's men were well-equipped and rigorously trained soldiers, whereas the individuals in Luca could at best be described as street thugs. In the face of such regular troops, surrender was the only option. To reach the base, vehicles had to exit the highway and traverse the treacherous terrain, where even the military trucks faced significant challenges, let alone the passenger buses. The buses and public transport crawled along, their speed severely hampered and their ride exceedingly bumpy. Only Sun Peng's military vehicles fared somewhat better, moving over the ground with relative ease. The distance to the base was not great, so it was decided that everyone would disembark and walk the remaining way. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the canyon, Sun Peng ordered everyone to get off the vehicles, as the road ahead was utterly impassable for trucks. And even military vehicles encountered difficulties, not to mention the larger buses. Simultaneously, 150 soldiers emerged from within the base to assist, as the cargo from the trucks would require manual labor to transport inside. I can't believe you established the base in such a location, Chun Ishua remarked in astonishment, taking in the complex and desolate canyon terrain, which clearly posed no threat from zombies. However, she found it difficult to fathom how the base was constructed in an area devoid of resources. Don't be surprised. It's time to get to work, Sun Peng instructed Dato. Chun Ishua suddenly realized that everyone had already begun their tasks, and without hesitation, she hoisted 2 bags of rice and followed Sun Peng's troops. Among the villagers, some women stepped forward to carry rice, and even a few children teamed up to lift the bags towards the base. As for the elderly, they moved towards the canyon empty-handed. While some of the more sprightly seniors attempted to assist the younger adults in transporting rice, in that moment, an unprecedented sense of unity enveloped everyone. Meanwhile, within the base, Gu Xiaoji prepared a large communal meal. As the influx of people undoubtedly escalated the demand for food. However, it was clear that she could not manage this task alone. Ladies with cooking experience, stop hauling rice and come help prepare the meals. With so many people, food logistics are a pressing issue. Sun Peng directed those transporting rice to cease their activities and assist in the kitchen. Sun Peng assessed his current status. His technological level experience had reached 850, just 400 short of an upgrade. As for his available funds, he possessed 54,000, sufficient to train 400 soldiers. He then delegated various responsibilities to Li Hong and proceeded to the command center. Congratulations, Commander. The population under your command has reached the required threshold, and technological level upgrades have been completed. The technology page is now unlocked, allowing for the construction of civilian structures. Additionally, the vehicle factory and logistics factory have been unlocked. Units available include magnetic storm infantry, rocket artillerymen, police dogs, rhino tanks, Gonghui high-speed mining vehicles, multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles, and V-3 missile launchers. The military supply factory utilizes resource points to produce essential items such as clothing and food. The rocket artillerymen have been replaced by the Soviet Air Defense Forces. Their rocket launchers wield immense destructive power, far superior to the meager capabilities of the anti-aircraft launchers seen in games, boasting formidable combat effectiveness. The unexpected benefits following the technological upgrade were astonishing, indicating that the expansion of the base could be prioritized immediately. Sun Peng chuckled softly as he opened the construction page. Vehicle factory, 2,000 funds. Logistics factory, 1,500 funds. Without hesitation, Sun Peng allocated resources to construct both facilities. Upon the establishment of the vehicle factory, he discovered that it not only produced tanks but also functional vehicles such as excavators, which would aid in expanding within the canyon and constructing civilian buildings. Chapter 24. The embryo of order excavators and other functional vehicles were remarkably cost-effective, and upon production, they automatically came with a driver, making them highly convenient. Sun Peng centered the base's expansion around the construction site, dividing the area into several zones. Currently, the base layout consisted of a central core area, a military zone for training and deployment, a mining zone near the mines, a residential area for the populace, and a service area with various functional facilities in the service area. Sun Peng designed a simple yet adequately equipped 4-story cafeteria, along with a bathhouse and exchange center, of course, no matter which service one wished to enjoy. It required labor to obtain, and Sun Peng had provided ample job opportunities. The most lucrative job was mining, followed by cleaning and cafeteria services, which could sustain individuals. Throughout the base, Sun Peng issued electronic cards that required everyone to earn points through labor. The points on the cards served as currency, required for meals in the cafeteria or exchanges for clothing and other necessities. This system not only provided Sun Peng with a substantial labor force, but also laid the groundwork for establishing order. At that moment, Ding Lei and Cheng Mengjia emerged from the training room, instantly taken aback by the current state of the base. "When did so many people arrive here?" Cheng Mengjia exclaimed, astonished to see the central area had expanded significantly and many buildings had been added. Along with a notable increase in soldiers, she scanned the surroundings and soon spotted Sun Peng, who was engaged in conversation with a remarkably attractive girl, none other than Chen Yixue. These cards are not tied to personal identification. If they are stolen, lost, or misplaced, it would be akin to losing money, so you must keep them secure. I don't have the time to play the role of a police officer in a peaceful world to help you resolve such matters. Understood. Sun Peng handed a set of cards to Chen Yixue. I understand, and I will clarify this with them, Chen Yixue replied earnestly as she accepted the cards. Currently, each card contains 10 points as a consideration for the newcomers. This amount should be sufficient for 2 meals, Sun Peng added. Thank you, Commander. We will remember your kindness. Chen Yixue deeply bowed to Sun Peng before departing with the cards. Sun Peng turned to Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei. Smiling, "You two have finished training. How do you feel?" Cheng Mengjia nodded. "Yes, I've indeed gained a lot." "Thank you, Sun Peng. Why are you being so polite with me?" Sun Peng chuckled as he approached and ruffled Cheng Mengjia's hair. "Sun Peng, who was that girl just now?" "You don't mean—" Ding Lei leaned in with a mischievous grin. "She is someone I brought back from a nearby village. Quite capable, I must say. What is it to you?" "Are you interested?" Sun Peng retorted. "Absolutely not. How could I dare?" Ding Lei replied with a cheeky smile. Just then, Ding Lei was firmly smacked by Cheng Mengjia. "Why are you so chatty, you fatso?" she scolded before turning back to Sun Peng. "By the way, what are those cards you gave her for?" "The cards?" "Oh, those are point cards. You can think of them as meal cards, the currency of our base," Sun Peng explained. "All resources must be acquired using points, which can only be earned through labor." He then produced 2 additional cards, handing them to Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei. "Meal cards? Has the base advanced to such a level already?" Cheng Mengjia asked incredulously. "Of course, these meal cards are not tied to a registration system. They function like wallets. If lost, it's as if you've lost money. Whoever finds it can claim it as theirs," Sun Peng clarified. "If lost, you can only apply for a new one, which will not contain any points. You are not trying to incite chaos, are you? Why not implement a registration system?" Cheng Mengjia inquired, puzzled. "Well, this is hardly a time of peace. I merely wish to encourage everyone to remain vigilant," Sun Peng stated. "Each of you has 50 points on your cards. When they run out, you'll need to work to earn more." "What, are you serious? Brother Peng? Do we have to work for our own food?" Ding Lei said, nearly in tears. "Of course. I do not harbor those who merely consume without contributing," Sun Peng asserted. "Giving you 50 initial points is already quite generous." "Sun Peng is right. Why should anyone provide for you without reason?" Cheng Mengjia remarked. "If there is nothing else, I'll head to the mine to work." Upon concluding her words, Cheng Mengjia shouldered her hoe and prepared to head towards the mining site. "Hey, Mengjia, don't be hasty. It's best if you refrain from going to the mine. I have other tasks that require your attention," Sun Peng remarked. "What tasks?" Cheng Mengjia inquired. As an intellectual, you ought to leverage your strengths. Sun Pang continued. With so many people needing accommodation, you can assist me in the command room by designing several dormitory models. I will utilize the construction base to bring them to fruition. Bring them to fruition? Chang Mengjia was somewhat perplexed. What you mean that extremely swift construction method? The requirements are straightforward. Keep the space as compact as possible and maximize the number of rooms. When the time comes, I will show you the surrounding topographical map, and you can arrange accordingly, Sun Pang explained. After all, isn't this what you learned in school? Once completed, I will credit you with the points you deserve. All right, I'll give it a try. Chang Mengjia nodded in agreement. Penggu, what about me? Is there any work I can do to earn some points? Ding Lei interjected eagerly, anxious that Sun Pang might overlook him. You? With your lack of diligence in school, your only option now is to dig for minerals. Sun Pang responded. Penggu, that's rather unfair. You prioritize beauty over friendship, Ding Lei retorted indignantly. Enough with the complaints. Sun Pang said, tossing a card towards Ding Lei. Take this card to Yishuang. She can't be idle either. Have her go learn something at the cafeteria as for you, if you work at the mine. I'll grant you double pay. Faced with such arrangements, Ding Lei could only accept begrudgingly, for he indeed had been remiss in his studies at school, and now had no choice but to rely on his physical labor for sustenance. P.S. Dear readers, as the university approaches the end of the semester, it is an incredibly busy time. Not only do I have to prepare for final exams, but I also have a mountain of assignments to complete. The author is nearing the brink of collapse. Yesterday, I was so occupied that I forgot to update. I hope to catch up today. Nevertheless, rest assured that before New Year's Day, I will strive to update this book to 100,000 words. Diligently writing away. Chapter 25. Setting out again once the foundational order of the base had begun to take shape, Sun Pang proceeded to allocate the newly trained units, with a force of over 600 individuals. He organized them into 6 companies, divided into 2 battalions, each led by a seasoned archer from Huagua who had attained the 3rd tier. Initially, Sun Pang intended for Li Hong to hold a lesser position, but due to the rapid expansion of their forces, he had no choice but to entrust him with greater responsibilities. Naturally, Sun Pang established a limit for him. Any further promotion would depend on his performance. Utilizing the remaining funds, Sun Pang trained a contingent of magnetic storm infantry, forming a magnetic storm platoon. Additionally, he trained a group of rocket artillerymen and incorporated them along with the magnetic storm infantry into the 2nd battalion, thereby significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. Take all your troops to the canyon entrance and remain vigilant at all times, Sun Pang commanded after distributing the newly trained units, assigning a contingent of armed forces to execute patrol and surveillance duties. Yes, Commander, replied a 2nd-tier Huagua archer, who promptly set out with his subordinates. Gather all the troops under your command. We have an important operation ahead, Sun Pang instructed one of the newly appointed officers. Understood. The sturdy man standing before Sun Pang sprang into action upon receiving the order. After the Red Alert units reached Tier 3, Sun Pang took the opportunity to learn the name of the officer. Yu Hongliang. In reality, the Red Alert units were not nameless. They were assigned random names upon training. Of course, Sun Pang typically did not concern himself with the names of Tier 0 units. He only learned their names when they became sufficiently powerful or attained a high enough level. Upon inquiring about Yu Hongliang's name and conducting a query, the information revealed itself. Name: Yu Hongliang. Affiliation: Basic Infantry Physical Level Evaluation. 3 Combat Power Estimate: 1524 with a substantial labor force now present in the base. Sun Pang's finances were secure. However, he needed to be cautious. The greater the number of individuals at the base, the heavier the burden on resources would become. Therefore, Sun Pang had to keep the population within the limits of his resource capacity. Meanwhile, Yu Hongliang was rallying his subordinates, while Sun Pang procured 10 tanks from the vehicle factory. The infantry units Sun Pang brought along were divided into 9 small groups, each operating a tank. While surplus personnel utilized military vehicles, the final tank was occupied by soldiers from the battalion headquarters and Sun Pang himself. Subsequently, Sun Pang identified another village on the map. However, he chose not to attack it personally but rather instructed Li Hong to lead a contingent to capture it. Previously, a single platoon had successfully taken a village, and this time, a company was targeting a location even smaller than the last, so he anticipated minimal complications. Li Hong. For this operation, I expect you to showcase your utmost capabilities. If I discover that you lack exceptional command skills, you will be relegated to the status of an ordinary soldier, Sun Peng declared. Rest assured, I will deliver the results you desire. Li Hong promptly assured him. Sun Peng nodded, confident in Li Hong's abilities, hence he did not assign any tanks for additional support. The battalion unit Sun Peng commanded was directed toward Fanbei City, which represented a significant strategic objective. If he could capture it and rescue a sufficient number of individuals, Sun Peng's technological level could advance to Tier 3, unlocking aerial units. Only by acquiring aerial units could Sun Peng truly establish a foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. As Sun Peng advanced with a large contingent and advanced equipment, the duo manning the roadblock, a hefty man and a lean one, were rendered speechless. They wasted no time, hurriedly opening the roadblock before Sun Peng's arrival. Sun Peng paused briefly at the checkpoint. Upon recognizing him as the leader, the lean man was completely taken aback. Previously, he had assumed Sun Peng was merely a minor officer, but it was now evident that he was far more than that. Commander, judging by your direction, are you planning to assault Fanbei City? The lean man inquired cautiously. As far as I know, Fanbei City is currently overrun with zombies, so please proceed with caution. You needn't worry about that. I am fully aware of my capabilities, Sun Peng replied. As for you, remaining here to man the roadblock offers little future. You should consider seeking another path. The hefty and lean men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Sun Peng's implications. Sun Peng chose not to elaborate further and signaled for his troops to move forward. Brother, should we report this to the village? Fanbei City is indeed a crucial strategic target. If we can establish a foothold there, we should be able to reap significant benefits, the hefty man suggested to the lean one. The lean man, Ding Long, and the hefty man, Ding Xiong, were brothers of some standing within Zhao's village. Let's inform the village chief. After all, resources are exceedingly precious now. I believe the chief would not want to miss this opportunity, Ding Long proposed. Contact the chief immediately and have him send some brothers along. All right, brother. I'll go right away, Ding Xiong exclaimed excitedly, having been idle at the roadblock for so long that he was nearly pulling his nose hairs out of boredom. Now, he finally had the chance to take a risk, and he would not let it slip away. Meanwhile, on another hillside, here gathered numerous survivors, alongside individuals clad in Huagua combat uniforms, equipped with various gear and armored vehicles, rivaling Sun Peng's outpost in strength. This place was known as Chuyang Base, a sanctuary hastily established by the Huagua authorities in response to the crisis. Chief, a large contingent of armed personnel has appeared in the southern region of Fanbei City. From the looks of it, they are likely preparing to assault the city. A guard rushed into an office, urgently reporting the situation he had observed. The middle-aged man seated on the sofa immediately rose to his feet. Inquiring, assaulting Fanbei City? How many personnel do they have, and which faction are they from? Why have I not received any prior notification? Although most satellite communications had been disrupted, there still existed means for contact between various regions. If the opposing force was also an official entity, they should have communicated beforehand. However, the sudden nature of this attack left him perplexed. Chapter 26. Firepower suppression. It appeared that the opposing force consisted of only a single battalion, and their tanks were unfamiliar to him, clearly not belonging to any active Huagua model. The question remained, what was their combat capability? The intelligence officer spoke. The commander furrowed his brow. He was the head of the entire A province military district, known as Lu Guishan. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had swiftly established a base and rescued a large number of civilians, swiftly commanding and assembling the surrounding troops to react. However, this time's assault was entirely beyond his expectations. The actions of a certain faction of troops were utterly lawless. If I find out who is in command, that officer will certainly face dismissal. Lu Guishan was exceedingly angered. Sun Peng's reckless strike had thoroughly disrupted his plans. According to their intelligence, the zombies in Fanbei City had retreated into the city, and igniting a confrontation would yield unimaginable consequences, potentially causing the entire city's undead to go berserk. Previously, when he had organized an offensive, it was merely intended to probe the situation, not to stir up a tempest. Yet, Sun Peng this time was brazenly conducting a frontal assault with tanks. Was he attempting to poke a hornet's nest? Commander, should we send nearby military districts to provide assistance? At this moment, an advisor beside Lu Guishan suggested. Although that unit's commander was somewhat reckless, since he had already decided to ignite the conflict. There was no reason for us not to assist, Lu Guishan replied, and moreover, they were advancing towards the city's most densely populated area, which would bear the greatest pressure. Thus, even if they were to dismiss that commander, it would be prudent to wait until the battle concluded. What do you mean by that? The advisor inquired. Order the troops from other directions to mobilize armored weaponry to assist that unit in their retreat. Lu Guishan commanded, for he did not believe that Sun Peng could achieve any substantial results with merely 10 tanks. Merely managing to withdraw would be a stroke of luck. However, unbeknownst to him, Sun Peng did not belong to any unit under his command, and even though he had only 10 tanks and a battalion, that battalion possessed an almost inexhaustible supply of ammunition. As long as they exterminated zombies, they would acquire funding, which could be converted into resource points, ultimately providing ammunition for all units. Therefore, the combat capability of this battalion far exceeded Lu Guishan's imagination. Meanwhile, Sun Peng's troops had arrived near Fanbei City but refrained from entering directly. Having learned a lesson from a previous encounter, if they charged in headlong, they would undoubtedly find themselves besieged. Commander, what should our next course of action be? Asked the 2nd Battalion Commander, Yu Hongliang. You take a platoon to scout ahead. If you encounter any situation, retreat immediately and draw the zombies into our attack range. Remember, do not linger in battle, Sun Peng instructed. Yes, 2nd Company, 3rd Platoon, follow me. The 2nd Battalion Commander waved his hand and led a contingent forward. Upon reaching the entrance of Fanbei City, 3rd Platoon encountered 2 zombies that, disregarding the vast disparity in strength, charged towards Yu Hongliang's unit upon sensing the scent of the living. Why Yu Hongliang opened fire, swiftly dispatching the 2 oblivious undead with shots to their heads. After being shot, even the most resilient of zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. The gunfire naturally attracted the attention of the zombies hiding within the nearby buildings, and within a minute, a horde of them emerged from the surroundings. However, the troops of 3rd Platoon were exceedingly cautious, not penetrating deeper into the city. Instead, they stirred commotion at the entrance, ensuring they had no buildings behind them and thus no risk of ambush from zombies. As the undead continued to pour out, Yu Hongliang ordered his unit to fight while retreating. The rationale behind this strategy was to lure out more zombies, and once they entered Sun Peng's attack range, they would be met with the overwhelming firepower of the entire 2nd Battalion. 3rd Platoon is out. Prepare for battle. Seeing the pursuing zombies, Sun Peng immediately readied his troops for combat. 3rd Platoon had parked military vehicles on the road in advance, and as they retreated to within 10 meters of the vehicles, they abandoned their firing and swiftly boarded. The soldiers in the vehicle's cabin had long been prepared. As soon as all personnel were aboard, they slammed the accelerator, and the military vehicles sped away. As the distance between the vehicles and the horde of zombies widened, Sun Peng promptly ordered the artillery company of the 2nd Battalion to initiate fire suppression. With dozens of rockets launched, the zombies were instantly obliterated, leaving only a few limbless remnants, which the infantry easily dispatched. However, upon counting the corpses on the ground, there were not many. Evidently, this attempt to draw the snakes out of their holes was not particularly successful. At that moment, Lu Guishan, observing from a distance, shook his head in disbelief. Merely a small wave of zombies, and they had unleashed so many rockets. This commander is utterly foolish. He could see that while Sun Peng was astute in not charging directly in, employing such overwhelming firepower against such a small group of zombies was an egregious waste. It was imperative to facilitate Sun Peng's withdrawal promptly. With such a strategy, he would inevitably exhaust his forces. However, Sun Peng let all attacking forces from various directions lend their full support to them. I am indeed eager to meet this enigmatic commander, Lu Guishan remarked. Yes, I shall contact them at once. Sun Peng's squad advanced once more, drawing forth a horde of zombies. Utilizing the same strategy, when those undead appeared, regardless of whether there were dozens or hundreds, Sun Peng unleashed a barrage of rockets upon them, resulting in their instantaneous obliteration, posing not a shred of threat to Sun Peng's forces. The observing military personnel were utterly astounded. How many rockets had this battalion brought to so lavishly expend? It seemed the residential area had been nearly cleared, prompting all infantry companies of the 2nd Battalion to mobilize for combat. After decimating several waves of zombies, Sun Peng decided to have Yu Hongliang lead the troops into the small urban district of Fanbei City. Fanbei City is a large metropolis, its urban layout quite intricate, yet the specific district they were entering was relatively modest in size. Having eliminated so many zombies, it was now time for the infantry to charge forth. As for the artillery, they remained outside on standby with Sun Peng. The destructive range of their cannons was too extensive, and firing within the urban confines could easily obliterate critical supplies. Thus, once inside the district, all combat would be executed by the infantry. This time, Sun Peng refrained from entering personally, as there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. When he had ventured to that village, his combat prowess had equated to that of several soldiers, and the platoon had struggled against the zombies, necessitating his direct involvement. However, the current circumstances were far different. Sun Peng's forces had become exceedingly formidable, and thus, he would not recklessly seek experience until he had fully grasped the situation. "Commander, their infantry has already charged in. What should we do now?" inquired an aide to the official unit's commander. "Since Commander Liu has issued his orders, let us make a concerted effort," the commander replied, commanding the troops to immediately change course and rendezvous with that mysterious unit to assist in capturing the South City district. Understood. Consequently, the two regiments that had initially aimed to provide cover for Sun Peng's retreat from the east and west abandoned their previous battle plans and directly approached Sun Peng's battalion, preparing to aid in securing the entrance to Fanbei City. Remarkably, two regiments were now converging to support a single battalion. Yet, they could not deny the terrifying combat capability of Sun Peng's battalion, astonishingly complemented by their seemingly limitless ammunition. When the zombies appeared, they offered no idle chatter but instead unleashed a comprehensive barrage of firepower. Given the vast swathes of territory overrun by the undead, the value of their weaponry and munitions was self-evident. At this moment, Yu Hongliang led 3 infantry companies, scavenging for supplies throughout the district. Having previously lured away numerous zombies, the area appeared largely devoid of them. Only in the deeper recesses of buildings did a few stray zombies emerge, but before they could mount an attack, they were swiftly dispatched by the Red Alert soldiers. "Teacher, there are far fewer of those monsters now." At that moment, a small head peeked out from within a courtyard, noticing the streets outside were considerably emptier, and hurried back inside to report to their teacher. "Xiao Lin, why did you sneak out again? Don't you know it's dangerous out there?" reprimanded Xiao Wenwen. "Teacher Xia, I'm hungry. Why haven't the police uncles come yet?" At this, other children gathered around, crying out, "Wah wah, we're hungry." Instantly, the children erupted in dismay. Indeed, they had gone a long time without food. A true ordeal for the growing youngsters. Chapter 28. The Giant Zombie Children. Please don't cry. The police uncles will arrive soon. Xiao Wenwen hurriedly comforted the children, feeling utterly helpless herself. The kids hadn't eaten in a day and a night, and neither had she doubt if not for the meager snacks already available in the kindergarten, they might not have made it to this point. "Teacher, are we going to die here? Teacher, I miss my mom and dad." "Woo-woo." The children continued to wail, and Xiao Wenwen found herself at a loss. If they kept making noise, they might attract the zombies. Faced with those terrifying creatures, she, a lone girl, had no means to defend so many children. "Xiao Lin, Xiao Yu, Zihan, 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 please stop crying. If you keep crying, those monsters will come to bite us," Xiao Wenwen warned the children. However, this tactic had been employed many times before, and this time, the children's cries grew even louder. "There's movement over there. Squad leader, take some men and check it out." Upon noticing the commotion at the kindergarten, Yu Hongliang instructed a second-tier Huaxia crossbow soldier behind him. Understood. The Huaxia soldier immediately led a platoon towards the kindergarten. The entrance was blocked by a pile of debris, and the sounds of crying echoed from within, suggesting there were survivors inside. "Let us climb over," the squad leader commanded. Several Huaxia soldiers, receiving the order, promptly retrieved climbing ropes and scaled the wall. Though the wall had been fortified, it posed little challenge for the Huaxia soldiers. Upon hearing the disturbance outside, Xiao Wenwen felt her nerves tighten, quickly locking the classroom door and attempting to barricade it with desks and chairs. However, after moving just 2 tables, She felt utterly exhausted. Is anyone in there? Please respond. At that moment, the squad leader had also climbed in and, sensing activity inside the classroom, called out loudly. Xiao Wenwen peeked through the window and, upon seeing soldiers in combat gear outside, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Children, the soldier uncles have come to save us, Xiao Wenwen announced to the children behind her. Yay, it's the soldier brothers. I saw them on TV. They looked so cool. The children exclaimed excitedly. Shall we go welcome the soldier brothers inside? Yes. The children rushed over, clearing the desks and chairs blocking the classroom door, opening it wide. The squad leader approached, surprised to find so many children. He had not anticipated that a single woman could manage to protect such a large group amidst the zombie apocalypse. Sir, hello, my name is Xiao Wenwen, and I am a teacher at Sunshine Kindergarten, she said, stepping forward somewhat bashfully. We were just having class when this terrible incident occurred. The squad leader looked at the children with deep sympathy. But before proceeding with the next course of action, he sought Sun Ping's opinion. Naturally, Sun Ping had no objections. His base was not so meager as to be unable to support this group of unfortunate children, and he held a great deal of respect for Xiao Wenwen. Her ability to stay composed and create a sanctuary for the children until rescuers arrived was no small feat, far beyond what an ordinary teacher could achieve. Rest assured, we will save you, Sun Ping assured them. After receiving Sun Ping's affirmation, the squad leader immediately ordered other units to deliver a supply of food recently scavenged from supermarkets and similar locations. Children, don't cry. Didn't the teacher say we would all be all right? Xiao Wenwen distributed the food brought by the squad leader to the children while comforting their spirits. Teacher Xia, you stay here for a while. Once we gather supplies, we will take you to the base, where you will no longer be threatened by zombies, the squad leader said. Thank you so much. Xiao Wenwen expressed her gratitude. After leaving a few personnel behind, the squad leader proceeded with the rest of his forces to continue scavenging for supplies. Meanwhile, the official troops had arrived in the area. However, by the time they got there, the zombies had mostly been eradicated by Sun Ping's battalion. Now, the official forces could only observe Sun Ping's troops busily searching for trucks and transporting food and other supplies. Commander, there are hardly any zombies left here. Should we also gather some supplies? Inquired an aide beside Commander Sun Wei. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. We have no credit for capturing this district. It wouldn't be proper to take advantage of their efforts at this time. Commander Sun shook his head. Despite their considerable numbers, they would not entertain any thoughts regarding the resources in this area until Sun Ping's troops had completed their mission. After all, precedence is paramount. At that moment, Commander Ding of another regiment also forbade his men from scavenging for supplies, fully aware that the eradication of the zombies in this area bore no credit to them whatsoever. Sun Ping's 3 infantry companies had managed to uncover over 100 trucks, loading them with food and various other useful supplies from major supermarkets and wholesalers. However, at this juncture, the zombies in other districts began to stir, converging towards the area where Sun Ping's forces were stationed. Moreover, Sun Ping's troops had found a handful of survivors within some buildings. All units were ordered to retreat. They had gathered enough supplies. Observing the situation, Sun Ping signaled for all troops to prepare for withdrawal, taking the supplies and survivors with them. With a wave of his hand, Yu Hongliang directed the troops to evacuate. We shall cover the rear. There are still survivors among their ranks. Noticing that Sun Ping's retreating party included a group of children, Commander Sun did not dare be negligent and instructed his troops to remain vigilant. Providing cover for Sun Ping's exit. At that moment, zombies from other areas of Fanbei City were gravitating towards this locality, among them terrifying mutated creatures. Commander, what is that thing? At this moment, Sun Wei's aide pointed towards the distance. A towering zombie giant, standing over 10 meters tall, was mingling within the horde. Wielding a massive battle axe, its body flickering with a faint, eerie glow. My heavens! How on earth was such a monstrosity created? Commander Sun was taken aback. It seemed the biological virus was far more complex than merely infecting humans. This formidable zombie giant could even wield weapons, an indication of human manipulation in its creation. Yet, he remained oblivious to who might be orchestrating these events from the shadows. Chapter 29 V3 Rocket Launch Commander. A massive zombie has been detected in the rear. It appears to be quite formidable. Upon returning, Yu Hongliang reported to Sun Peng. Gazing into the distance, even from over 10 kilometers away, he could feel the pressure emanating from the colossal zombie giant. Axe wielder body level assessment. Super mutant combat power estimate. 580820. My goodness. I never anticipated encountering such a troublesome adversary so soon after the outbreak. Sun Peng's expression shifted. The combat power of the zombie giant was astonishingly several times greater than his own. Furthermore, the calculation of combat strength was not merely a simple accumulation of numbers. With such formidable power, even Sun Peng's rockets would struggle to inflict significant damage. Commander, what should we do now? Yu Hongliang inquired. What is your opinion? Sun Peng asked. I believe we have acquired the supplies we sought. It is time to withdraw, Yu Hongliang suggested. Then there is no more to discuss. We shall retreat? Sun Peng declared. But what about the military personnel? Shouldn't we lend them a hand? Yu Hongliang hesitated to ask. The Huaxia Divine Dragon Army is not to be underestimated. Even if they are outmatched, they will not be cornered to the point of being unable to retreat, Sun Peng remarked, observing that from this distance, the opposing forces had ample opportunity to withdraw. After all, they stood behind Sun Peng primarily to provide cover for his exit. If Sun Peng were to engage in combat at this moment, it would be a disservice to their goodwill. All units, retreat. As they withdrew, Sun Peng ensured that a military vehicle was allocated for Xia Wenwen and her companions to transport the children. The remaining survivors were also arranged to board vehicles, with some capable of driving assigned to operate the trucks. With Sun Peng's command, over 100 trucks formed an orderly convoy, proceeding towards the highway. Naturally, tanks and military vehicles provided escort on either side, with Sun Peng's tank leading the way and Yu Hongliang's tank bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, in Fanbei City, the giant zombie was gradually approaching the two regiments of the military. Commander, they have already retreated. We should hasten our departure as well. The giant zombie is not something we can contend with, 1-8 urged. It is time to fall back. I suspect even tanks would struggle against it. Both commanders shared the same sentiment regarding retreat. Should the giant zombie dare to pursue them to their base, the defensive measures there would surely deal with it severely. The two regiments began their withdrawal. The giant zombie's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Without warning, it leaped forward, covering several kilometers in an instant, and brought its axe crashing down. A tank at the rear was struck by the massive battle axe, instantly reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Following that, the giant zombie stomped the ground with such force that it triggered a localized earthquake, causing nearby buildings to collapse violently. The slower retreating troops were struck by debris, resulting in numerous casualties upon impact, a testament to the giant zombie's overwhelming combat power. Damn it, how did that monster get here? Several officers were horrified. Previously, the giant had been at a considerable distance. Yet now it had closed in, catching them completely off guard. Provide fire support for the rear units. We cannot abandon a single brother, one officer shouted angrily, directing a tank towards the chest of the giant zombie. The tank's shell exploded against the giant's torso, but its formidable defense rendered the attack ineffective, leaving only a faint black mark. Soldiers behind attempted to fire their assault rifles, but the giant's skin was impervious. Their bullets ricocheted off as if striking an indestructible diamond. This is bad. It seems that creature has other intentions. A sharp-eyed officer sensed something amiss and rushed to report to the regiment. Back with Sun Peng, it appeared they were encountering some troubles. Sun Peng ordered the convoy to halt, not anticipating that the giant zombie would prove so troublesome. Commander, do you mean? Yu Hongliang asked, noticing the halt of the convoy. Prepare the artillery battery. Let us launch V3 missiles for support, Sun Peng instructed. Understood. Yu Hongliang promptly notified the artillery unit. Upon receiving the command, the artillery commander immediately set up the V3 rocket launchers. Under Sun Peng's direction, resources were allocated to equip the V3 launchers with colossal, powerful rockets. Unit 1 is loaded and ready for launch. Unit 2 is loaded and ready for launch. Unit 6 is loaded and ready for launch. Whoosh! The rocket launchers gradually elevated, and with a roar of ignition, 6 rockets soared into the sky, stirring up clouds of dust below. The V3 rockets flew swiftly, reaching the giant zombie's head within mere seconds. Subsequently, the 6 missiles struck the giant's cranium, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves across the ground, leaving chaos in its wake. Immediate retreat. The troops seized the opportunity to quickly distance themselves. As the explosive flames subsided, the giant zombie's head was utterly destroyed, leaving only its massive body intact. Yet, astonishingly, even with its head blown off, the giant zombie continued to move. Is this truly happening? The troops below were utterly stunned, never expecting that this creature could still function without its head. Everyone, retreat quickly. That thing seems disoriented now. Observant officers noted that despite the giant's continued movement, it lacked purpose and could no longer sense living beings nearby. As long as they maintained their distance, it posed no threat. The two regiment leaders immediately commanded their troops to scatter. Although the giant zombie flailed about wildly, fortunately, the soldiers had already escaped its attack range. After several minutes of frantic withdrawal, the two regiments successfully completed their evacuation. Chapter 30 The Thoughts of Lu Guishan Sir. The final few missiles were provided by that mysterious unit. In the command room of Chuyang Base. Several operational aides were analyzing the recent battle. Where on earth did they acquire missiles of such caliber? Lu Guishan was quite perplexed. Previously, his intelligence officer had obtained photographs of Sun Peng's troops. Yet he had found no missile vehicles or anything of the sort. The primary reason for this was that the V-3 rocket launch vehicle, when unloaded, bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary car transporter. However, while the car transporter carried automobiles, the V-3 missile vehicle was equipped with launch apparatus for missiles, which were directly supplied by the system. Nevertheless, each vehicle required a considerable amount of time for reloading missiles, and the resource points necessary for V-3 missile loading were quite substantial. Regrettably, Sun Peng's ammunition refilling mechanism was beyond their comprehension. This puzzled me as well, yet they indeed launched those large missiles mid-journey to provide us with support. One of the staff members stated this and laid a photograph on the table, saying, "According to our intelligence, it is precisely these inconspicuous vehicles that are firing the rockets." Lu Guishan stared at the photograph, scrutinizing it for a long while. If one did not look closely, one might easily mistake these vehicles for car transporters. I initially thought they were using these for transporting supplies, only to realize that they were actually intended for missile launches. Lu Guishan remarked, "Commander, we have located the position of the enemy base. According to the intelligence, the base has begun to establish order, even utilizing a card system for transactions within the base, presenting an appearance of thriving prosperity." At this moment, another operations officer approached, bringing a new set of intelligence. "I find this individual increasingly intriguing," Lu Guishan remarked, turning to an officer behind him. "General Du, I am assigning you a task. Visit the commander of that base." "Yes, Commander," Du Hailong responded promptly, preparing to depart with a guard detail. "Commander, is it not overly presumptuous to send a general to negotiate with the other party?" One of the staff members expressed his reservations. "My interest lies not in their current power but in their potential," Lu Guishan replied. "Most importantly, I wish to understand him if possible. I hope he can join the ranks of our Huaxia Shenlong army, becoming a formidable force in our resistance against the zombies. Given that he commands his own troops and in this apocalyptic era, I doubt anyone would desire to be subjugated." However, one staff member disagreed with Lu Guishan's perspective, arguing that under the current circumstances, the other party could easily attain an exalted status within their own base. What reason did Lu Guishan have to expect Sun Peng to heed his command? What could Lu Guishan possibly offer to sway him? In my opinion, we should eliminate that force sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it may become a grave threat. One staff member bluntly stated, "Zhang, be cautious with your words. Our enemy is the zombies, not our own kind." Lu Guishan reprimanded. In truth, Zhang's concerns were not without merit. However, before anything else, we must gain a thorough understanding of this mysterious force, if they truly pose a threat to us. The staff member paused before saying, "Regarding this matter, I will reserve my opinion for now." "All right, let us cease the bickering. We shall discuss this matter further once General Du returns." Meeting adjourned, Lu Guishan waved his hand, dispersing the assembly of staff. Meanwhile, after assisting the military with their troubles, Sun Peng prepared to return to the base along the highway. This outing had yielded enough supplies to sustain the base's operations, even allowing for further expansion. Regrettably, The number of survivors brought back was not substantial enough to meet the requirements for upgrading technological levels. However, the situation on Li Hong's end was relatively promising. The village he was tasked to conquer bore similarities to the one Sun Peng had previously visited. Due to the lower population density, they had a chance to find suitable hiding places. Thus, he managed to bring back a considerable number of people this time. Now, the base was completely transformed from its initial state. The troops stationed at the canyon entrance had constructed some basic infrastructure nearby, and the once treacherous mountain roads had been somewhat leveled, allowing trucks to access the area. To Sun Peng's astonishment, the summoned units displayed remarkable intelligence. The Huaxia crossbowmen, rather than being rigidly obedient, had taken the initiative to improve the base's conditions when not engaged in combat. Of course, these improvements were limited to minor details. The overarching construction framework still required Sun Peng's guidance. Upon Sun Peng's return, a Huaxia crossbowman hurried to greet him, reporting the current state of affairs and opening the gate. "Commander, everything has been normal at the base perimeter during your absence, with no potential threats detected." The report came from the company commander, a second-tier Huaxia crossbowman. "Continue to enhance vigilance. Although our base is well positioned, it does not guarantee perpetual safety," Sun Peng instructed. "Understood." Then, under Sun Peng's lead, the convoy of vehicles entered the base in succession. However, the base's infrastructure was still inadequate. There were no suitable locations to store the goods from the hundreds of trucks. "Stay put for now. The warehouse will take a while to establish," Sun Peng directed, halting the convoy in the central area to await further instructions. The current central area was vastly different from before. Thanks to the excavators, the internal terrain had changed significantly, and its area was now comparable to that of a middle school. "After bringing back so much, we don't even have a warehouse," grumbled some of the freight drivers. Initially expecting a highly impressive base, only to find it lacking even a storage facility. However, they dared not voice their complaints aloud, remaining obediently in place awaiting orders. Sun Peng entered the command center, where Chang Mengjia was utilizing a computer to create architectural models. Once these designs were finalized, Sun Peng would be able to use the base's formidable construction capabilities to bring them to life, even adjusting their sizes, with the system automatically generating functional appliances based on the design zoning. "Mengjia, how is your task coming along?" Sun Peng inquired, placing a hand on Chang Mingjia's shoulder. "Based on the specifics of this area, I have designed dormitories and storage rooms, and I also upgraded the existing exchange center to better serve a larger number of people in the future," Chang Mengjia explained, showcasing her design outputs to Sun Peng. Chapter 31. Du Hailong's visit. Sun Peng briefly reviewed the designs, finding Chang Mengjia's work not only practical and innovative, but also comprehensive in functionality, making excellent use of the surrounding space without feeling cramped. "Impressive! This is precisely the effect I was hoping for." Sun Peng expressed his excitement, appreciating the design even more than he had anticipated. "Will these truly come to fruition?" Chang Mengjia asked with a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Although she had always been fascinated by architectural design, her creations had only existed on paper and in SU models, never having been realized in physical form. To see her architectural vision materialize was a long-held aspiration. "Absolutely. In this area, I will commence the construction of the storage room you designed shortly. You may step outside to observe." Sun Peng indicated a spot in the central area. Chang Mengjia nodded eagerly and dashed out of the command center, eager to witness her creation being built. Sun Peng accessed the system's technology page, importing Chang Mingjia's model. System analyzing the model. "Please wait. Analysis complete." Selecting appropriate scale, the architectural model has been successfully registered. Construction cost, 650. "Proceed with construction?" Sun Peng noted, surprised that a civilian building was even more expensive than a power plant. However, he had ample funds. He clicked the button to begin construction. As the funds were deducted, the foundation was swiftly laid, thanks to the underground transport system. Once the foundation was established, the building blocks began assembling at an astonishing rate, and within a minute, a warehouse capable of holding a vast quantity of supplies had emerged. Moreover, the interior was equipped with lights, refrigerators, and other appliances, all generated automatically, with the decor perfectly reflecting the model's design. The drivers who had previously been complaining were left utterly astounded by the rapid construction. Building a structure can happen this quickly? Once the construction was completed, Sun Peng emerged from the command room, surveying the warehouse before him with a sense of satisfaction. Sun Peng, you are absolutely incredible. I could hardly have imagined that my design would manifest in such a splendid manner, Cheng Mengjia exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the architectural creation she had conceived. It's merely a small feat. Once the base expands, you will need to devise even more practical structures, Sun Peng replied. No problem. Just leave everything to me, Cheng Mengjia declared, sprinting towards the warehouse to scrutinize every corner and detail. Sun Peng then approached the parked trucks, instructing, you may begin unloading the goods now. This warehouse has numerous sections. Please store the items according to the warehouse manager's directives. Subsequently, I will arrange accommodations for the newcomers. After witnessing Sun Peng's capabilities, the workers nodded eagerly, for it was evident that demonstrating remarkable skill earns one the respect of others effortlessly. Sun Peng then called Cheng Mengjia over. You designed this warehouse. And apart from you, no one understands its structure better. Therefore, I would like you to assume the role of warehouse manager. What do you think? Sun Peng proposed. Cheng Mengjia's expression shifted slightly. It seemed she was reluctant to accept such a position. It's only temporary, however. Before you leave, you must find someone to take over your responsibilities, and you will be responsible for teaching them about the various sections and functions of the warehouse, Sun Peng explained. If you cannot teach them, you might as well stay here indefinitely. Cheng Mengjia retorted, did you not say you would take me out to fight zombies? Now you want me to do this job? Are you trying to keep me trapped here on purpose? She glared at Sun Peng, visibly displeased. Forget about fighting zombies. Unless circumstances are exceptional, I have no intention of going out again, especially not with you. Sun Peng replied, adding, unless you wish to go out, in which case, defeat me, and you can do as you please. Cheng Mengjia remained rooted, locking eyes with Sun Peng, who maintained an unusually calm demeanor without any movement. Suddenly, she launched a kick towards him. Such flashy moves might intimidate the naive, but when it comes to fighting zombies, you're still too inexperienced. Sun Peng chuckled lightly, effortlessly intercepting her swift kick with 2 fingers. Leaving Cheng Mengjia astonished at his unexpected prowess, she had initially thought that even if she couldn't best him, she could at least hold her ground for a few exchanges. Yet, reality proved otherwise. You, Cheng Mengjia stammered, then resignedly said, fine, you win, I'll oversee the warehouse. That's the spirit. Off you go, Sun Peng said, releasing her foot. Together, they approached the entrance of the warehouse, which was now piled high with goods. The storage, allocation, and management of these items are now your responsibility. Do not underestimate this task. It is far from simple, Sun Peng cautioned. By the way, Yi Shuang's expertise is in accounting and management, so let her assist you with the inventory records. It is a practical use of resources. In truth, Sun Peng did not underestimate Cheng Mengjia. He simply had yet to find an effective method for dealing with the T-virus. If she were to venture out and accidentally fall prey to a zombie, that would be disastrous, and he did not wish to witness Cheng Mengjia transformed into one of them. Meanwhile, soldiers stationed outside the canyon relayed a message to Sun Peng. Commander, there is a group of individuals in standard uniforms requesting entry to the base. They claim to be from Chuyang Base, reported the soldier. Chuyang Base? Sun Peng mused, surmising that they were likely the troops previously dispatched to assist him. Allow them in. I am curious to see what brings them here. He instructed, yes, sir. The soldiers opened the gate and guided Du Hailong and his entourage, saying, the commander has agreed to meet with you. Please follow me. Comrade, thank you, Du Hailong replied politely. He soon arrived at the reception room prepared by Sun Peng. Greetings, I am Du Hailong from the Southeast War Zone, holding the rank of Major General. I extend my gratitude for your artillery support during the Battle of Fanbei City, Du Hailong stated, bowing slightly to Sun Peng. Ah, Major General Du, I am Sun Peng. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? Sun Peng asked. Our superior has taken a keen interest in Mr. Sun. However, according to our intelligence, you and your subordinates are not part of the active forces of Huagua, are you? Du Hailong inquired. Indeed. We are not part of Huagua's active military, Sun Peng replied. All armed personnel within this base are my private forces. They will execute my commands without question. As for when they were trained, I must respectfully decline to disclose that information. Chapter 32. The frustrated Ding Long brothers Sun Peng's Words effectively curtailed Du Hailong's line of questioning. But recognizing that the other party was unwilling to divulge further, he refrained from pressing the matter. Mr. Sun has his own secrets. That is understandable, Du Hailong smiled and remarked. But may I ask what Mr. Sun's stance is? My stance. Sun Peng paused before responding. Naturally, I stand on the side of humanity, providing a sanctuary for survivors and establishing a basic order in this apocalyptic world. Whether we can eradicate the zombies entirely is left to fate. With Mr. Sun's capabilities, expanding territory and liberating humanity to become a pioneer of a new era should pose no challenge, Du Hailong remarked with a smile. At that point, Mr. Sun will undoubtedly be celebrated as a great benefactor of Huagua. It seems Major General Du has more to say. Some matters need not be cloaked in ambiguity. A direct approach suffices, Sun Peng replied. Since you are so forthright, I shall be candid as well. Our superior hopes you will join the ranks of the official Huagua Shenlong army. Rest assured, you will retain command over your troops, and our superior has indicated that he can directly confer upon you the rank of Major General, Du Hailong stated. Furthermore, if you choose to accept this offer, we will not interfere with the matters concerning your base, but we hope for your support when we are in need. So, their superior wishes for me to become his subordinate. Sun Peng raised his gaze slightly, a profound light flickering in his eyes. Du Hailong and Sun Peng locked eyes, and he felt an overwhelming pressure from the other party. Du Hailong was bewildered. Though Sun Peng appeared to be a youth in his 20s, he exuded an intensity that was astonishing. Mr. Sun, please do not misunderstand. Our superior does not intend it that way, Du Hailong hastily clarified. He merely seeks a unified command and coordination center among all forces, while maintaining significant autonomy across the various war zones. Do not be anxious, Major General. I have not declined your offer, Sun Peng replied with a light chuckle. Du Hailong looked up at Sun Peng, noticing that the earlier intensity had dissipated, revealing an unassuming demeanor. Yet, he alone understood just how formidable this young man truly was. Is Mr. Sun willing to accept our superior's proposal? Du Hailong inquired. Naturally, after all, it is ultimately more effective in combating the zombies, Sun Peng responded. Sun Peng understood that the official side was merely testing his position. Although his growth had been rapid, he wished to avoid any unpleasantness with the authorities. Accepting their offer was merely a formality in this world where order had already collapsed. Such gestures were ultimately superficial. Since Mr. Sun, or rather, General Sun, holds this view, I shall promptly report your sentiments to our superior, Du Hailong said. Then, Major General Du, please take your leave. I shall not accompany you further, Sun Peng replied. You are too kind, General Sunday, with that. I shall take my leave, Du Hailong concluded, departing with his guards from Sun Peng's base. Meanwhile, Sun Peng returned to the command room, analyzing the layout surrounding the base. At this moment, in Zhaojiazhuang, you two useless fools. You nearly cost me my life. Within a villa, a man seated high above furiously chastised the two subordinates cowering below. These two were none other than the corpulent Ding Long and the slender Ding Xiong, who had previously set up a roadblock. Initially, Ding Long and Ding Xiong had intended to lead the brothers from Zhao family village to Fanbei City to seize opportunities, as a large contingent of troops was providing cover. If fortune favored them, they expected to reap considerable rewards. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the army had completely retreated, only to be confronted by a horde of zombies, including a colossal headless zombie that wreaked havoc by hurling debris, resulting in the deaths of numerous Zhao family villagers. Ultimately, they were forced to flee in disgrace. Master, we truly did not foresee this. Furthermore, when they departed with hundreds of trucks on the highway, it was you who ordered us to take the detour through the back roads. Ding Xiong said innocently. As they approached, they had spotted Sun Peng's convoy, and based on its size, it seemed they had only taken a portion of the spoils. If they acted swiftly, they might still gather some remnants before Sun Peng made a second trip. To avoid drawing attention from Sun Peng, they had deliberately chosen the smaller path, the outcome of which was, of course, a harsh lesson from that headless giant zombie. Do you dare to retort? Zhao family's master angrily picked up a teacup and hurled it at Ding Xiong's. A first-level red alert soldier stepped forward and inquired. Those individuals ahead are the traitors of our Zhao family village. We kindly ask that you exercise your discretion and hand them over to us in return. Our Zhao family village is more than willing to forge a strong alliance with your esteemed army. Captain Zhang replied. Our commander requires that group for verification shortly. You currently have no authority to act against them. However, he is one of ours. Do you have any objections? The first-level red alert soldier fired a shot into the sky, causing everyone present to lose their composure and no. We accept all arrangements made by the commander. Captain Zhang hastily apologized, fully aware that he could not afford to offend these individuals. Failing to capture Ding Long and his companions would result in a mere scolding upon his return, but openly confronting these soldiers could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Ding Long and his brother anxiously awaited the outcome, fearing that if Sun Peng refused them, it would spell trouble. After the second company commander cut off communications, he addressed the group. The commander has permitted your entry, but prior to that, all firearms must be surrendered. No problem, no problem. Ding Long immediately instructed his men to hand over their weapons, and under the guidance of a red alert soldier, they entered the base. Chapter 34. News: Are you two planning to seek refuge with us, or will you return? The second company commander approached Captain Zhang and the others. Since the commander has taken them in, we from Zhao family village are naturally willing to show him this courtesy, Captain Zhang replied. If there are no further matters, may we take our leave? Be gone. If there is nothing further, don't loiter around. Be cautious not to be mistaken for suspicious targets and shot. Understood? Yes, yes, yes. Captain Zhang hurriedly led his men away, not daring to look back. As for Ding Long and his companions, they proceeded to the center of the base, awaiting instructions from Sun Peng. You two seem to be doing quite well. Why have you come to seek refuge with me? Sun Peng asked, intrigued by Ding Long and Ding Xiong. Commander, the lord of Zhao family village is utterly despicable. Abusing his power and oppressing others, we could no longer endure his exploitation, which is why we sought refuge here, Ding Long explained. He established the sanctuary. It's only natural that he reigns supreme. Sun Peng remarked. Moreover, your status there was not insignificant. What did he do that led you to make such a drastic decision? Ding Long sighed and recounted the actions of Zhao Hai. Essentially, he had completely indulged himself, brazenly engaging in activities once deemed illegal, including those utterly inhumane. His methods of punishing errant subordinates were even more brutal than zombies, often using living individuals to feed the undead, committing unspeakable acts. It was precisely due to these vicious tactics that no one in Zhao family village dared to oppose him. Indeed, even a cockroach, when given power, remains a cockroach, Sun Peng scoffed. Commander, please assign us tasks. We do not seek wealth or power, only a life of ease, Ding Long implored. You all appear quite capable. Working as miners at the quarry would suit you well. However, that young brother seems a tad frail. If I'm not mistaken, you're not a man, are you? Sun Peng approached, questioning. Under Sun Peng's gaze, Cheng Yutong removed her hat, revealing her true appearance. Sun Peng felt an uncanny familiarity with the girl before him. Even though her current guise was that of a boy, Cheng Yutong, sensing Sun Peng's prolonged silence, lifted her gaze to meet his, feeling that this person seemed familiar, albeit distinctly different from her memories. What is your name? Sun Peng inquired. Cheng Yutong. Cheng Yutong replied timidly, Commander, I apologize. My cousin did not enter in her true form, but merely to escape from Zhao family village. At that moment, a man hurriedly interjected, eager to explain. Cheng Yutong? Sun Peng ignored the man and continued to address Cheng Yutong. Do you know Cheng Mengjia? Cheng Yutong stared at Sun Peng in shock, enunciating each word carefully. Sun Peng go? Witnessing this exchange, Cheng Yutong's cousin was bewildered. Ding Long and Ding Xiong were equally taken aback, realizing that Cheng Yutong had a connection to the powerful figure controlling this valley fortress. Didn't he expect it to be you? By the way, weren't you in Province F? How did you end up here? Sun Peng queried, puzzled, as Province F was quite distant, making it implausible for her to arrive here after the apocalypse without prior relocation to Province A. My parents brought me to Uncle Ding Hui's house in Province A for a visit, but then all these terrifying events unfolded. Cheng Yutong expressed her distress. What about Uncle Cheng and Aunt Lu? Sun Peng asked him why father was taken by Zhao Hai to the back mountains for labor, and as for my mother, Cheng Yutong's eyes reddened as she spoke. What happened to Aunt Lu? Sun Peng's brow furrowed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Commander, Yutong's mother has been taken to Zhao Hai's villa. Though Aunt Lu is nearing 40, she still possesses charm, but Zhao Hai has peculiar preferences. So, Ding Long interjected, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. But I know that no woman who enters Zhao Hai's villa has ever met a good end. Sun Peng slammed his hand on the table, then bellowed, 1st Battalion, assemble. With Sun Peng's command, the troops of Huagua crossbowmen, rocket artillerymen, magnetic storm infantry, and others swiftly mobilized, gathering in the central area within 3 minutes. Witnessing this display, everyone present gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Sun Peng would exude such commanding presence. Cheng Yutong couldn't help but gape. She had never imagined that the Sun Peng, who was not well regarded back home, would be an officer capable of commanding so many soldiers. Commander, what are you planning? Ding Long asked, unable to contain his curiosity, although he had a general idea of Sun Peng's intentions. What else is there to say? We're heading to Zhao family village. I wish to see what sort of person Zhao Hai truly is. Sun Peng declared, Commander, though Zhao Hai is indeed detestable, many within Zhao family village are innocent. I hope you can exercise restraint when addressing them. Ding Long hesitated to speak. Rest assured, I am not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. When we arrive, I doubt Zhao Hai's ragtag bunch will have the courage to confront us. Do you believe otherwise? Sun Peng retorted, unperturbed. Once his forces approached, those previously posing as street thugs would surely not dare to confront Sun Peng's battalion. Even armed with weapons, Sun Peng waved his hand again, and 5 tanks along with 20 multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles rolled into view. These vehicles were even more formidable than those in the game. With one capable of accommodating 20 soldiers, observing the array of armored vehicles and tanks under Sun Peng's command, Ding Long grasped that Zhao family village posed no threat whatsoever to him. Compared to these well-equipped and well-trained Red Alert soldiers, the guards of Zhao family village could only be described as a disorganized mob. When Sun Peng's forces arrived at their gates, the inhabitants of Zhao family village would likely have no choice but to lay down their arms and surrender. Should they dare to fire first, it would be a sign of their audacity. Chapter 35. The invasion. Sun Peng took Ding Long with him, leaving others, including Cheng Yutong, behind at the base. Sun Peng arranged for Cheng Yutong to meet with Cheng Mengjia, instructing her not to mention anything regarding her parents. Initially, Sun Peng had no intention of confronting Zhao family village, but given that Zhao Hai had ruthlessly provoked his own men, it was time to settle the score. Sun Peng's troops swiftly moved out, encountering some zombies wandering along the highway. However, these solitary zombies were no match for Sun Peng's tanks, which crushed them underfoot without hesitation, reducing them to mere pulp. The forces then proceeded directly toward Zhao family village. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies that had just been flattened were now slowly writhing and advancing toward a certain direction, at Zhao family village. Master, trouble is brewing. A large contingent of armored vehicles is approaching us, and the foremost among them appears to be a main battle tank. A sentry atop the walls rushed to report to the villa. At that moment, Zhao Hai was flanked by 2 beautiful women, his hands shamelessly roaming over their delicate forms. Upon being interrupted by his subordinate in such a frantic manner, he angrily shouted, Fool! Can't you knock before coming in? My lord, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but the situation is urgent, and I had no choice but to come in. What exactly has transpired? If it is merely a trivial matter, you should be aware of my capabilities. Zhao Hai spoke coldly. My lord, this is certainly not a trivial matter. The sentinel replied, I have discovered a large contingent of armored vehicles advancing up the mountain from below and at the forefront. There are even main battle tanks. What? Zhao Hai was taken aback. What could they be, and why have they come to confront me? Could it be? Zhao Hai seemed to have an inkling and hastily said, Quickly summon Captain Zhang. Yes. The sentinel immediately went to carry out the order. Upon Captain Zhang's arrival, he stammered, My lord, I am at a loss as to how this has occurred, I assure you. Although I had contact with the soldiers there last time, I did not offend them in any way. I was courteous from start to finish. Captain, could it be that your statement about the Zhao family being willing to show them respect has displeased them? One of Captain Zhang's subordinates interjected. What? How dare you utter such nonsense? Zhao Hai's anger flared, his beard bristling. Faced with such heavily armored forces, It was outrageous that Captain Zhang would dare to speak of showing them any respect. It was as if he were courting death. The most alarming part was that Captain Zhang was not speaking in his own capacity, but under the banner of the Zhao family, my lord. I was too anxious at the time and did not consider the implications. How could I have anticipated that such a minor detail would offend them? Captain Zhang lamented, tears of disbelief welling in his eyes. He could hardly believe that the other party would come looking for trouble over such a trifling matter. Surely, their demeanor should not be so petty. Order all guards to refrain from firing. I must negotiate with them. Zhao Hai hurriedly ran to the city walls, witnessing the tanks already ascending the mountain, his heart pounding with trepidation. Their equipment could easily lay waste to Zhao family estate. Soon, Sun Peng's forces halted before the gates of Zhao family estate. Hundreds of Huagua crossbowmen disembarked from the infantry vehicles, entering a state of readiness for battle. Naturally, Sun Peng's actions drew the attention of some unsavory elements lurking in the nearby woods. Mutated beasts and even plants began to approach in an instant. Over 100 soldiers opened fire, their overwhelming firepower transforming those unsavory creatures into mere sieves, smoke and dust billowing in the aftermath. Zhao Hai trembled at the sight. The combat prowess of the other party was something his ragtag group could not begin to compare with. It was worth noting that they had exerted tremendous effort to fell a single mutated tree that had just appeared. And even then, a portion of the city wall at the mountain pass had been breached. However, in the face of Sun Peng, a volley of bullets rendered the monstrous tree utterly impotent, a clear testament to their might. Downstairs, the commander called out, "I am Zhao Hai, the lord of this estate." Zhao Hai brandished a megaphone and shouted down, "Unaware of how Zhao family estate has offended you, commander, for you to come here in such force? Ha! I merely wish to pay a visit to your esteemed lordship. Zhao, I trust you would not deny me a warm welcome." Sun Peng's voice boomed from within the tank. "How could I ever say such a thing? Your presence here truly elevates our humble abode, esteemed commander. Quickly, open the gates and welcome our honored guests." Zhao Hai, displaying his wit, understood that if the other party wished to enter, it would merely take a few cannon blasts. Thus, it was better to comply and open the gates. After all, with Sun Peng and his troops blocking the way, it was unlikely that any zombies would take advantage of the situation. Once the gate swung open, Sun Peng commanded the multifunctional infantry vehicles and the rhino tanks to proceed inside. A multitude of armored vehicles and tanks filled the main thoroughfare, creating a scene of congestion within the estate. The inhabitants of the estate stared in astonishment at these imposing vehicles, unable to believe their eyes. The lord had somehow acquired such formidable equipment. It seemed that Zhao family estate would be much safer from now on. "You know nothing. Those things do not belong to the lord. Who knows what has transpired? They seemed rather aggressive upon their arrival. They are military personnel. Should we find a way to report Zhao Hai's misdeeds? I can no longer endure such exploitation. Fools, be quiet. If someone hears you, you will be finished." The people within the estate murmured among themselves, though the majority of the lower-class workers hoped that these newcomers had come to bring Zhao Hai to justice. After all, Zhao Hai's oppression had been excessive. He lived in a villa, feasting on delicacies while they toiled at the hardest labor, subsisting on dry bread and thin porridge, residing in the most dilapidated wooden shacks that leaked when it rained. At this moment, Zhao Hai had invited Sun Peng into his villa, instructing the chef to prepare a lavish banquet and presenting fine wines to entertain him. "Commander, my men have offended you on your territory, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Allow me to drink a cup in penance." Zhao Hai filled a cup with wine for Sun Peng, then poured a generous amount for himself, raising it to his lips and downing it in front of Sun Peng. Chapter 36. Zhao Hai's Crimes. Zhao Lord, my visit this time is not due to that incident you mentioned, Sun Peng remarked, swirling his wine glass. "Then what brings you here, Commander?" Zhao Hai inquired, somewhat bewildered. "Do you happen to know a woman named Lu Haiyan?" Sun Peng asked, slightly lifting his gaze. Zhao Hai's expression shifted, quickly recalling whether any of his actions had involved the woman Sun Peng mentioned. Regardless, if this woman was connected to Sun Peng and he had offended her, the consequences would be dire. "Commander, with so many people in my estate, I regret to say that I have not heard of the woman you mentioned." Zhao Hai replied promptly, "Very well, Please assist me in investigating whether there is a worker named Cheng Jinshui among your laborers, Sun Pang said. Rest assured, regardless of what you have done before, as long as he is unharmed, I shall not hold you accountable. Zhao Hai's mind raced as he speculated on Sun Peng's intentions. With so many workers in Zhao family estate, he could hardly remember a few names. If all went as expected, Cheng Jinshui would likely be connected to the woman named Lu Haiyan. If Sun Pang truly found Cheng Jinshui, and he claimed that Lu Haiyan had been wronged by Zhao Hai, there would be no escaping the consequences. Captain Zhang, I need you to handle this matter. Swiftly locate the worker named Cheng Jinshui for me. Zhao Hai called Captain Zhang over, conveying a discreet message with his eyes. No need to trouble him. I would like to go see for myself. Lead the way. Sun Pang stood up and addressed Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang glanced at Zhao Hai and ultimately had no choice but to proceed ahead as the guide. Zhao Hai immediately placed a call to the worksite. It's almost mealtime. Hurry and replace the slop with something better. There's decent food prepared. Get it switched out, Zhao Hai commanded. The workers at the site quickly arrived, transferring all semblance of good food from Zhao Hai's table. When Sun Pang reached the worksite, the laborers were devouring their meals with gusto. Unexpectedly, today's rations were quite sumptuous, a laborer exclaimed, savoring the meal in his hands, feeling as though nothing could taste better. Did you see those soldiers? They must be the reason for this. Otherwise, the Lord wouldn't have such generosity. Sigh, I really want to expose the Lord's vile character. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Enjoy the good food while you can. Sun Pang observed the workers feasting, yet did not spot Cheng Jinshui among them. Perhaps it was due to the disheveled appearance of the crowd and their sheer number that made it difficult to locate anyone. Sun Pang nodded at Yu Hongliang, who immediately understood, stepping forward to call out loudly. Everyone, is there a Cheng Jinshui among you? At that moment, a man seated in the corner trembled slightly, and as he attempted to stand, he was glared back down by a nearby sentinel. During Sun Peng's absence, Zhao Hai instructed the sentinels to ensure that Cheng Jinshui was not found by Sun Pang. You lot, is there anyone named Cheng Jinshui? Step forward. The commander seeks you for an urgent matter. At this moment, Zhao Hai also stepped forward and shouted at the group of migrant workers. However, not a single person dared to stand up. Cheng Jinshui was closely watched by the guards and did not dare to make any movements, primarily because he was unaware of the purpose behind Sun Peng's summons. The fact that the Lord did not allow him to appear surely indicated some taboo. Should Zhao Hai hold him accountable afterward, his fate would undoubtedly be quite dire. He had witnessed Zhao Hai's methods firsthand, and merely thinking about them sent shivers down his spine. He could hardly fathom the excruciating pain that such terrifying tactics would inflict upon him. Uncle Cheng, it is I, Sun Pang. Please do not hesitate to step forward. Here, no one would dare to trouble you. At that moment, Sun Pang approached and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jinshui's body trembled violently, and he immediately stood up, waving at Sun Pang. It appeared that Lord Zhao had been employing some petty tricks previously. Sun Pang cast a dispassionate glance at Zhao Hai before heading towards Cheng Jinshui. Zhao Hai was drenched in cold sweat. He had not considered the implications of his petty schemes. Rather than achieving any effect, they had only served to tarnish Sun Peng's impression of him further. Xiaopeng, is that really you? I never expected you to become so accomplished, Cheng Jinshui exclaimed, gazing at Sun Peng, who was clad in a formidable military uniform. Rest assured, Uncle Cheng, Mengjia and Yutong are with me. Sun Peng replied, I have come to bring both you and Aunt Lu to my side. You mean Aunt Lu? Cheng Jinshui trailed off, his body suddenly losing strength, causing the lunchbox in his hand to fall to the ground. What happened? Please tell me, Sun Peng urged. Aunt Lu was taken by the Lord. As for her current condition, we can only ask him, Cheng Jinshui explained. At this moment, Zhao Hai also approached, and upon hearing Cheng Jinshui's words, his face involuntarily twitched. He had indeed captured a woman named Lu Haiyan, and judging by their conversation, she was likely somewhat older. Lord Zhao, I sincerely hope you have not harmed her, Sun Peng said. His gaze icy as he regarded Zhao Hai. Sir, she is not dead, I assure you. That woman named Lu Haiyan is definitely alive, Zhao Hai recalled, finally remembering that the nearly 40-year-old woman had not been killed. If all went as expected, she was still locked away in his secret chamber. Then let us hurry and take us to her, Sun Peng commanded angrily. Zhao Hai could only muster the courage to lead the way. During this time, he had captured many women, discarding those he had grown weary of into underground chambers, torturing them with various methods to satisfy his perverse desires. Soon, Sun Peng arrived inside the villa. "Sir, it is in here." Zhao Hai pointed to a door hidden behind a bookshelf, then opened it and stepped inside. Sun Peng followed closely behind, as the light in the passage illuminated their path. Zhao Hai's figure vanished, but ahead, rows of dungeons came into view. Inside, women were either suspended by ropes, stuffed into burlap sacks, nailed to crosses, or shackled in chains. Various forms of torment were vividly displayed before them. Chapter 37. The Mutated Saber-Toothed Tiger. How despicable! I never imagined that Zhao Hai, who appears so refined, could be such a beast behind closed doors. Yu Hongliang clenched his fists, seething with anger. Although he was a soldier summoned by the system, he now possessed all human emotions and naturally felt outraged by Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao Hai was indeed cautious, having set traps for his escape. Sun Peng surveyed his surroundings. With his keen eyesight and attention, he could detect no trace of Zhao Hai, leading him to believe that the latter had successfully fled. As the leader of such a large gathering, it was undeniable that Zhao Hai had some cunning. "First, let us rescue these women. As for Zhao's estate, I shall take charge of it from here on," Sun Peng declared. Yu Hongliang nodded and immediately instructed the soldiers to rescue all the women trapped inside. However, they were all quite weak, with a few having already succumbed. Fortunately, Lu Haiyan was unharmed and was pulled from a burlap sack by a soldier. "Haiyan, I am so sorry for what you have endured," Cheng Jinshui exclaimed upon seeing Lu Haiyan, his emotions overwhelming him as he rushed to embrace her. Sun Peng stood aside, feeling like an onlooker to their reunion. Ahem. Cheng Jinshui quickly realized Sun Peng was still present and hurriedly released Lu Haiyan. "Jinshui, what on earth happened?" Lu Haiyan inquired. Thanks to this young man, Xiao Peng, who turned out to be a high-ranking officer and brought a large contingent of troops to subdue Zhao Hai, we were finally rescued. Cheng Jinshui explained. "Is that so?" "Xiao Peng, thank you so much," Lu Haiyan replied, then asked, "By the way, Mingjia is from your school, right? How is she doing?" "Aunt, rest assured, Mingjia is doing well with me," Sun Peng reassured her. Good, good. As long as you are together," Lu Haiyan expressed her satisfaction. "All right, Aunt, this is not the place for conversation. Please come with me. I need to make some necessary changes here," Sun Peng urged. "All right, Xiao Peng has become so successful now. Aunt will listen to you. Jinshui, let us hurry and leave," Lu Haiyan said with a smile, feeling immensely pleased with the outcome. It seemed that the unspeakable humiliation she had previously suffered had been entirely balanced out in this moment. Once Zhao Hai fled, the entire Zhao estate descended into chaos. The guards were left in a state of uncertainty, unsure of what judgment awaited them, especially since they had been complicit in Zhao Hai's misdeeds for quite some time. Meanwhile, outside the Zhao estate, a pack of ferocious mutated beasts was assaulting the city walls. The guards atop the battlements attempted to fire upon them, but their firearms lacked power, primarily consisting of police-grade weaponry, which proved ineffective against the onslaught of the mutated creatures. Yu Hongliang, lead your troops up and eliminate those bothersome creatures," Sun Peng commanded. Yes, without hesitation, Yu Hongliang hoisted his weapon and ascended the battlements, followed closely by a group of crossbowmen. They quickly took advantageous positions for shooting, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the rampaging monsters below. Under the intense firepower, the typical mutated beasts were swiftly reduced to mere riddled remains. Yet one particularly fierce saber-toothed tiger, with a malevolent gaze, focused on the soldiers atop the battlements. Bullets ricocheted off its tough hide, proving ineffective against such a formidable creature. What a resilient beast! I never anticipated that our assault rifles would be so ineffective, the soldiers exclaimed in disbelief. Their weapons were far superior to police-grade firearms, yet they still failed to inflict any damage on the saber-toothed tiger. Yu Hongliang raised his weapon, aiming directly at the tiger's forehead, and then abruptly pulled the trigger. With a swift motion, a bullet was propelled forth, striking the tiger's forehead. However, it merely grazed the surface, prompting the saber-toothed tiger to shake its head, dislodging the bullet as if it were nothing. With a fierce roar, the saber-toothed tiger charged at the city gate, slamming into it with such force that it began to warp. Is it still not resolved? Sun Peng, occupied with organizing the affairs of the Zhao estate, sensed that the situation ahead was not proceeding smoothly and began to suspect that something troublesome had emerged. Uncle Cheng, Aunt Lu, please wait here. I need to address a matter up ahead, Sun Peng said to Cheng Jinshui and Lu Haiyan. Go ahead, Xiao Peng, but do be cautious, Lu Haiyan cautioned. Sun Peng nodded and exited the villa. Magnetic Storm Squad, follow me. Sun Peng waved his hand, and 30 Magnetic Storm soldiers followed him up the battlements. The Magnetic Storm soldiers moved heavily, clad in thick protective gear and equipped with miniature magnetic storm coils, capable of unleashing powerful magnetic storm beams on their targets. Observing the saber-toothed tiger crashing into the gate, Sun Peng quickly ordered tanks to block the entrance, preventing the tiger from rampaging through the estate. Magnetic Storm Squad, prepare to attack. The 30 Magnetic Storm soldiers raised their coils, a surge of astonishing electricity coursing through them. As their energy accumulated, they unleashed their strikes. 30 dazzling arcs of electricity tore through the air, hurtling towards the mutated saber-toothed tiger. With a series of hissing sounds, the tiger's back was scorched black, yet its movements remained relatively unimpeded. After all, it was not a true animal but rather a creature of the undead. As long as the T-virus controlling its central nervous system remained intact, no amount of bodily damage would affect its mobility. Aim for the saber-toothed tiger's head, Sun Peng commanded. Understood. The Magnetic Storm Squadron once again gathered electricity, and the energy within their storm coils rapidly reached a critical threshold. With a swift motion, 30 arcs of electricity surged forth, striking fiercely against the forehead of the saber-toothed tiger. The Magnetic Storm Infantry possessed exceptionally formidable combat prowess, even when faced with a moving target. As long as it fell within their attack range, they could strike with remarkable precision. Although those 30 arcs had originated from different positions, they ultimately converged upon a singular point, as a thick cloud of smoke dissipated. Sun Peng was astonished to discover that the saber-toothed tiger had managed to shield its head with its claws. How could a mere zombie exhibit such intelligence? Sun Peng felt slightly taken aback. Yet this did not impede the impending onslaught that would eradicate it completely. When the entire Magnetic Storm Infantry raised their storm coils once more, the mutated saber-toothed tiger, in a state of disarray, fled with its injured body, retreating into the nearby dense forest. Chapter 38. Technological Level 3. Upon witnessing the creature's retreat, Sun Peng refrained from launching another attack. Continuing to unleash magnetic storm rays might ignite the surrounding mountains and forests of Zhao family village, potentially resulting in an uncontrollable inferno. In such a scenario, it was estimated that a significant portion of the populace would perish in the flames. As Sun Peng successfully drove away the terrifying mutated saber-toothed tiger, the residents of Zhao family village erupted in thunderous cheers. They understood that had it not been for Sun Peng's presence, the fall of Zhao family village might have occurred today. Without Sun Peng's formidable forces capable of discharging electricity, how could they contend with the mutated saber-toothed tiger? Should the city walls fall, the ramparts shatter, the mutated beasts outside would surge in, and the consequences would be dire. Commander, I am Chen Konghu, the captain of the Zhao family village guard. Our soldiers are willing to accept your reorganization and serve you alone henceforth. At this moment, the captain responsible for the entire guard unit of Zhao family village stepped forward to express his willingness to follow Sun Peng. The location chosen for Zhao family village was indeed optimal, surrounded by mountains and supported by advantageous terrain to bolster the walls. I plan to transform this place into my second base. For now, you shall continue to oversee its defense, Sun Peng instructed the captain. Yes, Commander. I assure you I will safeguard this location. Chen Konghu promptly affirmed. I will leave a company of troops here. You must obey their command. Understood? Sun Peng stated. Having decided to incorporate this area into his sphere of influence, it was inevitable that Sun Peng would not withdraw all his forces upon departure. Leaving behind a company would be sufficient to instill a sense of deterrence among the locals. Technological level experience has surpassed 6,000. Technological level has been upgraded. As Sun Peng declared his intent to incorporate the entirety of Zhao family village, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Unlocking building, Air Command Center unlocking weapon. Light Prism Tower unlocking infantry. SEAL Team unlocking vehicle. Forward base vehicle. Nighthawk helicopter. Sun Ping's eyes brightened at this revelation. The forward base vehicle was indeed a valuable asset. With this, he could construct a central base at a considerable distance and expand his influence outward. Subsequently, Sun Ping remotely controlled the vehicle factory within the base to produce a forward base vehicle. Compared to the mobile base vehicle, the forward base vehicle was undoubtedly much more compact and lacked construction capabilities. Its sole characteristic was the ability to connect directly with the system, converting funds into building materials and facilitating the construction of corresponding structures around it. Upon returning to the villa, Sun Ping inquired about his parents. Xiao Peng, Sun Ming came with us to Province A, but when the outbreak of these zombie monsters occurred, we were not together. Cheng Jinshui recounted. At that time, the government and some individuals stepped up to organize an evacuation. And ultimately, our family followed a man named Zhao Hai to this place, while another group was taken elsewhere by the military and police. Yes, when we arrived here, we also tried to inquire about Brother Sun Ming. But we found no information, Lu Haiyan added. If he is still alive, he should be in the shelter established by the government. If that is the case, they certainly wouldn't be living as we are. Let's not dwell on that for now. Hurry and get in the car. I'll take you to my place. Sun Ping nodded and said, Xiao Peng, we're fine, but please take good care of Meng Jia while she is with you. All right, Lu Haiyan urged. Rest assured, Meng Jia has been my companion since childhood. I would never treat her poorly. Let's go. Sun Ping beckoned the two to board an infantry fighting vehicle, then organized the troops to prepare for departure back to the canyon base. The already transformed gate slowly opened, and Sun Ping's tanks and infantry vehicles lined up to exit. Of course, Sun Ping left behind 2 tanks and 5 infantry fighting vehicles, along with a company of troops to guard this place. In case any sudden situations arose on the way, Sun Ping suddenly received an alarm from the base. What is happening? Sun Ping's expression changed as he inquired about the situation at the base. Report, Commander. A horde of terrifying monsters has appeared around the base. These creatures are exceedingly troublesome. A company stationed at the canyon entrance is on the verge of collapse, and our internal forces are insufficient to cope. Li Honghu reported. How could this happen? Sun Ping's expression shifted as he checked his resource points. Within the system panel, the 100,000 resource points he had exchanged were rapidly depleting at a visible rate, indicating one thing. The forces at the base were resisting the external assault in the most frenzied manner possible. Commander, what is happening? Yu Hongliang inquired. Captain Yu, take your infantry company and push forward swiftly. The base is in trouble. Hurry to provide reinforcement, Sun Ping commanded. Understood. Yu Hongliang dared not question further, accelerating the infantry fighting vehicles towards the canyon base. Outside the canyon base, in the expanse of the desert ahead, it appeared as though an altar had risen, continuously summoning various biomonsters. Upon seeing Yu Hongliang approaching from behind, the monsters within the altar swiftly divided into 2 groups. One continued its assault on the base, while the other advanced toward Yu Hongliang and his cohort of infantry fighting vehicles. A large contingent of Huaxia crossbowmen quickly dismounted from the infantry vehicles, firing their assault rifles with urgency. However, the physical resilience of those monsters was astonishing. At the forefront stood a purely bioorganic entity, twisted and yellowish in hue. When bullets struck, they created a hole in its body, but its remarkable fluidity allowed it to heal the wound almost instantaneously. What an eerie creature! Utilize the small missiles from the infantry vehicles to attack. Yu Hongliang, observing the bullets' ineffectiveness, decided to try launching small missiles from the infantry vehicles. With a whoosh, the small missiles launched in pairs from the infantry fighting vehicle, ultimately striking the yellow bioentity. With a series of explosive sounds, the yellow bioentity was finally neutralized. Yet, behind it loomed many more of such yellow bioentities, in addition to the crawling zombies Sun Ping had previously encountered. The highly resilient white zombies, and the mutated beasts with 8 legs and a mass of tentacles, all of which were now emerging from the altar without restraint. Chapter 39. Base Crisis, Biotank? Damn it. Where are these things coming from? Yu Hongliang's expression shifted, recognizing that while the high ground at the canyon base still had machine gun nests for fire support and favorable terrain, they were exposed without any barriers here. Facing even greater pressure than at the base, this moment, Sun Ping arrived, commanding the magnetic storm squad and artillery units to suppress the enemy fire, barely granting the 3 infantry companies a chance to retreat. It seems the root cause must be that altar. If we continue to exhaust ourselves against those monsters, we will inevitably perish, Sun Peng contemplated, gazing at the distant altar. This method of summoning zombies appeared to be artificially induced. Commander, the enemy's offensive is too fierce. If we wish to return to the base, it may be quite troublesome, Yu Hongliang admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed after retreating. Although their defeat was inevitable as a company commander, he still felt he had let down his troops. You need not feel ashamed. With such a small force, it is indeed insufficient to contend with those creatures, Sun Peng replied. The only viable solution now is to destroy that peculiar structure capable of summoning those monsters. Commander, should we let the rocket team within the base launch a long-range strike? Yu Hongliang proposed. Though uncertain if the V-3 rockets could obliterate that structure, it was worth a try. Sun Peng nodded, issuing the command to the rocket team. Meanwhile, in the central area of the base, 10 V-3 rocket launchers were lined up meticulously in formation. With the deduction of system resources, 10 V-3 rockets materialized astonishingly behind those launchers. What has transpired? At that moment, Cheng Mengjia, who was serving as the administrator in the warehouse, hurriedly rushed out upon witnessing the considerable commotion. Although fierce battles raged outside the canyon, those situated in the central region were largely oblivious to the chaos. Sister, has Sun Peng not returned yet? Cheng Yutong followed suit, emerging from the warehouse. As she gazed at the perfectly aligned rocket vehicles and missiles ahead, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Sister, are they about to launch rockets? How impressive! Cheng Mengjia clasped her hands tightly, supporting her chin, filled with anxiety. Sun Peng must be in trouble. Otherwise, such formidable equipment would not be deployed. She remarked, Then, will Sun Peng be okay? Cheng Yutong asked, her voice laced with concern. Cheng Mengjia shook her head, replying, I believe in him. He will return safely. At this moment, the 10 rocket launchers stationed in the center slightly elevated the rockets on their backs, adjusting their aim. The V-3 missiles were fully prepared and ready for launch. Having received the target coordinates, they were set to fire. With a whoosh, as the command was issued, the V-3 missiles erupted into a blazing inferno, soaring upwards from the launchers, piercing the sky. The dazzling flames compelled everyone at the base to pause and watch, while the missiles swiftly followed their designated trajectory, soon zeroing in on the altar below. After a brief suspension, Sun Peng cast a glance at the shattered biochemical tank before leading his troops back to the base. Upon reuniting with her parents, Cheng Mengjia was evidently overjoyed. Dad, Mom, I can't believe you are both safe. This is wonderful, she exclaimed, throwing herself into Cheng Jinshui's embrace. Indeed, all of this is thanks to young Peng. You must express your gratitude to him properly. Lu Haiyan approached, gently stroking Cheng Mengjia's head. I'm not just working for him. I have been trying diligently to thank him. Cheng Mengjia pouted, slightly embarrassed. Enough. Young Peng is now the backbone of the entire base. Time is of the essence, Mengjia. You must seize this opportunity, Cheng Jinshui advised. Dad, what are you talking about? Cheng Mengjia shot him an exasperated glance. Mengjia, your father is not jesting. You must grasp this opportunity. The current Sun Peng is not the same as before. Lu Haiyan urged. Cheng Mengjia was well aware of her parents' intentions. They merely hoped for her to be with Sun Peng. This was a natural desire. What parent wouldn't he wish for their child to have a promising future? In a world ravaged by chaos, the most reliable man was also the one with whom Cheng Mengjia had the greatest chance of a future. There was no one else but Sun Peng. But Cheng Mengjia hesitated. I'm too familiar with him, to the point where it feels impossible to take that step. Besides what? The shift in my feelings for him has been monumental. Although I yearn to draw closer, I can't shake the sense of distance between us, Cheng Mengjia confessed. Mengjia, you can't think this way. You need to find a chance. Mom, enough. Cheng Mengjia interrupted Lu Haiyan, who was about to say more. Let things unfold naturally. I don't want to dwell on this right now. Observing their daughter's demeanor, Cheng Jinshui and Lu Haiyan chose not to press further. However, they remained concerned that if Cheng Mengjia didn't act swiftly, Sun Peng would inevitably be snatched away by other remarkable girls. It was crucial to remember that in this post-apocalyptic world, a man of Sun Peng's caliber would attract many admirers. Chapter 41. The SEAL team meanwhile. In another location, Sun Peng appeared unusually solemn in the command room. The emergence of the biochemical tank was no mere coincidence. There had been no word from the Umbrella Corporation. They were entirely shrouded in secrecy. Come what may, I am ready to confront any challenge, Sun Peng declared, standing resolutely as he shifted his focus to the control panel, eager to explore the newly unlocked technology. Among the newly acquired infantry units was an exceptionally formidable force, the SEAL team. These elite soldiers possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of ordinary infantry. Their weapon range, firing rate, and accuracy were significantly superior. A SEAL team member with no rank could contend with multiple three-tiered Huagua crossbowmen in combat prowess. Naturally, the training cost was tenfold that of basic infantry, amounting to 1,000 funds. Sun Peng was not hesitant. Having accrued considerable funds from defeating the monsters emerging from the biochemical tanks, combined with the continuous production from the mines, he could afford the expenditure as long as the base's forces were not excessive. After clicking 10 times on the control panel, the system automatically deducted 10,000 points from his funds. 10 minutes later, a squad of SEAL team members stood before Sun Peng in an orderly formation. SEAL team leader, Paul, reporting for duty. The foremost member saluted and introduced himself. Sun Peng was pleasantly surprised that this specialized unit had produced a leader-level soldier after mass training. Name, Paul. Gender, male. Affiliation, SEAL team, leader, physical level, LV.0. Combat power estimate, 3055. After reviewing this data, Sun Peng was quite satisfied. Even at level 0, Paul's combat power was already comparable to his own evolved state. Next, Sun Peng examined the attributes of a standard SEAL team member. Name, SEAL 1. Gender, male. Affiliation, SEAL team. Physical level, LV.0. Combat power estimate, 1832. Even in their unranked state, their combat capabilities surpassed those of the three-tiered Huagua crossbowmen. Hongliang.it appeared he had acquired a remarkably powerful special forces unit. Paul, SEAL team leader, present. Paul responded loudly. Now, lead your team to the canyon entrance to assist the second company in defense. The situation at the canyon entrance is unpredictable. We must remain vigilant. Sun Peng instructed. Once there is a task to assign, I will inform you. Understood. After receiving orders, Paul swiftly led his 9 SEAL team members to the canyon entrance, securing a strategic high ground to guard against potential incursions by zombies or biochemical monsters. Subsequently, Sun Peng noticed a newly unlocked structure, the Air Command Center. With this construction, he would gain access to a more advanced radar system. And the Air Command Center would also permit the construction of Night Hawk helicopters at the vehicle factory. However, to build Black Hawk aircraft under the Commonwealth faction, he would need to establish a combat laboratory, which was currently beyond his technological capabilities. Nevertheless, the system did not completely restrict Sun Peng's technological tree. Upon reaching level 2, he would unlock Soviet units, including magnetic storm infantry and air defense infantry, transformed into rocket gunners. As for the Allied technological tree, it might only become available through the completion of special missions or reaching certain technological level thresholds. At this moment, Sun Peng had another task to address. He needed to transport the forward base vehicle to the mountaintop of Zhaojia village, where he intended to expand his influence. According to terrain analysis, extending further from that mountain would reveal a sizable mine, which would serve as a new economic source for Sun Peng. Just as he was preparing to head out, he received a communication from Chuyang Base. General Sun, hello, I am Lu Guishan, the current leader of Chuyang Base. The voice on the other end stated, hello, Director Lu. How may I assist you? Sun Peng responded respectfully to a leader of an entire combat zone. According to our intelligence, you recently captured Zhaojia village? Lu Guishan inquired. Yes, the village master crossed me, Sun Peng admitted candidly. Director Lu, what are your intentions regarding this matter? Ha, General Sun, do not misunderstand. Since Zhaojia village is under your control, it naturally belongs to you, Lu Guishan replied. I am here to discuss the preparation for a significant offensive operation. Are you considering an assault on Fanbei City? Sun Peng asked. The situation in Fanbei City is quite complicated, and our supplies are critically insufficient. We must procure resources from within, Lu Guishan explained. There are several large grain depots in 2 densely populated zombie areas in Fanbei City. If you are interested in joining us for a lucrative venture, we can collaborate. All right, what is the specific operational plan? Sun Pang inquired. General Sun, I assume you have equipment capable of video communication? Lu Guishan asked. I would like to show you the operational plan via video. Upon hearing this, Sun Pang activated the central display in the command room to receive the video message. A map materialized on Lu Guishan's END.to the southwest of Fanbei City. There was a large grain depot, but it was surrounded by residential blocks. If they were to rush in recklessly, the zombies within those blocks could encircle their forces, trapping them inside the depot. Therefore, we need you to send troops to contain the zombies in the two nearby residential areas. Lu Guishan stated. Do you know how many troops I have at my disposal? Sun Pang queried. Ha. Although the force you have displayed does not seem overly formidable, I believe you certainly possess more than just a couple of battalions. Lu Guishan replied. The situation is changing rapidly, and I will feel considerable pressure with those two residential areas. General Sun, due to your previous actions, the distribution of zombies in Fanbei City has altered. Our troops would face severe combat just to advance from your side. However, you could allow your forces to move straight in. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother you. I will consider this matter. When do you plan to launch the offensive? Sun Pang asked. We have identified the location of the grain depot. As for when to attack, it depends on your progress. Lu Guishan seemed to have noticed that Sun Pang was somewhat troubled, so he entrusted the decision regarding the date of action to Sun Pang. Very well, in that case, Chief Lu will await 3 days. After 3 days, I shall organize the troops to lure the zombies from those two districts. Ultimately, Sun Pang accepted this offensive operation, recognizing the significance of the matter concerning food supplies. However, prior to that, Sun Pang needed to gather his forces near Zhaojiazhuang. After hanging up on Lu Guishan, Sun Pang once again assembled his troops, including the SEAL team led by Paul. 2nd Battalion, assemble. This time, Sun Pang did not intend to take Yu Hongliang with him. Instead, he brought along Li Hong and the troops under his current command. Although this battalion lacked powerful units such as artillery and electromagnetic storm squads, the presence of the SEAL team made addressing most challenges relatively effortless. The SEAL team was under Sun Pang's direct command, and no other officers held authority over them. Soon, all members of the 2nd Battalion were gathered, while the guarding forces at the canyon entrance were replaced by a company from the 1st Battalion. Leading the way was an advanced base vehicle, roughly the size of a standard cargo truck, equipped with a complex transmission structure that, when deployed, could serve as a central command. As Sun Pang departed with the 2nd Battalion, he immediately utilized the funds at his disposal to train a new contingent of Huagua crossbowmen, establishing a new battalion. This time, the forces heading to Zhaojiazhuang were not intended to return but rather to set up camp there. Currently, the optimal capacity of the canyon base could accommodate only 2 battalions along with several thousand civilians. Exceeding this limit would risk the collapse of the internal system, leading to insurmountable issues concerning food supplies and other essential aspects. Hence, Sun Pang remained highly cautious regarding the control of troop numbers. In Fanbei City, a woman clad in a black leather jacket leisurely strolled alongside a bare-chested man on the street. It was astonishing to witness how the once thriving metropolis had transformed into such a desolate state. Observing the dilapidated city, the man chuckled. Don't get too sentimental. We need to gather the required items quickly. Otherwise, we might end up like this ourselves, the woman replied solemnly. All we see around are mere clowns. How could such items possibly be here? The man retorted, somewhat displeased, before plunging his dagger backward, striking the head of a zombie attempting to attack him. He extracted the blade from the zombie's skull and kicked the lifeless body aside, leaving behind a mess of shredded flesh and brain matter. The supergiant we encountered earlier surely had something valuable, but alas, its head was blown to smithereens by the military, the woman lamented. Surely, do you truly believe that the military's missiles could annihilate such a creature? The man pondered. What do you mean? Shirley exclaimed, quickly realizing that despite the giant's head being obliterated, its biochemical core likely remained intact. Tests had shown that even the lowest-grade white core could withstand blasts equivalent to 5 tons of TNT. The core within that giant was at least green in grade, if no one else knows. Then the giant's biochemical core should still be in the South City district, the man said, excitement evident in his voice. This is a green core. If we could deliver it to our master. His expression turned avaricious. However, that giant is still roaming near the South City district, Shirley hesitated, aware that normal zombies or other mutated creatures possessing a biochemical core would be formidable adversaries. If they lost that core, they would lose all abilities, including basic mobility. Forget it. If we fail this mission, our fate is sealed. Rather than being fed to the Master's pet, we might as well take our chances now, the man declared, leaping into the air and swiftly navigating the city with acrobatic grace. Reluctantly, Shirley followed closely behind as their figures flickered and soon reached the South City district of Fanbei City. This was a location previously scouted by Sun Peng, where he had thoroughly scavenged all valuable resources. Currently, aside from the zombies that had been sent from the city center and the headless giant zombie, there was nothing else of significance left. I can't sense any energy fluctuations nearby. How frustrating. After exploring the vicinity of the South City district, the man realized that the shattered-headed giant had not dropped the biochemical core they sought. Zhonghai, let's try our luck elsewhere, Shirley suggested. At this point, Duan Zhonghai could only nod in agreement, fully aware that they could not afford to make any significant moves in Fanbei City. If they attracted a horde of zombies, even their superior physical capabilities would likely lead to a gruesome demise. Exiting the South City district, the duo retreated from the southern part of Fanbei City. Meanwhile, Sun Peng's forces had arrived at Zhao Jiazhuang. The walls of Zhao Jiazhuang had been repaired, yet their defensive capabilities remained severely limited. With Zhao Hai eliminated, the large characters spelling out Zhao Jiazhuang above the entrance had also been removed. This place could no longer be called Zhao Jiazhuang. Perhaps Sun Peng needed to bestow a meaningful name upon his new base. With a thought, Sun Peng manipulated the system, gently tapping downwards, and then produced a grand plaque inscribed with the words City of Dawn. The meaning was clear. The base constructed by Sun Peng represented a beacon of hope amidst the dark apocalypse, a guiding light for humanity's future. The City of Dawn symbolized the ultimate hope for mankind. However, the plaque was yet to be mounted, as Sun Peng first needed to modify the structure of the estate. The hastily constructed walls were utterly inadequate for his requirements. Driving the advanced vehicle into the estate, the onlookers regarded it with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. What happened next utterly shattered their preconceived notions. The advanced vehicle spun around, then began to disassemble and spread across the ground, ultimately forming a small metallic structure surrounded by various instruments and equipment, topped with a radar transmission system that exuded a sense of advanced technology. What transpired next left everyone speechless in an instant. The earthen walls crumbled, replaced by towering, reinforced concrete fortifications, with hardened steel spikes laid around the perimeter to withstand external assaults. Chapter 43. Spiral-eyed zombies. Am I seeing things? How is this even possible? The walls we toiled over for so long are utterly feeble in comparison to this. The laborers expressed their astonishment. With Sun Peng's astounding methods, this base was destined to become a far more resilient fortress than the previous Zhao Jiazhuang. Yet, this was only the beginning. Following the construction of the walls, Sun Peng immediately set about building a new magnetic energy reactor. The reactor would supply sufficient power to the entire estate. Subsequently, in the expansive area of the estate, Sun Peng established barracks, logistics factories, tank factories, and other essential infrastructures. Moreover, utilizing the models designed by Cheng Mengjia at the canyon base, he constructed warehouses and dormitories to accommodate the inhabitants. As for the villa once occupied by Zhao Hai, it was also demolished. Have Mengjia design a new one for me. I have no desire to inhabit the house of that guy, Sun Peng remarked, gazing at the demolished villa, unperturbed by its destruction. The repugnant occurrences within that villa had left him disinclined to reside there. Once the basic facilities were in place, Sun Peng began zoning the estate. The most crucial aspect was expansion. He aimed to extend the estate to the larger mountain nearby. However, the dense forests surrounding it harbored numerous mutated creatures, including mutated plants and animals. Venturing in recklessly would undoubtedly result in being devoured by those monsters. For Sun Peng, however, expanding territory was a simple matter. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. With overwhelming firepower, any creature would be forced to retreat. Commander, please instruct us on what you need. We shall comply without question. When Sun Peng provided accommodation for each and every migrant worker, they were all profoundly moved to tears. Under Zhao Hai's leadership, they had previously been devoid of any human rights, yet now, they were finally experiencing the basic dignity and treatment that every human being deserves. Rest assured, as long as you are working, Sun Peng stated. However, before that, I need to expand towards the mountains. With that, he instructed Paul to lead the SEAL team to explore the conditions along the road to the Grand Mine. Upon receiving the order, Paul swiftly led his SEAL team through the dense forest, where the situation was exceedingly complex. As they descended, they encountered a ferocious giant wolf with a gaping maw fixated upon them. Paul raised his specially modified MP5 submachine gun and unleashed 5 rounds in an instant. The giant wolf fell to the ground, struck down. The MP5 in the SEAL team's possession was exceptional and formidable, capable of inflicting immense damage on biological entities, yet it proved less effective against armored vehicles. Even zombies appeared remarkably fragile under the assault of such weaponry, unless faced with a colossal zombie clad in exceptionally thick armor. Other mutated biological forms or zombies would be effortlessly vanquished before the SEAL team. Stay vigilant and advance stealthily. Although Paul was untroubled by these minor threats, he aimed to complete the mission efficiently and avoid triggering a large-scale conflict. After progressing a short distance, Paul finally beheld the Grand Mine. Just as he was preparing to enter, a dark silhouette emerged from the depths of the mine. Upon closer inspection, Paul realized it was a large bio-zombie. Its body almost entirely covered in flesh and blood, with a single enormous spiral eye upon its head and 8 writhing tentacles trailing behind. All personnel, prepare for combat, Paul commanded. The spiral-eyed zombie, upon noticing Paul, twisted its massive eye and spewed forth a jet of blood-red liquid, aimed directly at him. Paul sidestepped just in time, and the liquid splattered against a boulder, melting it into sludge. What a terrifying venom! Paul thought, his expression grave as he regarded the spiral-eyed zombie. If a person were to be struck by that crimson liquid, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Even those with immunity to the T-virus would find it impossible to withstand such a highly corrosive super toxin. Bang, bang, bang. Several SEAL team members, dispersing, attempted to shoot at the creature with their MP5s. However, even the mighty MP5 bullets merely left a hole upon impact, a mere annoyance to the fluidly moving spiral-eyed zombie. It seemed the Zhao family estate was indeed exceptionally fortunate. While the location of their villa was undoubtedly advantageous, the surrounding dangers were even more chilling. Had the spiral-eyed zombie chosen to assault the Zhao estate, they would have had no means to contend with it. Wait a moment. Let me see if I can set up some C4 explosives, Paul pondered silently before making up his mind. The 8 tentacles behind the spiral-eyed zombie were exceedingly troublesome, making it nearly impossible to approach directly. The only course of action was to activate the special skill inherent to its evolved form, spatial displacement. Once this skill was activated, Paul's movement would resemble that of the soldiers from the Temporal Legion, allowing for instantaneous travel. However, this instantaneous movement came with limitations, as it would freeze his actions upon arrival based on the distance covered. If the timing was not precise, it would spell doom. Swish, swish, swish. Meanwhile, the spiral-eyed zombie continued to spew venom, and the SEAL team members were diligently evading its attacks. The venom that landed upon trees caused them to wither instantly. When it struck rocks, they melted away, and even the ground was left with deep, corrosive pits. One SEAL member, while dodging, had the venom splashed into a small pond behind him. Upon contact with the water, an incredibly violent reaction ensued, with the liquid evaporating rapidly, releasing gas that was not white, but blood red. Everyone, be cautious. Do not inhale that red gas. Paul's face paled as he quickly warned his team. Fortunately, the SEAL team members were astute enough to respond swiftly, finding safe spots to avoid the noxious fumes. Had it been an ordinary unit, the casualties would have been substantial by now. Chapter 44. The unaware duo. As for Paul, he was attempting to close the distance with the spiral-eyed zombie. At the opportune moment, he activated his skill and teleported just beneath the creature's feet, mere moments before the red venom could strike him. However, after this teleportation, Paul would enter a 3-second freezing period. The spiral-eyed zombie reacted swiftly, its tentacles lunging towards Paul as he appeared beneath it. With a light chuckle, Paul placed the C4 explosives onto the spiral-eyed zombie before activating the spatial displacement once more. Relocating himself to a considerable distance away, as soon as the freezing period elapsed, Paul pressed the button to detonate the C4. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, and the spiral-eyed zombie was instantly brought down, its chest rupturing to reveal a white crystalline substance within. Seeing this, Paul prepared to retrieve the white crystal, only to be preempted by a bare-chested man. "Brother, I didn't expect you to have such tricks up your sleeve to slay this monster. Credit where it's due, but this thing, sorry, it's mine now," Duan Zhonghai remarked as he picked up a stone. "I advise you to put that down. Otherwise, I won't hold back," Paul warned. "Ha, you big soldier, don't overestimate yourself. Do you think you can catch me?" Duan Zhonghai scoffed. Without further ado, Paul fired a shot, leaving a hole in Duan Zhonghai's abdomen, yet he remained unfazed. "Enough of the games, big soldier. Just do what you're supposed to do. You needn't worry about these matters," Duan Zhonghai said with a wicked grin before utilizing the terrain to make his escape. Paul did not pursue. He understood he lacked the means to contend with that individual. Although his spatial movement ability was still active, its limitations were too great compared to the agile and unimpeded Duan Zhonghai. This matter required reporting to the commander, Paul stated solemnly. He then relayed the events that transpired to Sun Peng. "Good heavens, he dared to snatch something from me. That fellow truly does not know his place." Sun Peng's expression shifted, and he immediately activated the radar for a perimeter scan. On the map, all moving entities were marked, including the remarkably swift Duan Zhonghai. Alongside him was a white dot, evidently a companion. Observing their trajectory, they appeared to be heading towards his base. Sun Peng stepped outside, discovering the two had already arrived at the entrance of his command center. Their ability to bypass all defensive measures and infiltrate so effortlessly was indeed impressive. "And who might you be? To brazenly rob from my subordinates? You certainly have little regard for others," Sun Peng said, his voice laced with anger. "So you are the commander of this base? It seems quite impressive," Shueli chuckled. "As for us, we simply wish to extend our greetings. It would be wise not to overestimate yourself." "Do you truly believe yourselves formidable?" Sun Peng retorted. "Big soldier, don't think just because you're a soldier with good physical conditioning that you can compare to us. You appear as a mere child, understand?" Duan Zhonghai warned. "Focus on your own responsibilities. Some matters are best left untouched to avoid inviting calamity." With that, the two attempted to depart. However, Sun Peng suddenly appeared before Duan Zhonghai with astonishing speed. Delivering two powerful punches. Taken by surprise, Duan Zhonghai quickly tried to block, but was still forced back 2 steps. "Damn it, I didn't expect you to be?" Duan Zhonghai exclaimed, shock evident in his eyes. Sun Peng activated the system to check the profiles of the two. Name, Duan Zhonghai. Gender, male. Body level evaluation. Soldier class evolved entity. Estimated combat power, 5575. Name, Shueli. Gender, female. Body level evaluation. Soldier class evolved entity. Estimated combat power, 5880. Both were evaluated to be on par with himself in terms of body level, though they were slightly inferior in estimated combat power. "I advise you to return what you took earlier promptly." Sun Peng gazed indifferently at Duan Zhonghai and remarked, "Humph, you are but one person. Do you truly believe you can contend with the two of us?" Duan Zhonghai cast a glance at Sherry behind him and said, "Sherry, let us attack together." Duan Zhonghai had to concede that, on his own, he was indeed no match for Sun Peng. Although he sensed that their evolutionary levels were ostensibly at par after their recent confrontation, he realized he could never hope to rival him. After a moment of hesitation, Sherry joined Duan Zhonghai in their assault. Sun Peng hastily defended himself, but the numerical advantage of his opponents became apparent. And after a fierce struggle, he found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, the surrounding troops had already closed in. Moreover, while engaged with Duan Zhonghai, Sun Peng had quietly activated 2 light prismatic towers within the villa. "Commander, if this continues, you will gain nothing of value. Why not let us depart peacefully?" Duan Zhonghai suggested. "Do you genuinely believe you can escape today?" Sun Peng replied coldly. Duan Zhonghai surveyed the soldiers around him, his expression shifting. If they were to face a sudden barrage of gunfire, even with their bodies capable of rapid recovery, they would surely meet their demise. Damn it, I completely forgot he had so many troops. Duan Zhonghai said grimly, Commander, we concede this time. Zhonghai, return the item to him, Sherry urged. Gritting his teeth, Duan Zhonghai reluctantly produced the translucent crystal and tossed it to Sun Pong. Sun Pong caught it effortlessly, the sensation of the crystal in his hand bringing him an inexplicable sense of relief. What is this? Sun Pong inquired, though not jest. Your body has evolved to the soldier level. How could you not know what this is? Sherry retorted. Enough with the trivialities. Just answer my question. Sun Pong commanded, drawing his pistol and striking Duan Zhonghai's face with it, immediately tearing away a large piece of flesh from his once handsome visage, rendering it grotesque. Yet, despite this, Duan Zhonghai did not collapse. This is the biochemical core within a zombie. While the T-virus is exceedingly aggressive, among the myriad of life forms on Earth, some possess formidable resistance to it. Sherry hastily explained. Chapter 45. Clean up these organisms that exhibit resistance to the virus upon infection do not necessarily lose their consciousness. Rather, they adapt to the changes brought about by the viral invasion. Sherry continued, of course, some do succumb to becoming mindless zombies, but those zombies tend to possess significantly greater capabilities, making them far more challenging to deal with. This crystal is formed from the biochemical cores of exceptionally powerful zombies. They cannot be killed by a simple shot to the head, but require their bodies to be sufficiently damaged first. Sherry elaborated. Once their bodies are incapacitated and unable to sustain further movement, the biochemical core will become exposed. And what do you intend to do with these cores? Sun Pong asked. Consider how you became an evolved being, and the answer will become clear, Sherry replied. Are you implying that you utilize these biochemical cores to enhance your physical abilities? Sun Pong queried. Sherry nodded, saying, Indeed, however, the biochemical cores are incredibly resilient. Not even high explosives can destroy them. Our only method of utilizing them is to implant them directly. Sun Pong chuckled lightly. Upon observing the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Paul comprehended that the arrogant individual had been dealt with by Sun Pong. Had they managed to escape, Sun Pong might have indeed found himself at a loss. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would possess such unwavering confidence in their capabilities, genuinely believing that they could enter and exit the manor, which Sun Pong had merely begun to establish at will? After clearing away the debris at the scene, Sun Pong trained a formidable pack of police dogs at the training camp. These dogs were large in stature, possessed exceptionally keen olfactory senses, and exhibited considerable offensive capabilities. Their bodies had undergone special modifications, rendering them immune to the T-virus. Chapter 46. Opening new mines. Paul, you shall lead the way, while I will construct walls along the sides of the path according to your route. The expansion of our functionalities can proceed gradually, but the mining operation must be expedited, Sun Pong instructed. Understood. After receiving the command, Paul, accompanied by the pack of police dogs, made his way to the rear of the walls. However, this time they did not venture beyond. In a short while, Sun Pong would bring the forward base vehicle to create an opening in the wall, subsequently erecting high walls along the sides of the path to establish a secure passage to the mines. Unfortunately, the walls lack the capability for subterranean material transport. Otherwise, Sun Pong could have expanded effortlessly. As Sun Pong maneuvered the forward base vehicle to the rear, he selected a section of the wall to dismantle. With a mere tap of his finger in the command room, that segment of the wall vanished in an instant. At that moment, several creatures lurking behind the wall attempted to breach in, only to be swiftly dispatched by the ever-prepared Paul. Thereafter, Sun Pong commenced the construction of walls outward, with the police dogs leading the way. Upon detecting the scent of monsters, Paul would promptly eliminate them with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the maximum material transport distance, Sun Pong advanced the forward base vehicle. The width of the path was just sufficient for the vehicle to operate, and during the advancement, Sun Pong also leveled the rugged terrain. After several hours of progress, Sun Pong finally arrived at the vast mine. The journey had not been without challenges, as they encountered multiple waves of attacks, and a few police dogs fell prey to ambushing vine-like monsters, ultimately perishing in the indiscriminate crossfire. Although the police dogs were ensnared, Sun Pong did not hesitate. Spending time to rescue them would only result in greater losses. The most prudent approach was to decisively eliminate both the targets and the hostages. Upon reaching the mine, Sun Peng immediately erected walls to enclose the area and constructed a mineral refinery on site. Given the considerable distance from the manor, it was necessary to arrange transportation for the laborers. Sun Peng accessed the vehicle interface and found the school bus option. The cost was quite affordable, requiring only 50 funds to summon one. Without hesitation, Sun Peng spent 500 funds to produce a fleet of school buses, intended not for transporting students, but for ferrying the laborers. Li Hong arranged for the laborers to board the school buses. The mine is now ready for operation, Sun Peng instructed. Understood, Li Hong responded, gathering all the laborers who were resting in their dormitories. The commander has provided such favorable conditions, yet they come with stipulations. Li Hong addressed the assembled laborers. The order here has been largely established. Starting tomorrow, the cafeteria will no longer provide free meals. You must earn points through labor to obtain necessary supplies via point cards. With that, Li Hong distributed the point cards to the laborers. It is important to note that these cards lacked a reporting feature for loss. Once lost, the points within would not be restored. If someone were fortunate enough to find a card with points, it would be akin to discovering money. Li Hong emphasized the need for everyone to safeguard their cards diligently. All present nodded solemnly in agreement. Of course, merely having these laborers was insufficient. Sun Peng instructed Li Hong to disarm the existing guards. All defensive forces were to be under Sun Peng's control, and those disarmed guards would now assume the role of laborers, joining the others in their toil at the mine. Meanwhile, the women stationed at the base were assigned to work in the cafeteria and various service-oriented facilities. The pristine school buses transported them safely to the mine. The laborers felt as though this apocalyptic world was not as dire as they had once perceived. Reflecting on the early days of the viral outbreak, they could hardly have imagined such a comfortable existence. Sun Peng also arranged reasonable working hours, complete with dedicated transportation and attentive service. Compared to Zhao Hai, Sun Peng appeared almost divine. However, for Sun Peng, such services were merely a baseline expectation. The benefits derived from the laborers' work would far exceed his investments in them. As long as the incentives were in place, they would naturally labor diligently. In contrast, Zhao Hai's oppressive methods would inevitably lead to ruin. Once the base was operational, Sun Peng began organizing his troops. After all, Lu Guishan's Chuyang base awaited the supply of essential materials. Although he was not at Chuyang base, Sun Peng could sense that they were likely under considerable pressure regarding supplies. From Lu Guishan's descriptions, Sun Peng learned that Chuyang base was responsible for protecting a population of over 100,000, and since they lacked a production line like his, those civilians brought them immense pressure without yielding any returns. Despite this, Lu Guishan refused to abandon any of the individuals within the base. For this reason, Sun Peng held him in high regard and did not hesitate to organize a troop to assist them. Moreover, there was a possibility that Sun Peng's parents were at Chuyang base. If time permitted, he would certainly pay them a visit and bring them back. This time, Sun Peng gathered 2 battalions of troops. The training speed of the Huagua crossbowmen was remarkably swift, nearly matching the pace of a game, averaging 5 seconds per training session. Thus, as long as Sun Peng's resource points could sustain ammunition consumption and the base's resource allocation could support troop operations, expanding the military force would proceed swiftly. Commander Liu, you may commence your operations. I will dispatch 2 battalions to contain the zombies in those 2 residential areas. With my presence, feel free to act as you see fit. Sun Peng assured Lu Guishan over the phone. Thank you, General Sun, for your generous assistance. Lu Guishan expressed his gratitude sincerely. He understood that Sun Peng's troops possessed combat capabilities superior to those of ordinary forces. Most importantly, Sun Peng's units had an endless supply of ammunition. Regardless of the number of zombies charging at them, they would unleash overwhelming firepower. Who could withstand such onslaught? Li Hong, you will lead the 2nd Battalion to Tianyuan residential area. Sun Saming, accompany me with the 3rd Battalion to Huyuan residential area. Given the high density of residents in these areas, the zombies may be particularly ferocious. Exercise utmost caution during the operation, Sun Peng commanded. Yes, sir. Chapter 47. The avalanche of zombies. Of course, this time, Sun Peng also equipped each battalion with 10 tanks. The production of tanks was relatively swift, and ammunition was directly supplied by the system. However, one crucial issue remained: fuel. The fuel for mobile units would need to be gathered by Sun Peng amidst this apocalypse. Although each mobile unit began with a full tank, Once depleted, it would require replenishment from Sun Peng. The constraints upon Sun Peng largely stemmed from the pressures imposed by reality. Nevertheless, as Sun Peng's technological level increased sufficiently, he could establish technological oil wells. These oil wells did not require subterranean oil fields. Instead, they would yield steady outputs over time. Furthermore, the oil produced could be converted into funds or directly supplied to mobile units. The gates of the manor had now been replaced with distinctive beam gates. As Sun Peng's expeditionary forces arrived at the entrance, the light barrier before the gates dissipated automatically. Once all troops had exited, the barrier reappeared, formidable enough to withstand powerful impacts, its strength surpassing that of the walls. Meanwhile, within a dense forest near Fanbei City, several figures gathered, seemingly awaiting someone. Where have Duan Zhonghai and Shirley gone? The designated time has passed, and they still haven't checked in? One person inquired. Surely they haven't fallen prey to the zombies? Another suggested. Our master has bestowed upon us the abilities of elite, evolved beings. If we were to fall to mere ordinary zombies, we would be the true failures, a woman in a black robe retorted. Enough waiting. If we delay the submission of the biochemical core, we may all face dire consequences. A few individuals nodded in agreement, and soon their figures swiftly traversed the dense forest, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Sun Peng's forces arrived outside two residential complexes. Employing a previously established strategy, he dispatched a small squad to lure the zombies from within, followed by a barrage of covering fire. Upon receiving the orders, both teams sent a platoon into the complexes. Once inside, they immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. The platoon from the 2nd Battalion encountered a sudden attack from several crawling zombies, which moved with astonishing speed and agility. Before the soldiers could react, several of them were brought down by the assailants. This is dire. The situation has changed. We must rush to provide support. Li Hong's expression darkened as he swiftly advanced his troops, providing covering fire for the retreating vanguard. Alongside the crawling zombies emerged a horde of others, their density astonishingly high. Those afflicted with claustrophobia would likely faint at the sight. 10 tanks immediately loaded their ammunition and opened fire. Yet the results were negligible. Although the artillery could blast the zombies away, it did not eliminate them. Those blasted would merely rise again and continue their advance. Sun Peng sensed that the situation on his side was equally grim. He could distinctly feel that the strength of these zombies had escalated once more. The speed at which the zombies were evolving was alarming. This was a grave miscalculation. Sun Peng's countenance darkened, and he hurriedly trained a new batch of rocket gunners and magnetic storm infantry at the Dawn City base, while also producing Night Hawk helicopters at the vehicle factory. Having already pledged his support to Lu Guishan, Sun Peng was resolute in his determination not to retreat easily, even in the face of a collective mutation among the zombies. The number of zombies emerging from the two complexes was increasing exponentially. Sun Peng could clearly discern that their ranks far exceeded the total of the residents who had once lived there. The reason for the concentration of zombies in these two locations remained unclear. Yet it was evident that the density in the central area of Fanbei City was comparatively low. Just from these two complexes, the number of zombies that had surged forth had reached a staggering 100,000. It was manifestly impossible for a mere few hundred individuals to contend with nearly 100,000 zombies, but Sun Peng's objective was simply to buy time. Fortunately, these zombies lacked ranged attack capabilities. Just as Sun Peng finished voicing his thoughts, he realized that his troops were under gunfire. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see a group of zombies armed with firearms. Although their shooting skills were abysmal, it was undeniable that they were indeed using weapons. Sun Peng had not expected such a sudden turn of events, but he recalled the plot from the movie Resident Evil 5, where individuals infected by zombies in Umbrella's underground simulation city could operate infantry vehicles and wield heavy machine guns. This realization led him to understand that he would face significant challenges in future encounters with the undead. Report, Commander. The zombies are advancing rapidly, and they even possess the ability to use firearms. At this moment, the 3rd Battalion commander, Sun Sanming, approached with a report. Do not charge forward. Prepare to retreat. Reluctantly, Sun Peng ordered his troops to fight while falling back. If they continued to engage, the cost would be devastating. At that moment, Lu Guishan called Sun Peng, General Sun. The situation has changed. We must retreat immediately. Lu Guishan urged. In truth, even without Lu Guishan's insistence, Sun Peng would have retreated. Continuing the fight held no purpose. Just then, at the very center of Fanbei City, the tallest building underwent a sudden transformation, ultimately morphing into a regular octagonal tower, which was, in fact, a vast biochemical laboratory hive. Even from a distance, Sun Peng received first-hand intelligence. Upon seeing the structure in the city center, he immediately recognized it as a colossal bio-laboratory hive due to its resemblance to the hive depicted in films. How could such a hive appear on Chinese soil? If I recall correctly, it was supposed to be in the beautiful nation. Sun Peng furrowed his brows, yet he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With the hive's emergence, it was certain that some scientists involved in the T-virus research were within. If he could obtain their knowledge, there was a possibility of discovering a method to counter the biovirus. Even if he could not find any valuable scientists, the experimental data and materials within the hive would be immensely significant. Ding! Mission triggered. Activate the massive computer Red Queen within the hive and acquire valuable information. Completion Reward 1. Antitoxin Serum Exchange Rights. Completion Reward 2. Core Dissolver Construction Rights. Completion Reward 3. Selection of an elite unit, either Boris or Tanya. Chapter 48. The Hive. Wishing everyone a happy new year and prosperity in the coming year. Sun Peng did not anticipate that as he was preparing to draft a combat plan, the system would issue a mission. The rewards were exceedingly generous. With the antitoxin serum, even if someone was accidentally bitten by a zombie, it would not be an insurmountable problem, as the serum could completely eliminate the virus from their system. The second reward, the core dissolver, was presumably for extracting biochemical cores from advanced zombies. As for what it could be refined into, that remained uncertain. The final reward was the selection of an elite unit. Whether Boris or Tanya, both possessed formidable combat capabilities, likely exceeding those of the SEAL team leader, Paul. Paul, I entrust you with a mission. Take your SEAL team into the hive at the center of Fanbei City, and utilize the Red Queen to obtain effective information, Sun Peng commanded. Upon receiving the orders, Paul was dispatched with a Nighthawk helicopter. The helicopter would allow direct access to the depths of the city, targeting the hive. After luring the zombies out, Sun Peng completed the evacuation at the utmost speed. On Lu Guishan's side, the team sent to the granary was utterly annihilated, while those assigned to intercept the reinforcements at the other two complexes retreated in disarray. Fortunately, the zombies showed no inclination to pursue further. Once they realized they could not catch the retreating teams, they simply reversed direction. Captain, there are an outrageous number of zombies below, a SEAL team member remarked as he peered down from the helicopter, where the densely packed zombies moved through the city, evoking a chilling sensation. What's the matter, kid? Are you actually afraid? Paul teased. Haha, Captain, you underestimate me. These ghastly creatures are hardly a challenge, the SEAL replied confidently. We're almost at the hive. As per the commander's instructions, there are numerous traps inside. Everyone must exercise extreme caution, Paul stated. The team members nodded solemnly. Soon, the helicopter reached the third floor of the hive, where the ground below was completely overrun by zombies, making entry through the front door nearly impossible. Paul opened the helicopter's door, attempting to smash through a window. However, the MP5 bullets had no effect on the bulletproof glass. Captain, let us try using C4, suggested team member 1. Paul nodded and retrieved a bundle of C4 explosives. In the game's mechanics, regardless of the size of a building, a single C4 bomb could obliterate it in an instant. However, in reality, this was clearly unrealistic, so the C4 here had its limitations. After placing the C4 against the hive's wall, the helicopter ascended 2 floors. Moments later, the explosives detonated with a thunderous roar, creating a massive opening. Let us go in. 9. You stay here to pilot the helicopter and patrol the area. Report any developments immediately. Understood, Paul commanded. Yes, Captain. With that, Paul led 8 SEAL team members into the hive. The internal structure of the hive was exceedingly intricate, with room after room that could easily overwhelm the senses. Each of these rooms was a biological laboratory. Paul casually perused the computers within these labs, but found no useful data. The experiments documented on the computers primarily aimed at enhancing cellular survivability, seemingly devoid of any meaningful content. Captain, I found a confidential document. At that moment, team member 2 appeared to have discovered something. Paul immediately followed, but accessing the document required specific clearance, which he lacked. Unfortunately, I cannot decrypt this password. Paul shook his head and promptly contacted Sun Pong, requesting remote assistance from the base. Sun Pong directly connected to the system to initiate decryption. With the system's aid, the classified documents were successfully unlocked. Early aging syndrome, an exceedingly rare ailment, afflicted my daughter, and despite my numerous attempts, none yielded results. Thus, in pursuit of enhancing cellular vitality and enabling individual cells to regain their youthful vigor, I embarked on my research. However, unforeseen complications arose midway. My study was deemed taboo and subsequently sealed away. This experiment, capable of revitalizing cells and resetting their division cycles, was ruthlessly retracted by superiors. My daughter was beyond salvation, and I severed ties with that malevolent organization. Unworthy of my continued service. These were the pertinent details documented within the confidential files, yet they contained only messages, lacking substantial research outcomes. The origins mirrored those in films, though with slight discrepancies in context. Sun Pong pondered for a moment. Perhaps the protective entity here was not entirely as he remembered, thus rendering subsequent actions unable to wholly mirror the cinematic narrative. Nevertheless, the hive required further exploration. Paul, I am transmitting a map to you remotely. I have analyzed the internal structure of the hive. Follow the marked route to the control center on the 15th floor and activate the supercomputer to see if you can extract any useful information from it. After Sun Pong concluded, he swiftly sent the map to Paul's electronic dashboard. Follow me, Paul gestured and dashed into the depths of the hive. Upon reaching a corridor, both doors suddenly slammed shut, followed by the emergence of a blue beam sweeping across the corridor, a light mechanism. This light-cutting technology could effortlessly sever anything in its path, instilling sheer terror. Paul and his SEAL team members' expressions shifted, gripping the overhead railing to narrowly evade disaster. Yet, as the first beam dissipated, two more beams reappeared. If this mechanism was not swiftly deactivated, the beams would ultimately form a net of light, rendering escape impossible. The SEAL team skillfully dodged the second beam, but the third formed an energy web. Paul stood calmly. If Sun Pong did not neutralize this threat, they would surely perish. There was no need to evade this. Escape was futile. Finally, just as the light net was about to ensnare Paul, it ceased operation. Thank you to the generous Tsong Guo for the explosive update. Wishing Tsong Guo a prosperous new year in 2022. May all readers enjoy a delightful new year, embracing new beginnings and striving for their own brilliance in the coming year. Chapter 49. Collaboration that was close. My SEAL team nearly faced total annihilation. After deactivating the hive's defense system, Sun Pong finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the base's defenses lifted, Paul led his SEAL team deeper into the hive's core. Following Sun Peng's route, they encountered no detours. They were on the brink of entering the hive's central area. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Paul sensed an impending danger. As the door ahead swung open, a group of individuals clad in black tactical gear emerged. Weapons aimed at Paul and his team. The SEAL team raised their firearms in response, both factions locked in a standoff. However, as both sides were human, a degree of rationality prevailed, preventing anyone from firing first. Captain Hua Feng of the SL Special Operations Forces of Huagua announced the foremost figure among the black-clad individuals. SEAL team, Paul, responded Paul. SEAL team, you are from the beautiful nation? Hua Feng inquired, immediately on guard. I currently serve as the commander of Dawn City and Canyon Fortress, not as a militia of the beautiful nation, Paul clarified. Dawn City? Hua Feng momentarily struggled to grasp what it was, though he was familiar with Canyon Fortress. Given their status as Huagua's elite special forces, such intelligence was accessible. As for Dawn City, being in its nascent phase, even the signboard had just been erected, so their ignorance was understandable. Dawn City is a new base established by our commander. Paul explained, so it is you. This is quite the misunderstanding, Hua Feng said, signaling his team to lower their weapons. Paul reciprocated the gesture, instructing his troops to do the same. In that case, let us refrain from interfering with one another and complete our respective missions. Paul stated. Hua Feng raised an eyebrow. They were entirely in the dark regarding their current operation, leading him to propose collaboration. Captain Paul, since we have crossed paths, Why not join forces? It would be advantageous to support one another should trouble arise. Hua Feng suggested, I shall consult on the matter of collaboration, Paul replied, contacting Sun Peng to relay Hua Feng's proposal. It seems the government is prepared. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it appears. Sun Peng remarked, if that is the case, Paul, you may proceed with them, but remain vigilant regardless of their identities. Understood, Paul replied, turning to Hua Feng. Captain Hua Feng, we possess a route to the central control room. Please follow me. Thank you. Without further ado, Paul led the troops along the path outlined by Sun Peng. However, within the hive, several cultivation tanks shattered for some inexplicable reason. As Paul opened the next door, a horde of grotesque, terrifying zombies surged forth. The SEAL team and special forces immediately opened fire, but the dense cluster of zombies rendered their bullets nearly ineffective. The most troublesome aspect was the zombies' remarkable resilience. Even with headshots, they continued their relentless advance. Thus, it was imperative to incapacitate their bodies to a significant extent to render them lifeless. Damn it, we can no longer afford to be entangled with these beasts. Paul exclaimed, his expression darkening. He ordered his troops to retreat to another room, utilizing his time-space conversion technology to escape, thoroughly sealing the door against the impending zombie invasion. However, this action disrupted the optimal route to the central control room. The hive's internal layout was labyrinthine. With Sun Peng's planned route blocked by zombies, alternative options became increasingly perplexing. Each room featured 8 doors, each leading to another chamber. To call it a maze would be an understatement. Just as Paul was at a loss, the room they had previously entered became overrun with zombies, who battered against the door to Paul's current refuge. Seeing the room on the brink of collapse, Paul had no choice but to lead everyone to another chamber. Yet, as they opened the door, a tidal wave of zombies surged in, prompting frantic gunfire. The sheer strength and numbers of the undead were staggering, leaving them no choice but to seek another room once more. After switching rooms twice, they finally discovered a safe haven. However, this was merely a temporary solution. The zombies from adjacent chambers would inevitably breach the door. If they did not swiftly locate the correct path, they would be overwhelmed by the undead. Even though the SEAL team's combat capabilities were formidable, facing a horde capable of inundating them within such confined quarters left them utterly powerless. Hold on for just a moment. I am analyzing the route, Sun Peng instructed, his gaze fixed on the terrain map displayed on the computer screen, his scalp tingling with anxiety. The location Paul occupied had no suitable exits. None of the routes allowed for an unobstructed escape. However, one floor below Paul was sufficiently secure. Paul, the floor you are currently on lacks any escape routes. You must find a way to breach the floor beneath you and descend to the level below. That is your only hope for escape, Sun Peng advised. Paul nodded, placing a block of C4 explosive on the ground, then instructed everyone to stand against the wall to avoid the blast's impact. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted into the floor of the hive laboratory where Paul was located. Through this aperture, one could descend to the level below. Without the slightest hesitation, Paul leaped into the abyss. Although the distance between the floors was a daunting 5 meters, for them, jumping from such a height posed no insurmountable challenge. None among them were mere bystanders. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Sun Peng recalibrated the route for Paul, who then proceeded to advance at full speed according to Sun Peng's directives. Even though the zombies on the 15th floor had also leapt down into the room with the shattered floor, Paul had already arrived at a relatively secure position following Sun Peng's path. At long last, the group successfully extricated themselves from the labyrinthine biological laboratory and entered a vast experimental chamber. According to the markings on the map, Paul recognized that this was the very heart of the entire building. In Chapter 50, titled Red Queen, the core area of the 14th floor revealed not the colossal computer brain they had anticipated, but rather an array of biochemical experimental apparatus. At the center stood a massive cultivation tank, within which a curled-up female form slowly rotated in the nurturing fluid. Disturbingly, this human female figure was of considerable stature, estimated to be as tall as 3 or 4 adult men when upright. Yet, at present, she remained ensconced in slumber. It was uncertain what kind of entity she would become upon awakening. Surrounding the gigantic tank were smaller cultivation tanks and various biochemical research materials. It was truly inconceivable that such a terrifying virus had been released by human hands. Hua Feng clenched his fists tightly. A decade prior, the entire world had ratified a treaty prohibiting biological weapons. Yet here were individuals still engaged in the research of such horrendous bioweapons. In previous world wars, biological weapons had merely inflicted bizarre ailments leading to painful deaths. But now, this was an act that defied humanity itself, transforming humans into living corpses with even greater infectious potential and catastrophic destructive capability. Paul and the SEAL team began examining the computers in the room, transferring data back to Sun Peng. Meanwhile, Hua Feng and his team also collected materials using USB drives, while Paul directly connected his device to the computer. Ultimately, upon encountering Paul, Hua Feng hastily approached him after procuring the antidote serum and viral samples, stating, "We are equipped with the foremost biological scientists. I kindly request that you hand over these 2 items to us." However, it is important to note that Sun Peng also requires these items. Furthermore, as soon as these items are integrated into the system, Sun Peng will be able to utilize it to instantaneously produce the antidote serum. Captain Hua Feng, our commander, also has a need for these items, and he is capable of developing the antidote serum faster than you can. Paul replied, "Thus, I cannot part with these 2 items." Hua Feng countered, "Your commander is merely a military leader. The base is hastily established. Where are the top-tier experts?" He continued, "Although the outbreak of the zombie virus was abrupt, our elite special forces from Huagua are formidable. Within 2 hours of the outbreak, we relocated all experts from the Academy of Sciences. Therefore, I believe it is more prudent to entrust this matter to true experts." Paul resolutely stated, "Regardless of your arguments, I cannot relinquish these items. In that case, I shall resort to force," Hua Feng declared, launching himself into close combat with Paul. Unfazed, Paul engaged in a fierce battle. Both were not evolved beings, and in their hand-to-hand combat, there were victories and defeats. Ultimately, however, Paul proved to be the superior fighter, overpowering Hua Feng. The system evaluates combat efficacy based on weaponry and unit skills, thereby confirming that Paul's combat data was not inferior to that of Sun Peng, who was then a soldier-level evolved being. This indirectly suggested that Sun Peng's weaponry was subpar compared to that of Paul. Captain Paul is indeed formidable. Today, I must concede. Hua Feng, realizing his defeat, gave up on demanding the 2 items. "Rest assured, once we have developed the antidote serum, we will gladly provide your commander with a sample," Paul offered. Hua Feng smiled wryly, evidently skeptical of the other party's capabilities. He did not believe that his special forces could gain any advantage over the SEALs. And if relations soured, they would all perish. During this exchange, the Red Queen system had quietly shut down. "Let us hurry. We must head towards the elevator, ascend to the 17th floor, where there is a secure passage leading near the outer wall. I have a helicopter standing by outside." Just as Paul was preparing to lead everyone away, a tremor emanated from the elevator entrance. A curled-up woman suddenly sprang forth from the elevator. Upon standing, she reached a staggering height of 4.5 meters. "Intruders in the hive, die." Her cold voice sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Is this the woman from the 14th floor?" Hua Feng was startled, realizing that the woman from the incubation tank had emerged, and astonishingly, she possessed the ability to speak. Most alarmingly, she stood before them completely unclothed. Her cheeks appeared to be exquisitely sculpted. If she were a normal human, she would undoubtedly evoke strong emotions in any man. Her skin exhibited a grayish-white hue, exuding a profound sense of oppression. Paul raised his MP5 and fired a shot. Bang, bang, however, the bullets struck her skin as though they were mere pebbles bouncing off steel plate, easily deflected. This was beyond the realm of ordinary biological entities. Her skin's hardness was akin to that of armored vehicles. The woman shifted slightly, and then her entire form morphed into countless white moths, surging towards the group. "Everyone, be cautious." Paul's expression changed as he hurriedly defended himself, but the moths swarmed with such intensity that soon everyone bore scratches from their relentless assault. After a round of attacks, the swarm of moths coalesced once again into the towering figure of the woman. At this point, the combat suits of the team were rendered tattered and torn. "Quickly retreat. I will cover you." Paul urged, glancing at Huafeng. No. This monster is too powerful. I will stay behind to assist you, Huafeng insisted. Enough with the chatter. Have you forgotten my earlier display of teleportation? Paul retorted. Hurry and leave. I will follow once you have retreated. Suddenly recalling Paul's astonishing self-preservation technique during the zombie blockade, Huafeng felt no time to hesitate and immediately led his subordinates to ascend. Quickly, follow me, blast through the wall, and board the helicopter. I will join you shortly, Paul instructed the SEALs. Understood, Captain. Please take care, replied the 8 SEALs, promptly departing through the elevator. Do not leave. Since you have come, you will remain here. The towering woman prepared to pursue, prompting Paul to fire frantically in place, successfully diverting her attention. Chapter 52. Escape from the hive. Mission accomplished. Upon witnessing Paul shooting at her, the woman's eyes turned blood red. Targeting Paul. Sensing imminent danger, Paul activated his passive skill, Temporal Shift. In the next moment, 2 beams of light shot from her crimson eyes, but Paul had already switched positions using his Temporal Shift. The beam penetrated through all walls, astonishingly piercing directly outside the hive, its power defying logic. What incredible strength, Paul thought, shaken as he gazed back, bewildered by the nature of this being. The towering woman, incensed that Paul had evaded to behind her, transformed once again into a myriad of moths, seeking to engulf him. At that moment, Paul heard a tremendous explosion. It seemed they had successfully prepared for their retreat. Madwoman, this ends today? Paul, unperturbed by the swarm of moths, activated his teleportation skill once more. With a flash, leaving a white circle on the ground, Paul vanished. When he reappeared, he was already on the helicopter outside. Hurry, that creature may pursue us at any moment, Paul urged. The SEAL pilot nodded, and although a few individuals were still climbing the ropes, all were safely on the ropes, and with their physical prowess, falling was not an option. Soon, the helicopter took off, and others gradually climbed aboard. At that moment, the hive had been programmed for self-destruction by the Red Queen. After the helicopter had flown a safe distance, multiple explosions erupted within the hive, transforming it into a sea of flames. Boom! Amidst the blaze, the towering structure finally collapsed. That creature is likely reduced to ashes in this explosion, Huafeng thought, still shaken. At this moment, all of them bore scars from the moth's attacks, and a wave of dizziness began to wash over them. With some already showing signs of confusion, their eyes reddening. I wonder if those moths carried the T-virus. If they did, we might all be doomed, Paul remarked gravely. Rest assured, Paul, you will be fine at this time. Sun Peng administered a sedative, saying, please wait a moment. I will provide you with the antidote serum. With that, the 2 vials at Paul's waist vanished instantly. The system has retrieved relevant data and is currently analyzing. Analysis complete. Processing data. Mission accomplished. Unlocking core dissolver for the host. Antidote serum. 1 hero unit unlocked. Please select Tanya Boris. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Peng ultimately chose Tanya. Selection complete. Summoning imminent. Within 5 seconds, a stunning blonde appeared before Sun Peng. Name, Tanya. Gender, female. Affiliated hero unit. Physical level assessment, LV.2. Combat power estimate, 75104. Weapon, double pistols. C4 skills, C4 bombing. Temporal belt description, captain of a certain allied special forces team. Adept in 15 methods of unarmed killing. Expert in dual pistol sniping, demolition, and freestyle swimming. Possessing an exceptional physique, she is a formidable and alluring warrior. Sun Peng was astonished to discover that the reward for the mission, Tanya, arrived with an initial level, and at level 2, her combat power even surpassed his own. Special Forces member Tanya, reporting to the commander. Upon encountering Sun Peng, Tanya immediately expressed her unwavering loyalty. Sun Peng glanced at Tanya, appreciating her exquisite figure. It must be said that, in certain respects, Cheng Mengjia's youthful demeanor pales in comparison to Tanya's allure. Under Sun Peng's gaze, Tanya tilted her head slightly, responding with a smile. Is there something special that the commander requires? If an ordinary man were to receive such a remark from Tanya, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. However, Sun Peng had experienced enough before the system activation to maintain his composure. Otherwise, he might have made a fool of himself before Tanya. Tanya, you may step outside and remain on standby. I have some matters to attend to, Sun Peng stated, his expression unchanged. Yes, Commander, Tanya replied without further ado, promptly exiting to await further orders. Meanwhile, Sun Peng opened the new exchange shop. Within the advanced exchange shop, a new item, antidote serum, had been added, priced at 5,000 resource points. Converted to funds, that amounted to 100 funds, equivalent to the cost of summoning a Huagua crossbowman. Exchange 18 bottles of antidote serum and transfer them to Captain Paul, Sun Peng commanded. The system flickered, indicating that the transaction was complete. At that moment, on the helicopter, 18 vials of serum suddenly appeared before Paul. Upon seeing the antidote serum, Huafeng and the others were momentarily stunned. Captain Paul, where did you acquire these antidote serums? Captain Huafeng, there's no time for questions. Hurry and inject it into yourself, or we might all turn into zombies, Paul exclaimed, immediately injecting the serum into his body. After administering the antidote serum, everyone felt their bodies returning to normal, the excruciating headache dissipating. That was close. Had we delayed any longer, I might have lost my sanity and started biting people. One member of Huafeng's special forces remarked, recalling how his eyes had turned crimson just moments before. Fortunately restrained by his comrades, Captain Paul, I apologize for my earlier actions against you. It seems entrusting these two items to you was indeed the right choice, Huafeng expressed regretfully. There's no need for such formality. Captain Huafeng, by the way, is there no one outside to assist you? Paul inquired. We were airdropped here. The command center seemed only to consider how to deliver us, but neglected our safe extraction. Huafeng replied, without your help, we likely would have faced annihilation. Had it not been for the route guidance provided by Sun Peng and Paul's unique abilities to hold off that moth giantess, Huafeng and his small team would have had no chance of escape, let alone gathering intelligence. Your command center is indeed quite irresponsible, Paul remarked. Did you not consider how to get out? Initially, we intended to exit through the back door of the hive. With our skills, we should have been able to navigate our way out of this vast fanbase city. However, once inside, we completely lost our sense of direction. We were fortunate to encounter you. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. Very well. Would you like to accompany me to Dawn City? I imagine you would like to meet our commander, Paul proposed. I could not wish for anything more, came the eager response. Chapter 53. Sparring under Paul's guidance. Huafeng and his team arrived at Dawn City. Wasn't this previously Zhao family village, a refuge established by a civilian organization? Now, it has transformed into such a fortified stronghold. Huafeng marveled at the appearance of Dawn City. Taken aback, due to receiving a special mission, he had not been privy to subsequent intelligence. Zhao family village was long since captured by Sun Peng. Zhao Hai's character was lacking, but primarily, his misfortune stemmed from provoking an acquaintance of the commander, resulting in this place becoming the commander's second base, Paul explained. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The current defenses here are incomparable to those of the former Zhao family village. Huafeng remarked, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet the esteemed commander and witness his prowess. The commander is already waiting inside. Please follow me, Paul said with a light chuckle, leading Huafeng and his team to the forward command post. Although the forward command post lacked the extravagance and overwhelming technological sophistication of the main base's command room, it was nonetheless filled with an array of electronic instruments and computers, exuding an imposing aura, rivaling that of the Huagua Dragon Army's command post. Upon their arrival, Sun Peng stood up and approached them. Huafeng of the Huagua Dragon Army Special Operations Force 356, at your service, Commander. Huafeng saluted Sun Peng with a crisp military gesture. Formally introducing himself and expressing his respect, I am Sun Peng, commander of Dawn City, and also a major general conferred by Chief Lu Guishan. We are all on the same side, so Captain Huafeng need not be so formal. Please, have a seat. Sun Peng smiled, gesturing for them to sit. Commander Sun, may I inquire if there is anything you wish to discuss? Huafeng asked. Are you operating under Chief Lu Guishan's command? Sun Peng inquired. Huafeng shook his head, responding, though Chief Lu holds a high rank, he does not command us. We are directly assigned by Huagua's highest command institution, part of the nation's supreme combat order. Sun Peng was taken aback by the magnitude of Huafeng's background. However, in comparison, Sun Peng's SEAL team seemed to be of a higher caliber in terms of physical prowess. Huafeng was not inferior to any SEAL team member, yet he fell slightly short when compared to the captain. Paul.it remained to be seen how the other members of Huafeng's team would measure up against Sun Peng's SEAL team. I had no idea your background was so significant. I had underestimated you previously. Sun Peng admitted. Commander Sun, please do not say that. Compared to your elite forces, we are indeed lacking. Were it not for Captain Paul's assistance, we would never have escaped from the hive, Huafeng said somewhat awkwardly. Feeling the sting of embarrassment as he realized that despite being part of Huagua's highest combat order, he appeared rather ordinary before Sun Peng. In truth, without a specific route analysis, you would likely not fare much better than us. Sun Peng remarked, glancing at the soldiers behind Huafeng. How about this? I would like my SEAL team to spar with your Special Operations team in close combat. Would you be willing? Since Commander Sun has proposed it. I have no objections, Huafeng replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Peng immediately stood up and led everyone to a training ground. Tanya was also present, assisting soldiers with specialized training. Upon seeing Sun Peng set up an arena, the soldiers in the training ground lost interest in their training and gathered around. Isn't that the Commander's elite SEAL team? One Huagua crossbowman remarked. Who are these challengers daring to take on the SEAL team members? Another crossbowman exclaimed excitedly, I've always wanted to see the SEAL team in action. Finally, I have the opportunity. In the context of the game, the SEAL team and Huagua crossbowmen belong to the same faction. As for Captain Paul, he was the second hero unit of the allied faction in the MOD's anti-terror alliance, on par with Tanya. Currently, his combat power lagged behind Tanya primarily because he was at level 0. While Tanya had reached level 2.at that moment, 7 SEAL team members and Huafeng's Special Operations team positioned themselves in 2 lines atop the arena. The match commenced swiftly, with all 14 combatants launching attacks against their respective opponents. Huafeng's Special Operations team indeed demonstrated remarkable skill in close combat, each move exuding a fierce intensity. Although the SEAL team members were formidable, they were surprisingly outmatched in the end. Out of 7 matches, Sun Peng's SEAL team secured only 1 victory. These individuals are surprisingly skilled. The SEAL team members have lost so many matches. The assembled Huagua crossbowmen lamented, astonished that their idols, the SEAL team, were currently being bested, which undoubtedly affected morale. I must say, your SEAL team possesses exceptional combat prowess, yet it appears there remains a slight disparity when compared to my Special Operations team, Huafeng remarked, elated by his team's resounding success. Captain Huafeng, now that the battles between the team members have concluded, it is time for the captains to engage in a friendly spar, Paul suggested, looking at Huafeng with a playful smile. Certainly, I am more than willing. Despite having had little success in their previous encounter within the hive, Huafeng was eager to seize this opportunity to challenge Paul once more. After all, he had refrained from provoking Paul too much during their earlier confrontation. Feeling he had held back, if he were to give his all, he was confident he could best Paul. Thus, Paul and Huafeng ascended the training ground once again, eliciting a wave of cheers. Go, Captain Paul. The onlookers cheered for the Huagua crossbowmen.hu team. Let's rally and showcase the might of our 356th unit. The members of Huafeng's team also joined in support of their captain. After a tense 2-minute standoff, the two finally engaged, unleashing a flurry of fierce techniques and agile movements that surpassed the visual impact of the previous battles fought by the 7th group. Following an exhilarating and intense clash, Paul ultimately proved to be the superior fighter, overpowering Huafeng.at that moment. The surrounding soldiers erupted in cheers. Chapter 54. The current state of Chuyang Base. Indeed, Captain Paul demonstrated exceptional skill, earning Huafeng's admiration. Accepting defeat once more, Huafeng bore no resentment. After all, it was a matter of being outmaneuvered, leaving little room for further discussion. The Hu captain's unit was undeniably among the elite, yet there were certain matters that I believe you ought to be informed about. Sun Peng stated. Although you possess remarkable physical prowess, you remain mere mortals, and your bodies have not undergone any qualitative breakthroughs. However, I have recently discovered an unofficial faction that has harnessed powers surpassing human capabilities. Utilizing advanced mutated zombies, surpassing human capabilities? What do you mean? Huafeng inquired. It appeared that the official channels had not obtained relevant intelligence in this regard. Otherwise, as the highest combat echelon of Huagua, they should have been aware of such developments. Sun Peng elaborated, the situation is that after defeating mutated zombies or biomonsters with strengths far exceeding those of ordinary zombies, their bodies reveal bio-cores, by harnessing these bio-cores to enhance their physiques. One can achieve a qualitative breakthrough. Such a phenomenon exists? We have indeed heard nothing of this. Huafeng's expression turned grave as he asked, have you encountered individuals of this nature? Sun Peng nodded and replied, I have encountered ones of a higher evolution level. Their bodies have reached a point where they are impervious to ordinary bullets, and even when injured, they can self-repair. Thank you, General Sun. I will report this matter upon my return. Huafeng said earnestly that I have no further instructions, but here is a sample of an antitoxin serum. Please take it back with you. With that, Sun Peng produced a vial of the antitoxin serum and handed it to Huafeng. Huafeng accepted it with due reverence. He had previously contemplated competing with Paul for it, but now realized how foolish his earlier intentions had been. Well, your mission to the hive has been accomplished. Return swiftly and submit your intelligence, Sun Peng instructed. In that case, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your care, General Sun. Huafeng once again saluted before leading his subordinates out of the villa. Sun Peng harbored no concerns for their safety. As the top-tier warriors of Huagua, they should be capable of handling any minor troubles outside. Once outside, Huafeng and his team descended the mountain, effortlessly dispelling the attacks of various monsters along the way. Living up to their esteemed reputation. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, a helicopter arrived to extract them. Captain Hu, how did the mission unfold? An officer aboard the helicopter inquired. Long team. Although there were some unforeseen circumstances, we were fortunate enough to acquire reference materials and the antitoxin serum, Huafeng replied, handing the vial of antitoxin serum to the officer known as Long Team. Is this truly the antitoxin serum? Long Team asked in disbelief, as headquarters had not held much hope for their success, only to be astounded that they had indeed obtained such a crucial item. Long Team, we have tested this serum. It is absolutely reliable, Huafeng assured him. At that time, we were all attacked by an exceptionally powerful biomonster. Huafeng proceeded to recount the events that transpired within the hive. It seems we underestimated the commander of that canyon fortress. Long Team pondered. Long Team, in addition to this, I have another vital piece of intelligence to report. We must return as swiftly as possible, Huafeng stated. Long Team nodded and ordered the helicopter to return at maximum speed. Meanwhile, at Chuyang Base, an unprecedented crisis had arisen. Hunger and illness swept through the entire base, with the scarcity of food and medicine causing immense suffering among the populace. The highest commander, Lu Guishan, found himself at a loss. To maintain stability, he even allocated supplies originally intended for the military to the civilians. If we do not devise a solution soon, Chuyang Base will collapse entirely, Lu Guishan declared gravely during a military and political conference. Sir, I believe that Chuyang Base urgently needs to downsize its workforce. The elderly, sick, and disabled should be prioritized for elimination. After all, resources are limited, and this is not a peacetime disaster relief effort. If the military cannot protect itself, how can it safeguard the civilian populace? A staff officer immediately criticized Lu Guishan's decision to divert military supplies to the survivors, deeming it an extremely foolish act. I concur with Officer Zhang. After all, this is not a pre-apocalyptic relief scenario. If it were before the apocalypse, we would certainly be willing to share our supplies with the civilians. But now, when we can barely safeguard ourselves, considering anything further will lead Chuyang Base to a dead end. Another officer added. Lu Guishan furrowed his brow, yet he could no longer ignore the issue at hand. If the civilians were well fed, they would inevitably attract the attention of zombies, unable to escape even if they tried. However, soldiers were different. If they were well fed, they could fight the zombies and secure resources for the base. Prioritizing food distribution to the military was indeed the wisest course of action. At such a time, redistributing soldiers' rations to the general populace could only be deemed as the commander acting with utter foolishness. Just as the discussion grew heated, a large crowd of civilians suddenly surrounded the command center. They held the very rations that Lu Guishan had distributed to them. Soldiers need these supplies far more than we do. Please take them back. Yes, we cannot deprive the military of their resources. I would rather perish than hinder everyone else. Please return the food. The civilians encircling the command center raised their provisions and shouted fervently. Did they not realize the dire predicament Chuyang Base was currently facing? Rather than consuming these rations themselves and lying idle, they preferred to reserve their last hopes for the base's forces. Observing the civilians surrounding the command center, Lu Guishan felt a profound sense of emotion. Before he could take action, they began tossing their packaged food, such as compressed biscuits, into the command center. The troops within the command center collected the provisions, and Lu Guishan stepped forward, addressing the gathered civilians. Thank you for your trust in the military. Rest assured, if you hold on for a few more days, we will secure a decisive victory and bring back supplies. Long live the Divine Dragon Army. Huagua's Divine Dragon Army shall prevail. The oppressive atmosphere throughout Chuyang Base dissipated instantaneously, replaced by an unprecedented sense of unity. This time, we shall not falter, Lu Guishan declared resolutely. Chapter 55. The Siege of Explosive Forces. General Sun. This moment truly represents a critical juncture for the survival of Chuyang Base. We are prepared to commit all our forces and take a gamble, Lu Guishan conveyed over a phone call with Sun Peng, outlining the specific circumstances. However, this time, he did not request Sun Peng's assistance in any particular manner. Everything would depend on Sun Peng's own discretion. Rest assured, Commander Lu, it is time to liberate the city of Fanbei, Sun Peng replied with a light chuckle. He was aware that this battle would likely result in significant casualties among his forces, thus allowing him to unleash a full-scale offensive without regard for the costs. General Sun, I have no specific demands of you this time. Just do your best. If the battle does not proceed favorably, please retreat immediately. I do not wish to bring you down with us, Lu Guishan stated. Your ability to persevere until now is commendable, but I am serious this time. It is time to liberate Fanbei. Sun Peng reiterated, I will deploy 2 divisions to engage in a final confrontation with the zombies in Fanbei, along with some special forces. 2 divisions? General Sun, do you truly have such a large force? Lu Guishan could hardly believe it. The scale of Sun Peng's power was astonishing. However, based on their reconnaissance, even if Sun Peng currently occupied 2 regions as bases, it was inconceivable that he could sustain 2 full divisions. Commander Lu, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Just proceed with confidence, Sun Peng replied with a light-hearted smile. Since General Sun has said so, I shall mobilize the troops. Excellent. I will join you shortly. Sun Peng chuckled. Subsequently, he constructed several barracks while simultaneously training troops. The barracks in Dawn City and Canyon Fortress were fully engaged in training, and the funds stored in the system were rapidly depleting. With 6 barracks, 6 soldiers could be trained every 5 seconds. It wouldn't take long to amass a combat force of 20 to 30,000, forming 2 divisions. Over at Canyon Fortress, the once sparsely populated central area was now bustling with activity, leaving Chengmengjia in a state of astonishment. Where did all these people come from? After speaking, she tentatively glanced at the supplies in the warehouse and felt overwhelmed. If they had to provision so many people at once, it would be unsustainable for long. However, what she was unaware of was that these troops were preparing for a grand showdown. The number of those who could return safely would be few. After training the 2 divisions, Sun Peng noticed that his funds were nearly exhausted. Such consumption was indeed painful, but one must spend to gain. The immense expenditure was aimed at eliminating more zombies and acquiring additional war funds. The remaining funds were entirely used to exchange for resource points. Even though the price of ammunition appeared quite reasonable, it would be difficult to withstand the demands of such a vast force. Sun Peng did not wish for his troops to find themselves in a situation where ammunition was running low mid-battle, leading to hand-to-hand combat. 2 hours later, Sun Peng's 2 contingents set off towards Fanbei City. This time, he planned to launch a frontal assault rather than sneaking in through the surrounding neighborhoods. In addition to the infantry from the 2 divisions, Sun Peng also commanded a newly formed tank column, rocket artillery, and magnetic storm infantry, creating a formidable fighting force through their combined efforts. For this battle, Sun Peng was prepared for significant casualties if fortune favored them and a large portion of the troops returned alive. He would not be overly concerned, as the aftermath would surely yield abundant spoils sufficient to sustain the base's continued growth. Conversely, if they failed to capture the city, Sun Peng would utilize the funds obtained during the battle to continue training soldiers until Fanbei City was entirely liberated. At Chuyang Base, Lu Guishan was genuinely resolved to gamble everything. All armored units and infantry were deployed with every usable weapon at their disposal. However, they reserved large-scale destructive weapons, as such armaments could likely destroy vital survival supplies. Their objective in this battle was to secure resources. If they obliterated everything, winning would be meaningless. Observing the neatly arranged troops outside the base, the survivors of Chuyang Base gathered spontaneously to bid farewell. Departing their target, Fanbei City, charge. An overwhelming aura surged forth as armored vehicles roared to life. Helicopters ascended into the sky, paving the way at the forefront. Meanwhile, Sun Peng's 2 divisions, composed of basic infantry from the Gonghui faction, were also fully prepared, with dozens of Rhino heavy tanks leading the charge. Numerous military trucks transported the entire division, and all soldiers bore expressions of determination, radiating a sense of impending slaughter. They cut through the neighborhoods, their sights set firmly on the heart of Fanbei City. Previously, Sun Peng had hesitated to delve deeper due to insufficient numbers, having little resistance against the horde of zombies. However, with the strength of 2 full divisions, his courage was bolstered. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. When adequately armed, the grotesque, bone-chomping zombies appeared to Sun Peng merely as a bounty of combat funds. Upon witnessing the human army's fierce assault, the zombies in Fanbei City erupted into chaos. Most of them used their bodies as shields, advancing to the forefront. Meanwhile, the more troublesome zombies picked up human firearms, engaging in ranged attacks against the oncoming troops. Although their aim was poor, it was still a source of annoyance for Sun Peng. They are merely a horde of mindless creatures. Brothers, charge in and slay them, shouted a high-ranking Red Alert soldier. Boom! Explosions reverberated as the tanks and howitzers unleashed a relentless barrage upon the horde. The blinding flashes of detonation filled the air, and soon, thick clouds of smoke enveloped Fanbei City. Gunfire echoed continuously, and the explosions were relentless, with countless zombies being torn apart, while soldiers fell prey to the undead, transforming into zombies that lunged at their comrades. In response to the zombie threat, the Red Alert soldiers showed no hesitation, striking down without mercy. Some soldiers, aware they had been infected, raised their weapons and ended their own lives, unwilling to become one of those monsters that could harm their comrades or turn against their commander. The clamor of battle in Fanbei City quickly drew the attention of surrounding factions. Chapter 56. Responses from all sides who, indeed, possessed the audacity to launch such a bold assault on Fanbei City. Within a clandestine base, a man peered through binoculars at the distant conflict. His curiosity piqued. Brother, it seems to be the soldiers from Canyon Fortress, attacking from another direction. They appear to be from Chuyang Base, reported a subordinate from behind him. Canyon Fortress? The man expressed surprise. I know that place. Although they established order swiftly, it's a small area. Where did they gather so many troops? I'm not sure. But they are charging towards Fanbei City like frenzied wild bulls, disregarding everything. Yet, they Haven-T deployed heavy siege weapons, seemingly cautious about something. Brother, judging by their momentum, it seems they might genuinely capture Fanbei City. Should we intervene? Is that even a question? Fanbei City is a prime piece of meat. Who wouldn't he covet it? The man chuckled lightly. Relay my orders. Mobilize all available armed forces within the base. We shall also partake in the spoils of Fanbei City. Yes, sir, of course. This was just one of the surrounding factions. As a provincial capital, Fanbei City was surrounded by various powers, far beyond the official bases. Many capable individuals emerged from the shadows once order collapsed, swiftly regaining any available arms and establishing new orders through their influence. Observing the simultaneous assault on Fanbei City from multiple fortified divisions, these factions could hardly remain passive. If they delayed any longer, the exceptionally rich resources within the city would slip from their grasp. In the current climate, survival supplies were more precious than gold. Who could resist such a golden opportunity? Meanwhile, Sun Peng's forces had reached the city center of Fanbei City. The situation here was undoubtedly more complex than outside. Yet even the surrounding areas had not been entirely cleared of zombies. As various factions surged in from all directions, Sun Peng's troops began to take notice. Commander, a large number of armed personnel have appeared behind us. They seem intent on gathering supplies from the rear. Paul reported to Sun Peng, that's fine. With them covering our backs, we needn't worry about being ambushed. Sun Peng replied. It was only natural for others to seek supplies from those areas. It was reasonable for them to wade into this murky water for a reward. Understood. The troops then refocused their efforts, charging towards the city center. At this moment, the ancient fortress in the city center seemed to sense the gunfire outside. Over 10,000 people were currently hiding within the fortress, having been trapped there for an extended period. Witnessing the fierce battle between the outside army and the zombies, they became exhilarated. The troops are here to rescue us. How wonderful, wow. It's our most dashing dragon army brothers. Go for it. Some police and armed officers within the fortress eagerly seized their weapons, ready to assist Sun Peng in combating the zombies. They could not simply stand idly by while others fought for their lives. Brothers, the dragon army soldiers have arrived. We must arm ourselves and counterattack those monsters. Charge! Simultaneously, the troops from Chuyang Base advanced rapidly. In terms of numbers, they matched Sun Peng's 2 divisions, and in equipment, they were even slightly superior. Their swift advancement came as no surprise. Everyone, charge towards the fortress as a vantage point and launch an attack on the encroaching zombies. Kill! The warriors' roars resounded through the heavens. Typically, the inhabitants here refrained from making loud noises for fear of attracting the zombies' attention. But at this moment, they were not afraid of the zombies coming. Rather, they feared the zombies hiding and not showing themselves upon witnessing the advancing troops. The police and armed officers stationed atop the ancient castle discarded their climbing ropes to facilitate their ascent. Under the protective cover of an increasing number of soldiers, the warriors promptly ascended the castle, filling its battlements with fully armed fighters. Inside the fortress, the surviving inhabitants gazed upon the formidable figures of the soldiers standing on the parapets. A profound sense of security washing over them, an emotion they had not experienced in a considerable duration. The casualties from this conflict were rather severe, with over 5,000 brave souls having perished to reach this point. Du Hailong, observing his subordinates, clenched his fists tightly, for this battle had imparted to him a genuine understanding of the brutality of war. As for Sun Peng's contingent, the infantry losses also numbered around 4,000 to 5,000, underscoring the formidable nature of Fanbei City. Crucially, their arrival at the castle did not signify a victory in this struggle. The city was still home to millions of zombies, in their advance from the outskirts to this stronghold. The combined forces of Chuyang Base and Sun Peng had likely eliminated fewer than 100,000 zombies. Currently, the zombies in Fanbei City exhibited an exceptionally aggressive demeanor. The tanks deployed by both Sun Peng's side and Chuyang Base had been rendered inoperable after being swarmed by the undead. Although tanks were notably robust, they proved vulnerable when encircled by hordes of zombies. Comrades of the Shenlong army, greetings. I am Zhao Tian, the current steward of this castle. On behalf of all survivors within, I extend a warm welcome to you. Zhao Tian approached Paul, introducing himself. Possessing a keen ability to recognize individuals, Zhao Tian immediately discerned that Paul was the most distinguished among the warriors present. The situation is far from as optimistic as you might envision. Paul shook his head, his expression grave as he surveyed the seemingly endless tide of zombies surrounding the fortress. Despite the multiple reinforcements the castle had undergone, this assault was undoubtedly of a magnitude previously unseen. What shall we do now? Just say the word, and I will ensure the entire fortress complies, Zhao Tian offered. While the circumstances were not as dire as initially perceived, they were certainly not encouraging either. Paul smiled faintly. Currently, multiple forces are besieging Fanbei City. We need only hold our ground. Let the castle prepare some provisions, as the soldiers have fought hard to get here. And without replenishing their strength, their combat effectiveness may wane. Understood. I shall see to it at once. Zhao Tian responded, promptly organizing the fortress to provide all available sustenance to support the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, within a survivor base of another city, a report came in. Fanbei City is embroiled in an exceptionally fierce battle. Liu Guishan appears to have allied with another mysterious faction, intent on forcibly seizing the city. Is that faction the Canyon Fortress? Indeed, it is. However, what baffles everyone is that while the Canyon Fortress is not particularly large, they have managed to deploy 2 divisions to assist Chuyang Base in launching a frontal assault into the zombie-infested Fanbei City. What is the current situation? It seems that the forces of Chuyang Base and the Canyon Fortress have converged. However, while they have succeeded in penetrating the defenses, Whether they can successfully extricate themselves remains an uncertainty. The base commander pondered momentarily. It is said that other civilian factions in the vicinity have also joined the fray. Yes, even some smaller survivor enclaves have sent personnel into Fanbei City, eager for a share of the spoils. An officer stated, "Undoubtedly, this is the optimal opportunity to acquire resources. Then let us not waste time. Our distance from Fanbei City is not great. Immediately organize the troops and prepare to march." Yes. Subsequently, the base dispatched a division, equipped with armored vehicles and tanks. Unlike smaller enclaves and bases, they sought to secure substantial gains. After sending out a division, the base appeared significantly diminished, and if they did not procure enough rewards. Such a decision would seem perilous. Perhaps buoyed by the hope of a successful offensive, other survivor bases, both official and unofficial, soon became embroiled in the conflict. Although Fanbei City is a vast metropolis, a united front of humanity could indeed bring it down. The key lay in initiating a strong offensive to ignite their fighting spirit. The forces at the castle, Chuyang Base and Sun Peng's troops, steadfastly held their ground. A sudden commotion in the distance drew away a significant number of zombies. From a higher vantage point overlooking Fanbei City, one could observe armed personnel swarming from all directions. When the zombies surged forth, they were met with a ferocious counterattack. Even if the zombies could infect humans to swell their ranks, they ultimately could not withstand the torrential assault. "Brothers, it appears the time has come for us to advance." Paul noted the diminishing density of zombies, realizing that reinforcements outside were sharing the burden of fire. Amidst the hail of bullets, even the notoriously tenacious zombie hordes began to fall. The bodies of the undead piled up beneath the battlements. Emanating a nauseating stench, the zombies congregated in one area. Open spaces remained elsewhere. Leading the charge, Paul, flanked by the SEAL team, surged forward to seize the high ground. The remaining zombies in the vicinity, upon noticing Paul's movement, began to pursue him. However, to the SEAL team, these low-level zombies were merely fodder, easily dispatched one by Paul. Ding. Special Unit, Paul, combat experience has reached upgrade threshold. Upgrading, name. Paul gender, male affiliation. SEAL team, leader, physical level, LV. 1 combat power estimate, 4570. Upon completing the upgrade, Paul underwent a dramatic transformation. Even his weaponry was enhanced. From their elevated position, Paul and his SEAL team unleashed rapid assaults on the zombies below. As the SEAL team surged outward, the other warriors within the fortress also charged forth. Simultaneously, several helicopters approached the castle. These were Sun Peng's Nighthawk helicopters, packed with rocket gunners, magnetic storm infantry, and other formidable troops. Even Sun Peng had come to the battlefield alongside Tanya. The helicopters deposited rocket gunners at a high vantage point, and Sun Peng commanded them to concentrate their bombardment on the zombie horde. Although the power of the rockets was substantial, it was not cataclysmic, alleviating concerns over widespread collateral damage. It was indeed a fitting tactic against the zombies. The magnetic storm infantry also proved exceptionally effective against the clustered zombies. Sun Peng instructed them to group together and engage the throngs of undead directly. The scattering effect of the magnetic storm beams inflicted devastating damage upon the densely packed zombies, and the magnetic storm infantry efficiently neutralized their foes, incinerating their remains with powerful electrical currents. As for Tanya, she showcased her remarkable combat prowess for the first time. Armed with double pistols boasting rapid fire rates and high damage, she remained unfazed as dozens of zombies closed in, expertly weaving in and out of the horde, ultimately utilizing her time-space belt to instantaneously return to a previous moment, erasing any wounds sustained. Fearless of injury, she boldly engaged the zombies head-on, for no matter the cost. Even if her limbs were torn asunder, she could rely on the time-space belt to return to a minute prior. Witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the soldiers of Chuyang Base found renewed courage and charged forth with determination. "All right, everyone, let us not linger in combat. The food storage base in Fanbei City lies just ahead. Let us advance directly," Sun Peng commanded as he observed the thinning zombie ranks. Yes, upon receiving the order, the warriors of Gonghui surged forward, their spirits exceptionally high. This fervor was contagious, as soldiers from Chuyang Base and the police and armed forces of the castle followed suit, bravely joining the charge. The sheer number of zombie corpses was overwhelming. The inhabitants of the castle should not remain idle. Let us gather and dispose of these bodies. Sun Peng cast a glance at the multitude remaining within the ancient castle and, without hesitation, leaped from the helicopter, declaring, Chapter 58, The Grain Storage Base. Observing this audacious young man who dared to jump from such a height and emerged unscathed, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. However, recalling that it was this very individual who had commanded 2 divisions of troops earlier, they soon found solace in their amazement. Commander, how on earth can we manage to dispose of so many zombie corpses? One inquiry arose. I did not instruct you to eliminate them all. Our primary objective is to clear a path for the trucks, Sun Peng replied. We have risked our lives to rescue you. Assisting in the battlefield cleanup should not be too much to ask, should it? With his words, many rallied, arming themselves to begin the task of clearing the zombies obstructing their path. Yet, as they approached the undead, fear gripped them, rendering them hesitant to act. The gruesome, bloodied heads and grotesque faces of the zombies, coupled with the nauseating stench, filled them with revulsion. Even those with a modicum of bravery recoiled instinctively after making contact with the corpses. Sun Peng shook his head in resignation. It was evident that their courage was exceedingly lacking. The true valor lay with the police and armed forces, who faced the zombies head-on, while those sheltered within the castle trembled at the mere thought of touching a corpse. The police, armed forces, and the Divine Dragon military have risked their lives to secure your survival, yet you cannot even bring yourselves to touch a zombie's body, Sun Peng admonished them. Consider your worthiness of protection. With that, he led his guard unit to the forefront, methodically clearing the zombie remains. Some individuals appeared inspired by Sun Peng's words and eventually mustered the courage to toss the corpses aside. With the first act of bravery came a second, and as the crowd grew busily engaged, they began to feel a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. To ensure safety, Sun Peng had stationed troops around the outer perimeter of the castle to prevent any remaining zombies from infiltrating. He could not allow any undead to spring forth while his people worked to clear the area. Following the establishment of the Joint Command Center, Sun Peng's radar underwent a comprehensive upgrade. Capable of detecting any active zombies within a designated range, he had confirmed that all zombies in the vicinity had perished before allowing the cleanup to commence. Once the corpses were gathered, he set them ablaze, leaving nothing behind. The grain storage base in Fanbei City stood as a colossal wholesale market, brimming with staggering reserves of rice, flour, and other resources. Its most significant advantage was the accessibility for trucks. This is fantastic. With these resources, the Chuyang base is finally saved, Du Hailong exclaimed upon witnessing the grain storage hub. Previously, they had aimed to seize a smaller granary but had failed. This grain storage center, however, was a veritable treasure trove, with an estimated capacity of 500,000 tons, enough to sustain 100,000 people for a month. In the apocalypse, this was an unparalleled fortune. Commander, the grain storage base in Fanbei City holds an abundance of supplies. But transporting it all will prove challenging, reported Paul, outlining the current situation. Du Hailong echoed the report, emphasizing the urgency of transporting the supplies. With so many involved in the battle, timely retrieval of resources was crucial to prevent other factions from seizing the opportunity. First, prioritize protecting the supplies. We have invested too much in this endeavor. I will find a way to dispatch trucks to assist you, Lu Guishan assured. That might not be feasible. The dangers on the road have not been fully resolved. Du Hailong bluntly stated. Without military protection, our trucks will struggle to reach this location, especially with other factions lurking nearby, ready to seize them. Surely, Fanbei City has some usable trucks? Lu Guishan inquired. There are indeed a few trucks nearby, but their numbers are limited and cannot carry much, Du Hailong replied. Moreover, General Sun's forces are here. We cannot commandeer all the vehicles. At that moment, Sun Peng appeared, leading a convoy of large cargo trucks. Rest assured, General Du, you may take all the trucks from the grain base, as for my end. I have my own channels, Sun Peng said with a smile. Du Hailong was taken aback by the sight of the 100-plus trucks, most of which were oversized, each capable of carrying over 20 tons. Yet, even with this fleet, the enormity of the grain storage center made them seem inadequate. I hadn't anticipated General Sun possessing such resources. Du Hailong mused, surprised by Sun Peng's thorough preparations. Initially, they had planned to utilize armored vehicles and tanks for transport, with troop carriers as a last resort, but nearly all had been lost in battle. General, we cannot expect to transport it all at once. Let us take as much as we can, Sun Peng advised. This granary cannot be consumed in one go, and neither can anyone else. We should swiftly return with the first batch of supplies and ensure we have more transport equipment for our next trip. Your reasoning is sound. I must act swiftly, Du Hailong acknowledged. With that, he directed his subordinates to secure all the trucks at the grain storage base and commenced loading supplies. Sun Peng, too, was busy directing the soldiers of the Joint Glory Unit to open granary after granary, transferring grain onto the trucks. Not all soldiers were engaged in this labor, as some remained vigilant, for Sun Peng's radar indicated that a significant number of zombies still roamed Fanbei City. Thus, he maintained a heightened state of alert at all times. Chapter 59. Standing up as more factions entered the fray, the city of Fanbei, once deemed a stronghold for zombies, now resembled a vast treasure trove filled with endless resources awaiting exploitation. After all, this was a provincial capital. The supplies within could sustain over 1 million inhabitants, making this an opportune moment for acquisition. Although a few zombies still lingered, they posed little threat. Surrounding factions surged in, swiftly eliminating any zombie that appeared. Their actions were decisive and ruthless. Upon witnessing a companion bitten, they would quickly eradicate the offending zombie and any infected kin. Sun Peng was taken aback by the sheer number of newcomers when he returned with the first batch of supplies. Observing countless factions frantically transporting resources around the perimeter of Fanbei City. Typically, he focused solely on regions of personal concern on the map, unaware that there existed hundreds of gathering points and small bases surrounding Fanbei City, each harboring a semblance of survivors. This opportunity to capitalize on the situation could indeed rejuvenate these smaller enclaves. Given the abundance of resources in Fanbei City, Sun Peng had even initiated the construction of larger cargo trucks at the vehicle factory to facilitate transport. Despite this, even the combined might of several major factions had yet to empty the city within a single day. The thousands of civilians within the castle were swiftly divided among the various factions. As long as the population remained within a manageable range, they would no longer be a burden but rather a labor force, which was precisely why these factions sought to recruit them. Having secured approximately 1 million tons of grain, Sun Peng decided to halt further collection. Commander, I don't understand. With so many resources still available, why not continue? Rest assured, I am well aware of the base's capacity. Sun Peng replied, we must also adopt a broader perspective. We cannot become overly fixated on Fanbei City. What do you mean? Enough questions for now. The current situation is quite complex. Those smaller gathering points are unlikely to endure. We must devise a strategy to integrate their resources and populace into our base. Sun Peng remarked, after this battle, our reputation has undoubtedly spread far and wide. The number of individuals eager to join the City of Dawn or the Canyon Fortress should be considerable. I entrust this matter to you. Yes, Commander. Li Hong accepted the command. Although he was unsure of Sun Peng's motives for expanding the population, he understood that once under Sun Peng's command, fulfilling orders was his foremost duty. He was well aware of the matters best left unspoken. With the initial recovery of the Chuyang base, they had finally managed to solidify their position. However, they also faced numerous challenges. The base housed tens of thousands of inhabitants. And without a strategy to reduce this number, it would become an insatiable abyss. This time around, they had also suffered significant losses in soldiers, leaving Lu Guishan with only one viable solution: conscription among the survivors. What troubled him greatly was the realization that among the multitude of survivors, only a scant few men possessed the physical capability to meet even the most basic standards before the apocalypse. People led monotonous lives, following a strict routine of work and home, which, coupled with a lack of physical exercise, had resulted in the current dire situation. Those frail, ailing office workers would be little more than fodder if tasked with confronting zombies. It was likely they would be paralyzed with fear at the mere sight of the undead. Fortunately, the armed police and officers who had accompanied Du Hailong to the Chuyang base met the criteria to become new soldiers. Yet the existing personnel within the base were, quite frankly, a pitiful sight. I must announce a profoundly grave matter to all present. Lu Guishan addressed the gathered survivors with a heavy heart. Although we have received a substantial supply of resources, these provisions will only address our immediate needs. In truth, the Chuyang base cannot sustain itself for much longer. The survivors were not oblivious. They understood the implications of Lu Guoshan's statement. Therefore, the base is now relaxing its requirements. Regardless of your physical condition, as long as you are a male adult under 50, you should rise to fulfill your duty. Lu Guoshan was resolute in his determination, willing to conscript anyone, regardless of their combat effectiveness. He recognized the consequences of such actions. Ill-prepared soldiers would serve merely as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yet, he found himself compelled to find justifications to send forth some expendable troops. As the population at Chuyang base was overwhelming, and he could not bear the burden alone. Moreover, this was a collective decision made by the entire base. As the highest authority, he too had to acquiesce to this critical resolution. At that moment, several elders, all over 60, surprisingly stepped forward. "Commander Lu, allow us to go. After all, we are but old bones, having lived long enough. Our greatest regret in life is not having fought on the battlefield. Please grant us this opportunity." As the elders boldly stepped forward, the younger individuals lowered their heads in shame. Yet, they dared not rise, for their lives had only just begun and they wished to avoid death. In peacetime, many would have eagerly enlisted, knowing they would be afforded privileges upon returning from service. However, now, choosing to serve meant facing a near-certain death. Those who stood up at this moment were truly individuals of courage. Even those who often boasted online about wanting to enlist without regrets now felt a pang of trepidation. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, they were acutely aware of its brutality. Witnessing zombies devouring human flesh had naturally sapped their courage. Lu Guishan sighed deeply. Initially, they had planned to exclude the elders from the ranks, as they would hardly contribute to the base's survival. Yet, in the face of a life-and-death challenge, these elders had resolutely stood forth, casting aside their fears. Chapter 60. The small gathering place, it seemed that the elders' bravery had inspired some of the younger men to finally step forward. As men, we must strive to be strong. What are zombies to us? Let us just deal with them, shouted a slightly plump young man with black-rimmed glasses. Soon, more individuals began to rise, expressing their willingness to enlist. It was clear that their only hope of securing humanity's survival lay in a desperate struggle. As men, if they did not step up now, who would? Could they possibly rely on women? Such a notion was patently unrealistic. Seeing the diverse array of young men, many of whom wore glasses, stepping forward to volunteer for military service, Lu Guishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, they would not have qualified for enlistment. But now, the criteria had been drastically lowered. As long as one was a male adult, they could join the ranks. So straightforward. Even if they could only serve as fodder in the fight against zombies, they would still be treated with the honor befitting heroes. Meanwhile, Sun Pong dispatched Li Hong to negotiate with various gathering places. Following the thorough eradication of zombies in Fanbei City, the area had become significantly more peaceful. Though dangers still lurked, the T-virus did not exclusively infect humans. Any living organism with a cellular structure could potentially fall under its control, ultimately transforming into biochemical monsters in a certain gathering place. As 2 trucks laden with cargo returned, the eyes of all present gleamed with hope. They wondered if this bountiful delivery of provisions would include their share. The gathering place was exceptionally rudimentary, surrounded only by a fence made of trees, and their weaponry was equally basic. Only the leader, Li Mu, and his subordinates possessed firearms. It must be acknowledged that he had demonstrated considerable skill in establishing a temporary refuge for a group of people. At that moment, within his gathering place, Li Mu was behaving arrogantly. "Zhang Jiying, has she yet to submit?" he inquired from within the only modest house in the encampment, exhaling clouds of smoke from his cigarette. "Boss, that woman is quite stubborn. She would rather starve than submit," one of his men replied. "I've become the leader of this place, yet she refuses to show me any respect. Does she still think she is the sought-after campus belle?" Li Mu fumed, having previously pursued the woman named Zhang Jiying before the apocalypse, only to receive a public snub due to her influential family background. Now that he had attained a position of power, he was eager to conquer the woman who had once looked down on him. However, Zhang Jiying continued to disregard him. and he could not afford to be overly aggressive. She was the only attractive woman in the camp, and if something were to happen to her, he would have no one to turn to in his grief. He had never experienced the thrill of being with someone of her caliber. Despite Zhang Jiying's defiance, most of the younger women in the base had succumbed to Li Mu's advances. This only intensified her resentment towards him. She would rather die than be sullied by such a loathsome man. Finding him even more repugnant than the zombies themselves, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. He was desperate to claim her. Xiao Sun, be forceful with her. If she won't comply, don't blame me for being ruthless, he declared menacingly. The man behind him smirked, retrieving a bundle of rope from beneath the table, prepared to bind Zhang Jiying, intending for her to endure his desires before meeting her end. Inside the gathering place, onlookers watched as Li Mu forcibly tied up Zhang Jiying, silently cursing him for his brutality. Just as Li Mu was about to drag her away, the sound of a horn blared outside. "Who dares to interrupt my affairs?" he grumbled irritably, yet he still rushed to the front to assess the situation. To his astonishment, several military trucks were parked at the entrance of his gathering place, with soldiers numbering at least a company. Upon witnessing this display, Li Mu felt a wave of urgency and quickly opened the gate. Regardless of their intentions, the sheer scale of their force compelled him to comply. For his own subordinates would be as fragile as paper against them. In the midst of the apocalypse, one had to bow low before the strong. He was well aware of this reality. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that the woman he had just bound for his gratification was still exposed, and the troops had entered before he had the chance to conceal her. He genuinely feared that these soldiers might seize his prize. After all, in this lawless world, rules were non-existent. It appeared he was yet another unscrupulous leader. The commanding officer snorted coldly, faced with such remarks. Li Mu could only endure, not daring to utter a single word of rebuttal, yet internally, he harbored profound disdain. He was certain that had the roles been reversed, the other party would have sought to forcibly claim all the beautiful women in the gathering place for themselves. "Commander, I don't believe I've offended you in any way. May I inquire about your purpose for this visit?" The commander of the United Glory Warriors replied, "My purpose here is quite simple, to have everyone in this small gathering relocate to Dawn City with their supplies. Surely, you don't genuinely believe that these flimsy wooden stakes can ensure your safety?" The inhabitants of the gathering place murmured amongst themselves. Having remained isolated without any sources of information, they were utterly ignorant of what Dawn City entailed. However, Li Mu possessed a glimmer of understanding. That formidable force, which had marched into Fanbei City with 2 divisions, was none other than the vanguard of Dawn City. Why would such a powerful faction take an interest in this minuscule piece of territory? "Commander, there are quite a number of people here, and we have been living peacefully. A collective relocation might pose significant dangers, especially considering the current unrest outside." It was evident that Li Mu was reluctant to relinquish his position as the leader of the gathering place. Though this location was modest, he wielded considerable influence. Dawn City may be impressive, but that does not diminish my own significance, Li Mu thought. The commander of the United Glory Warriors smiled, presenting a series of photographs depicting the current state of Dawn City. Upon viewing them, a sense of yearning blossomed within all the inhabitants of the gathering place. The impenetrable city walls, the high-tech defensive installations, the fully armed troops, the dedicated transportation for workers, the clean and orderly dormitories, the card access canteen, bathing facilities, and even supermarkets. This was indeed the place they aspired to reach. The living standards there were nearly on par with those before the apocalypse. Some even felt that the conditions there surpassed their previous rental accommodations. Compared to Dawn City, this so-called gathering place was nothing but the dregs of society. I apologize for the lack of updates, as I spent the entire day traveling on a train without having prepared any drafts in advance. If any readers have suggestions, please feel free to share them in the comments. Who knows, the story may unfold in the direction you desire. Furthermore, I kindly ask everyone to support the author by clicking to urge updates or watching a short video. Thank you immensely. Chapter 61. Technology Level 4. I am willing to join Dawn City. After seeing those photographs, individuals immediately began to express their willingness to join. While these images might have contained some exaggeration, there was no doubt that Dawn City was far superior to this gathering place. Moreover, Even a small unit dispatched by the other side could easily overpower their entire gathering. Li Mu felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He had the power to do as he pleased here, yet an outsider had intruded, leaving him powerless to resist. An utterly humiliating predicament. I too wished to join Dawn City. As the first individual voiced their intent, more and more followed suit. At this moment, no one feared Li Mu any longer. Some admirers of Zhang Jing rushed forward to remove the gag from her mouth and untie her hands and feet. Commander, I wish to join Dawn City. After her release, Zhang Jing immediately sought refuge behind the commander of the United Glory Warriors. Commander, this seems rather unscrupulous, does it not? Li Mu gritted his teeth in indignation. Those who relied on their influence to act lawlessly truly believed themselves to be important figures. What gave them the audacity to speak to him in such a manner? The commander of the United Glory Warriors cast a cold glance at him and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Faced with such sharpness, Li Mu immediately wilted, nearly forgetting his own status in his anger. Why apologies, Commander? I also wish to join Dawn City. Li Mu could only force himself to declare. That won't be necessary. It would be better for you to remain here quietly. The commander of the United Glory Warriors dismissed him and turned to the two soldiers behind him, commanding, Go, take all the resources from this place. No, you can't do that. By what right do you take such actions? Li Mu attempted to intervene, but this time, he was shot dead. The shooter was none other than one of Li Mu's loyal followers. Commander, we've long grown weary of this ungrateful Li Mu. Today, we are immensely grateful that you have taken us in, said the sycophant. Furthermore, I am willing to lead you to all of Li Mu's hidden treasures. After perusing the promotional photographs of Dawn City, not only the mistreated civilians, but even the high-ranking officials believed that life would be significantly better there. Soon, everyone from this small gathering place was taken away. Moreover, Sun Peng had allocated dedicated passenger buses to each squad based on the size of the gathering places. Under normal circumstances, these buses would be valued in the 7 figures, but Sun Peng had produced them from the vehicle factory at a mere cost of 10 resources, an astonishingly low price. One United Glory Warrior was worth 10 buses. Who would dare to claim they were merely worth $100? This was clearly a multi-million-dollar super soldier. When the survivors of the gathering place beheld the orderly buses prepared for their transport, they were instantly filled with longing for Dawn City. Wow, I thought we would have to walk, but I never imagined there would be dedicated transportation. Dawn City truly brought a glimmer of hope to this dark world. The inhabitants of the gathering place were deeply moved. Indeed, the nation had not abandoned them, and their long wait had proven to be immensely worthwhile. Besides this gathering place, Li Hong led a division that split into multiple routes. Larger gathering places dispatched a battalion or even a regiment, while smaller ones operated at the company or platoon level to pay visits. When the promotional images of Dawn City reached the hands of the survivors in those gatherings, not a single person was unwilling to join. Other gathering places, or even small bases that had reached a certain scale, despite having the best survival conditions, were still worlds apart from Dawn City. Dawn City boasted canteens, dormitories, supermarkets, bathing facilities, and a complete array of amenities. Did you have any of that? Their living conditions were far superior to many exploitative factories before the apocalypse. Why would they remain in a place with such poor living conditions? Constantly threatened by monsters, where the rulers acted with arrogant self-importance? Thus, Li Hong easily secured the survivors from the surrounding gathering places. To others, the survivors were burdens. For Sun Peng, they were entirely different. Meanwhile, within a certain deep mountain. On the surface, this mountain appeared rather unremarkable, yet within it lay a hidden marvel. Inside the mountain, there was a grand hall connected to several laboratories. Why, Lord, it seems we have caught the attention of the Huagua Shenzhou Bureau. The country's elite combat forces are investigating us. A stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an aura of otherworldliness, knelt below, reporting her findings. A mechanical synthesized voice echoed from above the grand hall, then dispose of them. As the sound subsided, the screen above the grand hall dimmed. The breathtakingly beautiful woman slowly retreated, and what she had been facing was not a formidable individual, but rather an artificial intelligence of extraordinary intellect. The notion that artificial intelligence had begun to command humanity was utterly appalling. Chapter 62. The mysterious mountain. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, a contingent of soldiers clad in specialized combat attire, fully armed, gradually approached the mountain. Everyone exercise caution. The situation here is rather peculiar. The captain at the forefront, Xiao Tian, instructed the combat team to slow their pace. Upon entering, they frequently encountered mutated plants and animals, even carnivorous flowers, yet as they neared the heart of the mountain, they encountered no immediate danger. There must be something within that instills fear even in biomutants. As they pressed on, a thick, green gas surged toward them. Xiao Tian immediately directed his team to don specially designed gas masks. This toxin posed no threat to them. However, while the gas might not inflict direct harm, it could obscure their vision and diminish their sight range. Before the combat unit could react, countless sharp poisonous thorns shot forth from the surrounding trees. Swish, swish, swish. The thorns were exceedingly sharp, yet this elite combat force was no less formidable. During the initial wave of thorn attacks, none were struck. Quickly disperse. Move to the open area ahead to regroup. Xiao Tian's expression shifted as he swiftly maneuvered through the foliage using vines and branches. However, some of the vines had been modified, and as Xiao Tian swung past, they ensnared him with startling speed. Furthermore, the thorn attacks continued, specifically targeting the vulnerable points of the Special Operations team. By the time they reached a safe position, only a third of this top-tier Special Operations unit remained. The few survivors could be considered the cream of the crop among warriors. To have made it this far as mere mortals. You are indeed quite capable. At that moment, the woman gradually appeared within Xiao Tian and the others' line of sight. Known by the codename Blood Shadow, she was originally a professional assassin, ultimately controlled and transformed by a mysterious artificial intelligence, evolving into a being beyond human comprehension. Her visage seemed imbued with endless allure, yet equally fraught with peril, as if these elite commandos were mere playthings to be toyed with at her whim. Xiao Tian gazed solemnly at the woman before him. He had faced countless bloody battles but had never encountered someone who stirred such trepidation within him. Who exactly are you? What is this place? Oh dear, how impolite of you. It is you who have intruded upon my domain. Yet you dare question my identity? Blood Shadow suddenly appeared before Xiao Tian, lifting his chin with a finger and exhaling with a sweet fragrance. Xiao Tian immediately performed a backward somersault, distancing himself. He had nearly been overwhelmed by her aura in just a single breath. She exuded such terrifying lethality. Dragon team, I may not return. There are indeed strange entities here. Please advise subsequent personnel not to enter. Xiao Tian, sensing his potential demise, urgently communicated with the outside unit. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when, in the next instant, Blood Shadow pierced through his abdomen. She withdrew her hand, licking the blood clean from her fingers, and then turned her gaze toward the remaining commandos. The others opened fire immediately, wielding weapons of the highest lethality, specially modified so that their bullets could penetrate Blood Shadow's form. Yet they lacked the tearing force necessary to cause significant damage, merely creating a few small holes. These minor wounds healed rapidly under Blood Shadow's astonishing regenerative abilities. Soon, this Vanguard Special Operations unit was entirely annihilated. Outside the mountain, a unit equipped distinctly from ordinary soldiers awaited. After receiving Xiao Tian's message, they found themselves unable to re-establish contact. It was evident that all had perished within. What truly lay within that mountain? Long Outyin pondered for a moment, yet he dared not act recklessly. The intelligence brought back by Hua Feng was of utmost importance. If such mutated beings truly existed, it would significantly disrupt the current balance. Dragon Team, what should we do now? Should we simply retreat? But what about Captain Xiao and the others? You are well aware of Captain Zhao's prowess. If even they have fallen, Long Outyin spoke in a low tone, suggesting that it was entirely possible that highly mutated creatures resided within. We should retreat and deliberate further. Indeed, Long Outyin is prudent. He does not engage in battles lacking certainty. This mountain exudes an oppressive aura. Captain, we are a unit. How can we abandon our comrades? One soldier could no longer restrain himself, unwilling to leave without at least witnessing Captain Zhao's remains. Are you questioning my decision? Long Outyin's voice turned cold. Dragon Team, I have always respected you, but today I cannot fathom how you could choose to flee without a fight. Xiao Huang, be silent. Another soldier chastised, do you have any idea how much Long Team has contributed to Hua country? Do you know how many times he has fought on the battlefield, risking his life? You, a mere rookie, have no right to question Long Team's decisions. Of course, this rookie was referring to the new recruits of the Special Operations Team. Outside, he was still a distinguished warrior among thousands. Enough, let us leave quickly. If we do not, it may soon be too late, Long Outyin urged. Heh, it's not that it may be too late. It is already too late. At that moment, Blood Shadow gracefully descended, appearing before Long Outyin and his companions. Long Outyin's nerves were taut. This woman emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. I can't believe a creature like you truly exists. Long Outyin was astonished. He had not anticipated that a creature capable of communication was indeed real. According to the intelligence, this was what was termed a mutated being. However, the cost of such transformation was becoming a monster. At best, it was a biomutant possessing independent consciousness. Just moments ago, as Blood Shadow approached, she sprouted blood-red wings from her back. Human, how dare you call me a monster? Blood Shadow seethed with anger, 8 tentacles extending from her back toward Long Outyin. In response, Long Outyin brandished his military knife, effortlessly severing the tentacles. As he wielded the blade, it shimmered with a pale blue light, clearly a testament to advanced technique that further enhanced the weapon. Otherwise, Long Outyin would not have been able to cut through Blood Shadow's appendages. Ah! Blood Shadow let out a chilling scream that sent shivers down spines. Yet, Long Outyin remained impassive, although an ordinary human. He faced the biomutant with unwavering composure. Chapter 63. The transformed Blood Shadow so-called evolved, mutated humanity was nothing more than this, Long Outyin remarked. Blood Shadow had not anticipated that her adversary possessed such a formidable weapon capable of easily slicing through her tentacles. Little brother, you have truly angered me this time. Blood Shadow quickly reverted to her original demeanor, displaying an intense interest in Long Outyin. To think your vitality is so tenacious. Long Outyin gripped the military knife tightly. Upon activating its energy, the blade suddenly extended to over a meter in length, with the additional portion formed not of solid metal, but of pure energy, capable of cutting through anything with ease. Blood Shadow's body began to split apart, transforming from an exquisitely beautiful woman into a grotesque blood. Long Outyin's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the full power of his military blade. In an instant, the energy blade extended to a length of several meters, effortlessly cleaving the creature's tongue in two and nearly shattering the skull of Blood Shadow. Fortunately, Blood Shadow reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Seizing this opportunity, Long Outyin hastily made his escape. Blood Shadow's body trembled as she unleashed a barrage of sharp projectiles towards the direction in which Long Outyin had fled, eventually transforming into a humanoid form and gazing with intrigue at that same direction. It was utterly surprising that Huagua had developed such advanced weaponry. In truth, the technology for manifesting energy blades had existed within the hive, but it had only been utilized as a trap mechanism. Not as a weapon, however, one could not deny the sheer dominance of that tangible laser. As of now, no material had proven capable of withstanding its assault. Long Outyin, his weary and wounded body collapsing at the outskirts of a human settlement. Despite his exceptional physical prowess and superior equipment, had still suffered significant injuries in the face of an entity like Blood Shadow. The settlement quickly welcomed this soldier clad in a unique uniform, arranging for medical assistance. The scale of this gathering was considerable, with robust fortifications surrounding it, rendering it a notably secure refuge. Upon awakening and surveying his surroundings, Long Outyin inquired, "Where am I? Greetings, comrade. You are at the survivors' gathering in Shun City." A man dressed in combat attire approached him, stating, "We found you outside the settlement. Could you share what transpired before you arrived here?" Long Outyin fell silent, realizing that of the elite combat team he had led into this operation, none had survived aside from himself. This realization weighed more heavily on him than death itself. "Damn those monsters, just wait. I will avenge my brothers," he declared, clenching his fists in indignation. "Did you encounter an attack by zombies?" The man asked. "No, Those creatures are far more terrifying than zombies, Long Outyin replied. How far is the Dongluan mountain range from here? Dongluan mountain range? The man responded that it is merely a few kilometers away. But that area is quite desolate. It shouldn't harbor a large number of zombies. A few kilometers? Long Outyin exclaimed, pressing further. Did you happen to see a massive creature circling in the sky over there? A massive creature? The man seemed perplexed. They were constantly monitoring their surroundings, and if such a creature had appeared, it would not have gone unnoticed. Long Outyin fell silent once more, realizing that the mountain range indeed held unusual characteristics. Shrouded in secrecy, without venturing inside, one could not perceive the true nature of Dongluan mountain range. Are you aware of the City of Dawn? Long Outyin inquired again. The City of Dawn? I've heard of it. The man replied. It is said that the city is continually expanding, unabashedly absorbing population. The living conditions there are remarkably comfortable, a veritable sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Previously, the City of Dawn and Chuyang Base collaborated to breach Fanbei City. We have considered the possibility of joining the City of Dawn ourselves. Comrade, may I borrow a vehicle? I wish to visit the City of Dawn, Long Outyin requested. Brother, are you joking? With so many zombie creatures in the vicinity? You plan to venture out alone? That would be tantamount to courting death, the man urged. Currently, the situation outside is far graver than at the onset of the apocalypse. Zombies from the larger cities have gradually spread out, occupying vast areas. Even if you were to flee to the Sahara Desert, you'd likely encounter hordes of zombies there. The current distribution of zombies could only be described as pervasive. Fear not, a mere horde of ordinary zombies poses no threat to me, Long Outyin asserted confidently. Though surrounded by zombies, he believed that as long as he avoided treacherous paths and did not allow himself to be encircled, he would face no substantial danger if you insist on this course of action. I will not impede you further, the man conceded, recognizing that Long Outyin was no ordinary individual. If he wished to borrow a vehicle, it was not a significant issue. Chapter 64. Infiltration? Upon rescuing Long Outyin, the man discerned his identity through the documents on him. Thus, he was more than willing to lend him a vehicle. Thank you. I shall repay this favor, Long Outyin expressed his gratitude. Brother, may I inquire what lies within the Dongluan mountain range? The man could not contain his curiosity. You must not venture there, Long Outyin warned sternly. If you provoke the entities within, it could spell disaster for the entire settlement. The man nodded in understanding and subsequently led Long Outyin to a military truck. City of Dawn. At this moment, the City of Dawn had grown immensely, expanding outward significantly in certain sectors. Sun Peng personally led the charge with a tank, coordinating with magnetic storm infantry and rocket artillery to annihilate all aberrant creatures under indiscriminate bombardment. Thus, the City of Dawn was free to flourish atop the entire mountain. Currently, the city zones were distinctly delineated. Residential areas, mining sectors, military zones, etc., rather than merely a gathering place for survivors in the apocalypse. It resembled a self-contained miniature city. Hey, look, there's a beautiful woman lying beneath the city wall. No way, she can't possibly be a zombie, right? How could a human woman make it here on her own? That seems highly improbable. At that moment, blood shadow lay beneath the city wall of the City of Dawn. The soldiers stationed above began to speculate about her identity. While the soldiers deliberated, Sun Peng ascended the city wall. Upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately cleared a path, standing at attention to salute him. What are you discussing? Sun Peng inquired. Commander, there's a peculiar woman down below. We have doubts about her identity, which is why we haven't brought her up. One soldier replied. Sun Peng was taken aback but soon regained his composure. He had witnessed the intelligence of these soldiers. They were hardly different from ordinary humans. They could cook, joke, and navigate social interactions, each possessing distinct personalities. However, they were united by an unwavering loyalty to Sun Peng. After observing the woman for a moment, her information materialized before him. Name: Xiaoyu, codename, Blood Shadow, gender, female, physical level, lieutenant level, aberrant combat power, 102542. This revelation was startling. Sun Peng had never anticipated that this seemingly frail woman possessed such astonishing combat capabilities. What baffled him further was the immense range of her combat power estimation. The minimum was 102, and the maximum was 542. suggesting she possessed some form of transformation ability. Moreover, her designation as an aberrant rather than an evolved being indicated she had unique traits. Should she unleash her full potential within the City of Dawn, she could wreak havoc. However, activating all defenses of the city might still neutralize her threat. Commander, your expression seems rather peculiar. What is her origin? Enough questions. Let us bring her up, Sun Peng decided, realizing he had no choice but to feign ignorance about her identity. Exposing her now would undoubtedly lead to a bloody conflict. Given her current demeanor, it was clear she had ulterior motives, and maintaining stability in the situation was paramount. Sun Peng escorted her to the medical room, employing advanced red alert technology for treatment. However, he merely went through the motions. He could see her health status clearly. Although not at full capacity, she had around 80 health, making it unlikely she lacked the strength to rise. With the aid of the red alert medical technology, Xia Yu slowly regained consciousness. At this moment, she had completely transformed, donning a JK sailor uniform that exuded an air of innocence. Big brother, where am I? Upon awakening, Xia Yu's sparkling eyes fixated on Sun Peng, her voice timidly inquiring. Sun Peng was left speechless, bemused by her talent for pretense. Had it not been for the system reviewing her status and information, Sun Peng would undoubtedly have fallen victim to her deception. Despite her current innocent and charming demeanor, which appears harmless, her true ferocity when unleashed is simply unimaginable. It's all right, little sister. This is the City of Dawn, and you are safe now, Sun Peng reassured her. I at you, big brother, who rescued me. My name is Xia Yu, and I am immensely grateful for your life-saving kindness. Xia Yu replied sweetly. However, Sun Peng felt no warmth from her smile. Instead, he was engulfed by an unsettling chill. What could this woman be plotting? It's nothing, just a matter of convenience, Sun Peng responded. If your injuries have healed, you should get to work. Around here, one cannot simply indulge without contributing. All right, then what does my big brother wish for me to do? She inquired. How about heading to the back mountain to mine? It would suit you well, Sun Peng suggested. Brother, can you truly bear to let someone as adorable as Xia Yu engage in such rough labor? She countered, in truth, I am quite clever. What if I become your assistant instead? Sun Peng nearly choked on his words at the audacity. You as my assistant? What a jest! Wouldn't all my secrets be laid bare before you? An assistant is out of the question. How about I assign you to the supermarket as a cashier? That should be manageable, right? No way. Since you saved me, I must stick by your side, she insisted. I don't require an assistant, and I have numerous tasks to attend to. I can't have someone following me around all the time. Sun Peng replied, if you refuse to comply, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave. Ah, are you angry, brother? Xia Yu quickly interjected. I apologize for not considering your feelings. I will heed your words and work as a cashier. Please don't be upset. Sun Peng found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. He had not anticipated that Xia Yu was not only an extraordinarily powerful mutant, but also a master of tea artistry. One display after another nearly caused him to lose his mind. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to assign your duties shortly. Just stay here and do not wander off, he said, hastily making his exit. Remaining in Xia Yu's presence would surely lead to his undoing. However, having such a formidable individual within his base required prompt management. Chapter 65. Returned to the Canyon Fortress after Xia Yu became a cashier at the supermarket. She remained vigilant, monitoring the state of the entire City of Dawn. Perhaps her master was right. This place indeed differed from other survivor gathering spots. As Xia Yu surveyed her surroundings, she noticed peculiarities merely from the supermarket's decor. In a post-apocalyptic world plagued by zombies and rampant viruses, where resources were exceedingly scarce, the supermarket's emphasis on aesthetics and superfluous embellishments represented a significant waste. Remarkably, even with such extravagance, the City of Dawn stood unrivaled among all survivor enclaves. Where did they procure such abundant construction materials? Even if they possessed such resources, completing a supermarket of this scale would require considerable time. Yet, how long has the City of Dawn even been established? There must be hidden secrets lurking beneath the surface. Hey, Xia Yu, what are you daydreaming about? We've been waiting for you to check us out. At that moment, a coworker noticed Xia Yu lost in thought during work hours and hurriedly reminded her. Oh, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and promptly began processing the transaction for the laborer before her. Xiaoyu, while you may be quite beautiful, do not assume that such attributes will win over the commander. Countless beauties have tried to charm him, only to return disheartened, the girl warned. Moreover, those who fail to woo the commander often find themselves at odds with the supervisor, so it is best you do not entertain such notions. Is it true that the commander has no appreciation for beauty? Xiaoyu couldn't help but inquire, recalling how he appeared somewhat overwhelmed after her tea performance. Xiaoyu, how dare you speak of the commander's name so casually? The girl gasped, covering Xiaoyu's mouth in shock, never having anticipated her boldness. Oh, my apologies, I was thoughtless. Xiaoyu quickly corrected herself. It seems the commander truly is quite an attractive gentleman. That moment. The other girls working in the supermarket regarded Xiaoyu with disdain. Did she truly believe that being rescued by the commander conferred her special favor? Countless others had received the same treatment, and none had succeeded. Xiaoyu would be no exception. Through the outpost of the City of Dawn, Sun Peng could teleport directly back to the main base of the Canyon Fortress. He had no desire to linger in the City of Dawn, especially with a terrifying woman there intent on uncovering his secrets. Thus, the development of the City of Dawn would have to be temporarily set aside. Sun Peng's focus was now entirely on the Canyon Fortress. Upon his return, he was startled to discover numerous unidentified biomonsters surrounding the Canyon Fortress. However, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they encircled the fortress, preventing anyone from entering the area. Strange, these biomonsters seem to be intentionally targeting me. While Sun Peng pondered this, the creatures began to advance toward the Canyon Fortress. All glory warriors, take positions on the canyon heights, lie low, and prepare for battle. Even if those creatures sought to attack, Sun Peng felt undaunted. The glory warriors possessed formidable firepower, and once they took their positions, their suppressive fire would be nothing short of devastating. Anything entering their effective range would find it nearly impossible to breach their defenses. Occupying the canyon heights would further enhance their range. Once the order was given, the outermost heights were filled with glory warriors lying in wait. The biomonsters continued their gradual approach. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of gunfire erupted, and the overwhelming firepower instantly shredded the biomonsters that entered their range into mere fragments. Any subsequent attempts at assault were futile, mere acts of desperation that bore no fruit. The defensive capabilities of the glory warriors were truly terrifying. They rivaled the heavy machine gun placements of American soldiers. Most importantly, the training cost for a glory warrior was merely 100, while American soldiers required 200. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of the Canyon Fortress, the biomonsters retreated, abandoning their assault as if manipulated by unseen hands. However, this encounter yielded substantial rewards for Sun Peng, as several hundred glory warriors leveled up. Damn it, who would have thought the Canyon Fortress would possess such formidable fortifications? At that moment, a man hiding behind a mountain gazed at the retreating biomonsters, his expression darkening to an extreme. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly realized that the biomonsters had encircled him. What is happening? The man froze in confusion, and in an instant, the monsters lunged at him. Furious, he retaliated, swiftly dispatching 2 green biomonsters, but the subsequent wave of creatures was far too overwhelming for him to contend with. Before long, he was completely engulfed, ultimately succumbing to their relentless feeding. Humph! Worthless trash devoid of utility, destined only to serve as their meal. Upon returning to the Canyon Fortress, Sun Peng made his way to the warehouse. Sun Peng, you busy man, what brings you here to see me? Cheng Mengjia exclaimed with enthusiasm upon spotting him, though she quickly tempered her excitement upon noticing Tanya accompanying him. Tanya scrutinized Cheng Mengjia with disbelief. She could hardly fathom why the commander would take an interest in such a young girl. Have you been training in the training room during this time? Sun Peng inquired. Cheng Mengjia nodded, explaining that while she oversaw the warehouse, she wasn't required to be present at all times. She had even taught Yishuang about the warehouse's structure and functions, allowing her some time to train, albeit not as frequently as Ding Lei. Sun Peng summoned Ding Lei, and together they headed to the command room. Ding Lei, once portly, had slimmed down considerably. If he were to return to university now, he would certainly be considered quite the charming young man. Sun Peng, Why have you brought us here today? Cheng Mengjia asked. Mengjia, you've always expressed a desire to engage in battle. Now, I present you with that opportunity. Sun Pong, having finished speaking, produced 2 sets of equipment. This gear belonged to the Navy SEALs, which Sun Pong could directly exchange in the system's marketplace at half the price of training the SEALs. However, even with the equipment, the disparity between Ding Lei and Chang Mengjia and the SEAL team remained insurmountably vast. Chapter 66. The frustration of Xia Yu upon gazing at this equipment. Ding Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. After the training session in the training room, his desire for combat had grown exponentially, and merely a glance at this gear made him acutely aware that it was leagues above the combat suit Sun Pong had casually tossed his way earlier. In contrast, Chang Mengjia appeared somewhat disinterested. Mengjia, what is the matter? Do you have something you wish to say to me? Sun Pong inquired, noticing Cheng Mengjia's hesitant expression. Cheng Mengjia looked at Sun Pong, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although her parents urged her to quickly develop a relationship with Sun Pong, she felt an overwhelming familiarity with him, despite his now completely transformed identity. The prospect of advancing their relationship felt daunting to her. Most importantly, Sun Pong had previously made it abundantly clear that he was not interested in romantic entanglements at the moment, leaving her with even less courage to voice her thoughts. It's nothing. I am just curious why you suddenly thought of the 2 of us, she replied. You think of me as someone else? Even if I were to soar to great heights, I could never forget a friend I grew up with. Sun Pong laughed. This is incredible. This set of gear is truly suitable for me, especially this combat suit. It just feels extraordinarily impressive, Ding Lei exclaimed as he donned the combat suit, which boasted 3 forms that could be switched freely. One was a standard brown combat uniform, another was a black diving suit, and the last was a pristine white combat suit that blended seamlessly with snowy landscapes, providing exceptional concealment. The weapon in hand was a powerful MP5, capable of easily dispatching targets vulnerable to its firepower. Chang Mengjia picked up a combat suit and headed to the restroom. Moments later, she emerged clad in the combat attire. Mengjia, your instructor from now on will be Tanya. I will ensure she teaches you some genuine combat techniques, Sun Pong stated, then turned to Ding Lei, saying, Ding Lei, your instructor is the captain of the SEALs. Paul, he will subject you to exceptionally rigorous training. And I hope you can endure it. Miss Chung, please follow me, Tanya said and led Cheng Mengjia to the training grounds. Just as Ding Lei was about to inquire about his instructor's whereabouts, a silver-white flash appeared before him as Paul materialized, albeit in a brief state of suspension due to the long-distance teleportation. Before long, Ding Lei was also transported to the training grounds. Sun Pong understood that future combat situations would be ever-changing. He must elevate Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei into the ranks of the powerful. Otherwise, their future standing would inevitably be the lowest, a reality even Sun Pong could not forcibly alter. It was akin to 2 ants, one of which transforms into an elephant. Even if that elephant sought out the other ant, the likelihood of such a meeting was nearly non-existent due to the overwhelming disparity. In the City of Dawn. As night fell, it became the optimal time for Xia Yu to act. With her skills, she could effortlessly evade all patrols. Yet, she was thoroughly detected by Sun Peng's radar. At that moment, Xia Yu could never have imagined that her seemingly stealthy maneuvers were occurring right beneath Sun Peng's nose. Although she possessed counter-detection devices, they were of no consequence against the Red Alert System's radar. Is this the command center of that fellow? Xia Yu pondered as she approached the forward base, only to be obstructed by an electronic gate. She stepped forward, attempting to decipher the gate's code. However, after several attempts, she found herself utterly stumped, unable to trigger any alarms. How could this be? With my abilities, I can't even handle a mere door? Xia Yu was taken aback, feeling disheartened after fruitlessly laboring to no avail. It was important to note that she was not only one of the 4 great powers of the East Wheel Hall, but also a globally renowned super hacker. After her master's enhancements, her hacking skills had seen unprecedented improvements, yet here she was, outmatched by a simple password lock. She then lightly tapped the necklace around her neck, projecting a virtual screen and keyboard. Xia Yu forcibly connected to the password system and commenced a series of operations. After an hour of intense effort, she finally cracked the code. The gate swung open with a resounding boom. Humph, I thought you were more capable. This is all you can manage, she scoffed. only to be taken aback as she noticed yet another door beyond the first. She stood frozen in disbelief. With such skills, you wish to enter my command center? Sun Pong, observing Xia Yu's futile attempts from within the main base, couldn't help but shake his head at in truth. Had she chosen to use force, she could have easily broken down the door. However, doing so would reveal her identity, rendering her stealth mission meaningless. She would never commit such a foolish act. Thus, she was left to try and decipher the code for this new door, but the second password lock was evidently far more complex than the first. After hours of fruitless endeavor, she felt as if her intellect had been trampled. Forget it. I want to expect to unravel all the secrets here in a single day. After toiling with no results, Xia Yu had no choice but to concede. Upon returning to her dormitory, she discovered that her roommates had all risen. Xia Yu, where did you run off to last night? Don't you know the dormitory regulations? One of her roommates seized the opportunity to reprimand her. After all, she was modified and her beauty far surpassed that of most girls, making her less welcome among the other female residents, particularly those who were somewhat petty. What, do you intend to report me? Xia Yu retorted. Xia Yu, I warn you to mind your words. Otherwise, you'll be left wondering how you met your demise. Is that so? Xia Yu stepped closer, locking eyes with the other girl, a flicker of crimson light passing between them, causing the latter to instantly become listless. Sister Xia Yu, from now on, I will obey your every command. After securing her influence over the girl, Xia Yu proceeded to her usual job at the supermarket. What an eerie technique. Merely a gaze, and I can control her spirit. Sun Pong observed this scene, realizing that this woman possessed the ability to control minds, making her an exceptionally formidable adversary. Chapter 67. Zhang Xian. Although this woman was quite challenging to deal with, it was evident that her attempt to breach the command center through her own abilities was virtually impossible. The system's security firewall was exceedingly robust. With Xia Yu's skills alone, penetrating the system's defenses was an unattainable feat during this period. Sun Pong had remained at the Canyon Fortress, free from concerns of being followed by her. Upon returning to the command center, he received a phone call. General Sun, there's been an incident at Chuyang Base. We implore you to lend us your assistance. The caller was not Lu Guishan, but rather Du Hailong. Yet Du Hailong only managed to utter a hasty sentence before abruptly cutting off the communication. Sun Pong immediately accessed the map to examine the situation at Chuyang Base. Currently, there were no signs of a large-scale zombie assault in the vicinity. So how could it have suddenly fallen? Tanya, Paul, you two head to Chuyang Base and ascertain the situation. Sun Pong commanded as he arrived at the training grounds. At that moment, the two heroic units were subjecting Qingmengjia and Ding Lei to relentless training. Upon noticing Sun Peng's arrival, they promptly ceased their training and stood at attention. Yes, Commander. Simultaneously, a Night Hawk helicopter landed beside them, ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. This situation is rather peculiar. Both of you possess time-space abilities. If things appear off, do not force exploration. Report back to me immediately, understood? Sun Pong instructed. Understood. Afterward, Tanya and Paul boarded the helicopter. Once the two formidable instructors departed, Qingmengjia and Ding Lei finally sighed in relief. Sun Pong, this foreign female soldier you recruited is far too strict in all my life. I have never endured such grueling training. Qingmengjia descended from the training field, drenched in sweat, exuding a certain beauty despite her exhaustion. In contrast, Ding Lei had collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent from Paul's relentless drills. What, can you not endure this already? Training at this intensity requires time to adjust, Qingmengjia exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You truly speak without understanding the struggle. Have you ever experienced such training yourself? Sun Pong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that in reality, he had never undergone such training. Yet, within the realm of the system's mental landscape, the trials he had faced were more brutal than this by at least tenfold. Had he faltered then, would the current version of himself even exist? Of course, otherwise, where would my abilities have come from? Sun Pong declared, enough with the complaints. Your training tasks remain unfinished. Just moments ago, Paul and Tanya informed me that you all still need to. Penggu, please, just let today be the end. I truly can't bear it any longer. Ding Lei lamented, his spirit devoid of hope. Is it really that unbearable? You've all been through the simulation training room. How can you not withstand this minor training? Sun Peng retorted, no, we must complete today's training. Otherwise, I won't allow you to leave. Sun Peng, I'm so exhausted. Can't you just let me off the hook today? Cheng Mengjiao pleaded, batting her eyelashes in a bid for sympathy. However, Sun Peng remained unmoved, insisting they finish the current training tasks. At Chuyang-based in the command center, Lu Guishan had become a lifeless corpse, and a man clad in black now occupied the elevated position at ha. What a pathetic Chuyang base. You are the weakest of all official factions. The man chuckled, adding, and you high-ranking officials are all remarkably foolish. After all this time, you still haven't uncovered my true identity. Zhang Kanmu, what exactly is your identity? Du Hailong ground his teeth in frustration. He never anticipated that he would not fall to the hands of zombies, but ultimately perish at the hands of his own kind. You do not need to know my identity. I only need to be certain that my actions are undeniably justified. Zhang Xin replied. This world has become a toxic wasteland under the control of you greedy humans. The best way to restore nature to its primal state is to eradicate all of humanity. What do you mean? Du Hailong was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhang Xian's words. You, a mere corpse, need not concern yourself with such matters, Zhang Xian scoffed. Oh, and perhaps you won't die. You might even become the most obedient dog under my command. But at that point, you won't need to know anything. Du Hailong attempted to rise, but his body lacked any strength. Zhang Xian approached him, producing a blue syringe from behind and advancing towards Du Hailong. General Du, isn't it true that it was you who injected him with the virus, transforming him into a monster? Tanya, it's futile to reason with these mindless fools. We should swiftly deal with this individual. Paul, clearly agitated by these ruffians, executed a temporal shift to relocate himself, preparing to take aim from a more concealed position. The soldiers were evidently bewildered by this display of temporal manipulation, granting Paul ample time to act. Bang, bang, bang. A few bullets were discharged with remarkable precision. The head of staff officer Zhang was penetrated instantly, resulting in his immediate demise. What? Officer Zhang, cursed are you two vile scoundrels, Captain Duan seethed with rage, unhesitatingly directing his gun towards Tanya. Yet, Tanya was quicker. Before he could fire, she had already dispatched him. A hero unit of level 3 is no trifling matter. Merely an ordinary soldier, attempting to draw his weapon first in Tanya's presence was an obviously impossible endeavor. Witnessing their commanding officer's demise, the remaining soldiers heightened their vigilance. You had better all maintain your composure, Tanya commanded. The Chuyang base is currently in a highly sensitive state. Your only course of action is to comply with our directives. Soon, Dawn City will dispatch personnel to address the situation here. Dawn City? The troops at Chuyang base quickly recalled that during the assault on Fanbei City, Dawn City had exhibited power that was not in the least inferior to that of Chuyang base. Through their cooperative combat, they had come to understand just how formidable this force truly was. However, they never anticipated that these two individuals were actually sent from Dawn City. If Dawn City were to take over the management here, it would not be unacceptable. Perhaps they could handle the populace more effectively. After all, they were somewhat familiar with Sun Peng's Dawn City, where the living conditions were undoubtedly the finest in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 69. The visit of Long Outyin. Though that may be the case, Paul and Tanya had just killed officers and senior commanders of Chuyang base in front of them. Even with the backing of Dawn City, these soldiers remained skeptical. Nonetheless, despite their doubts, Paul and Tanya were unwilling to waste any more time. They had acquired the intelligence they sought, and it was time to depart. Subsequently, Tanya utilized a temporal belt to change her location, while Paul executed a temporal shift to leave. The soldiers had barely registered their departure before the two vanished without a trace. Now that matters had reached this point, they could only choose to trust. One could only hope that Dawn City would quickly send someone to take charge, or else Chuyang base would descend into utter chaos. All right, everyone return to your posts and conduct your patrols. Even without a command center, we must perform our duties well to prevent the zombies from taking advantage of any openings. At this moment, several junior officers mobilized their subordinates. Although the command center had fallen, they could not afford to follow suit. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, a military vehicle halted at the entrance, seeking entry, and awaiting him was Li Hong. Although Li Hong's rank had significantly differed from Long Outyan's before the apocalypse, the two had indeed crossed paths previously. However, at that time, Long Outyan had not taken notice of Li Hong. While Li Hong had been profoundly impressed by this enigmatic commander, "I never imagined you were the legendary Long Outyan." After hearing Long Outyan's self-introduction, Li Hong was filled with excitement. While Long Outyan belonged to a covert division of Huagua, his identity shrouded in mystery, individuals at Li Hong's level were still aware of certain rumors surrounding him. He had flawlessly completed nearly all overseas missions deemed near suicidal, becoming a living legend at Ha. Those titles hold little significance now. Long Outyan sighed, a look of bitterness crossing his face. Those brothers who lived and died, perished before my very eyes at the hands of that monster, and yet I could do nothing. At this juncture, Long Outyan clenched his fists tightly, his expression one of deep frustration. The creature capable of transformation seems to have appeared here as well. Li Hong pondered, suddenly recalling the audacious couple from Dawn City. The male had transformed into a terrifying monster before everyone's eyes, only to be swiftly eradicated by Sun Ping's overwhelming firepower just after his transformation. After hearing Li Hong's account, Long Outyan merely shook his head. The monster encountered in Dawn City was of an entirely different caliber than the one he faced. The creature he confronted was colossal enough to obscure the sun, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression when it loomed above, rendering anyone beneath it as fragile as an ant. Though I do not understand why you chose to ally with this mysterious commander. I believe your choice to be wise, Long Outyan remarked. I wonder, where is the commander of Dawn City at present? The commander is not here at the moment, but if you require anything, I can attempt to contact him. Li Hong offered. Then I must rely on you. This matter is of utmost importance, both to him and to us, Long Outyan stated. Li Hong nodded, preparing to reach out to Sun Peng. However, Sun Peng had already called in advance. Li Hong, I am aware of everything. Please take Mr. Long to the forward command center, Sun Peng instructed. Understood. Li Hong nodded, seemingly unfazed. Each time he intended to report his work, Sun Peng always seemed to know the situation beforehand. And this instance was no exception. Before long, Li Hong led Long Outyan to the forward command center. At that moment, Xiaoyu, who was busy packaging items for customers at the supermarket, sensed a familiar aura. "Xia Shi, cover for me. I need to use the restroom." With that, Xiaoyu discreetly left, allowing a girl she had already controlled to take over her duties while she stealthily followed behind. Her movements were remarkably elusive, evading nearly all the lookout soldiers along the way. Yet, these lookouts merely served as conduits for information among the soldiers, not directly accountable to Sun Peng. Inside the main base's command center, Sun Peng had everything clearly within his grasp. As long as it was within the radar range of the air command, he could almost comprehensively understand the situation in this area. Indeed, it is that individual. Even he has found his way here. It seems this place truly harbors some earth-shattering secrets. Xiaoyu concealed herself in a corner, her keen eyesight allowing her to observe the entrance to the forward base with clarity, even from 100 meters away. As she attempted to discern the authentication methods being employed, the entrance unexpectedly opened without warning. Li Hong and Long Outyan thus entered without hindrance. Could it be retinal or facial recognition? Xiaoyu contemplated. Contemplating the idea of stealing Li Hong's facial and retinal information. However, she did not anticipate that the entrance had been opened remotely by Sun Peng. Sun Peng was certainly not in the command center. This she knew, or she would not have been so brazen as to attempt to decipher the code last night. Moreover, her equipment had not detected any signals transmitted to the entrance, so she dismissed the notion that the door had been remotely controlled. Once the two had entered, the door closed behind them. Xiaoyu chose not to linger and instead returned to her work at the supermarket. He truly possesses remarkable composure. Meanwhile, Long Outyan and Li Hong entered the command center. The array of equipment inside astonished Long Outyan once more. The various instruments, screens, keyboards, and controllers rivaled those found in the command centers of Huagua's top officers. "Mr. Long, please proceed to position 2. There is a teleportation chamber in the back, and I will send you to my location," Li Hong instructed. Teleportation chamber. Long Outyan was taken aback upon hearing this term. Could it be that he truly possessed the technology for instantaneous travel? While this technology had been on the agenda in Huagua, no progress had been made whatsoever. Countless funds had been poured into it, yet they had achieved nothing even theoretically. But now, here, they had apparently succeeded in developing this technology. If true, this would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking achievement. Chapter 70. Conversation following Sun Peng's instructions, Long Outyin entered the so-called teleportation chamber. The chamber's decor was exceedingly plain. Had Sun Peng not mentioned it? He might have mistaken it for a restroom, Li Hong. You may return to your post. By the way, regarding that girl named Xia Yu in the supermarket, regardless of her peculiar actions, do not act rashly. Understand? Sun Peng cautioned. Li Hong paused, having indeed noticed the girl before. However, her movements were so swift that even if he were suspicious, he could not pinpoint any flaws in her actions. Yet, since Sun Peng had advised him, he saw no need to continue worrying about it. Understood, Commander. Having spoken, Li Hong withdrew. Long Outyin then entered the teleportation chamber. With a swift motion, a flicker of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original position. Upon reappearing, he found himself in an entirely different location, the command room of the main base. As Long Outyin stepped out, he was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him in comparison to the so-called perfect equipment of Sun Peng, which could only be likened to a small command center for top military officers. This place was truly in a league of its own. The interior was a pristine white, and the surrounding apparatus exuded an aura of revolutionary technological sophistication. Long Outyin almost believed that what he had boarded was not merely a teleportation device, but rather a time machine, as if he had stepped into the future. General Long, please take a seat. Sun Peng beckoned. Long Outyin cast a glance at Sun Peng, scarcely able to believe how remarkably youthful he appeared. Yet, the aura emanating from him suggested that he was far more complex than he seemed. Greetings, Commander. I am Long Outyin, Deputy Director of the Shenzhou Bureau of Huagua. Although this is our first meeting, I have gathered some information about you. Long Outyin continued. From what I understand, you have developed an antidote for the biochemical virus. Correct? Indeed. The antidote was developed by me, and I also had Huafeng bring back a sample for you. Tell me, have you been unable to analyze its components? Sun Peng inquired. I regret to say that our scientists have made little progress in their analysis of the sample. Long Outyin admitted, if it is not too much trouble, would you be willing to share some insights on the research outcomes of the antidote? At this, Sun Peng furrowed his brow. What research outcomes could he possibly have? The only reason he could obtain the antidote in bulk was that the system had granted him exchange privileges. If the Huagua officials were unable to analyze the antidote's components and replicate it, the only future means of acquiring it would be through system exchanges. Sun Peng had hoped that Long Outyin would develop it, but now he found himself on the receiving end of the request. Mr. Long, how long has it been since you received the sample, and you have already given up? Sun Peng remarked. Tio expand the scientists' thinking. They should persist in their research rather than retreating at the first sign of difficulty. Much like a student who, faced with a challenging problem, seeks the answer key, that simply will not do. Haha, Commander, your words indeed hold merit. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from saying more. Long Outyin chuckled. In truth, he did not expect Sun Peng to hand over any research findings directly. After all, the mere willingness to provide a sample of the antidote was already quite generous. With such a sample in hand, it would merely be a matter of time before results were achieved. Actually, I have come here to discuss another matter in detail with you, Commander. Pray tell, Mr. Long, what significant intelligence do you possess? Sun Peng inquired. Over in the Dongluan mountain range, my unit has uncovered a crucial lead. Long Outyin presented a map and recounted the events he had experienced. Tio think you encountered such a crisis? Sun Peng pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something. He quickly pulled up a photograph and asked, is this the individual you encountered? Long Outyin's pupils contracted. Although Xia Yu's current attire was entirely different from her previous appearance, it did not hinder Long Outyin from recognizing her as the mastermind behind the annihilation of his special operations team. Commander, how do you know her? Long Outyin pressed. She is currently employed at a supermarket in Dawn City. Sun Peng replied, I had my suspicions when she first arrived, but I never anticipated that you would encounter the same person who has come to me. At this point, Sun Peng found himself somewhat admiring Long Outyin. It was evident that he was merely an ordinary person, Yet he had managed to escape unscathed from an encounter with a lieutenant-level mutant. Truly, he was a remarkable figure within Huagua's special agency, IT. Should be noted that Xia Yu, in her transformed state, possessed a combat power that could reach a terrifying 542. An ordinary individual would be akin to an ant before her, with an almost non-existent chance of escape. Commander, knowing her identity, how could you dare to keep her at the base? What other choice do I have? If I were to expose her, she might lash out in anger, causing immeasurable damage to the base. Sun Peng replied, "It is far better to feign ignorance. After all, it would be nearly impossible for her to extract information from me. Are you truly that confident?" Long Outyin inquired. "Rest assured, my security firewall is not something she can breach," Sun Peng assured him. "By the way, do you have any further intelligence regarding the Dongluan mountain range? I initially deployed only one special operations team, but they were ambushed without obtaining any intelligence, resulting in total annihilation." Long Outyin shook his head and stated, "However, I suspect that there exists an unusual organization within Dongluan Mountain, concocting a sinister plot. Given the operational caliber of the team you dispatched, their utter defeat suggests that Xia Yu is indeed no ordinary adversary," Sun Peng remarked. "By the way, Mr. Long, would you be interested in working under my command?" Though it seemed somewhat unrealistic, Sun Peng still sought to entice him. "I regret to inform you, Commander, that my allegiance lies with the nation. I must decline your offer," Long Outyin responded. "No matter, should you ever change your mind, feel free to seek me out," Sun Peng replied. "By the way, if you require assistance, I can arrange a helicopter to take you back. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Commander." Chapter 71. A personal visit to Chuyang. Long Outyin chose not to request a pilot from Sun Peng, instead opting to pilot the helicopter himself as he departed from the canyon fortress. Though he was uncertain of the origins of the fortress's commander, it appeared that he would not become an enemy of the state. Long Outyin gazed down at the canyon fortress, reflecting on it for a moment before changing direction and leaving. Meanwhile, Sun Peng had received intelligence from Tanya and Paul. He discovered that a significant incident had occurred at the Chuyang base, and it seemed he needed to assist in managing this debacle. Sun Peng had long set his sights on the region surrounding the Chuyang base. However, as it was under the influence of Huagua's official forces, forcibly claiming it as his own would certainly be inappropriate. Now, however, it presented the perfect opportunity. "Commander, the organization behind Zhang Xian may pose a substantial threat to us," Tanya cautioned. "I am well aware. And that organization has already infiltrated our base," Sun Peng stated. "What? Who is it? I will take care of them. Let us put that matter on hold for now. That individual is not to be trifled with. Any rash action could only bring unnecessary trouble to the base," Sun Peng advised. "Understood. Your current task remains to train Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei here. However, do not focus solely on them. Ensure that the other soldiers receive training as well." Sun Peng addressed the two individuals. Although the abilities of the Red Alert soldiers are essentially predetermined and fixed upon their summoning, there remains a possibility that ordinary soldiers can acquire special skills through training with specialized units. Hence, Sun Peng established a training ground within the base, where, during times devoid of missions, the majority of soldiers would come to hone their skills. The instructors for their training were typically third-level Gonghui warriors, while members of the SEAL team, along with Tanya and Paul, would occasionally take on the role of instructors, providing training results that far surpassed those of the average third-level Gonghui warriors. After speaking, Sun Peng departed from the training area to assemble a regiment of troops, determined to personally journey to Chuyang Base. After all, the likelihood of finding his parents at Chuyang Base was substantial. However, due to the large population and the subpar communication facilities at Chuyang Base, he had refrained from asking Lu Guishan to locate his parents, opting instead for a more reliable personal approach. The regiment of Gonghui warriors that Sun Peng selected consisted primarily of soldiers who had reached level 1 or higher, effectively forming a restructured elite unit, equipped with 20 Rhino tanks, a dozen Nighthawk helicopters, an artillery battalion, and a magnetic storm company, boasting formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, Sun Peng also brought along a forward operating vehicle, preparing for immediate deployment and expansion in the City of Dawn. Although the canyon fortress was situated at a considerable distance from Chuyang Base, the central city of Fanbei had already been breached, allowing for a direct passage through Fanbei City to Chuyang Base without encountering significant danger. Even if some unvanquished zombies were to appear, they would be mere fodder against the overwhelming firepower of Sun Peng's forces. Thus, Sun Peng's elite regiment effortlessly traversed Fanbei City, ultimately arriving at Chuyang Base. Chuyang Base occupied a vast expanse, surrounded on three sides by mountains, with a remarkably sturdy wall fortifying its front. The construction of this wall was exceptionally robust, rivaling even the first-level concrete walls of Sun Peng's own base. Numerous watchtowers perched atop the wall. Surveying the situation below, on the opposite side of the wall lay the gathering place for survivors. Although the land at Chuyang Base was extensive, it had not been utilized to its full potential. The survivors within had been divided into several areas, yet due to limited resources, their shelters could only consist of rudimentary wooden houses, with only a handful constructed from stone. Upon Sun Peng's arrival with his troops, the sentinels in the watchtowers swiftly detected the situation. "Captain, an armored division has appeared below." "An armored division?" The captain immediately moved closer to peer down. Below, 20 tanks paved the way, followed by rows of military trucks. And overhead, helicopters hovered ominously, startling the captain. Within this region, the only entity capable of mobilizing such forces, aside from Chuyang Base, was the City of Dawn. Could it be the people from the City of Dawn? Have they truly come? The captain pondered. Could what those two said actually be true? But how could Advisor Zhang and General Du have transformed into monsters? What if this is all a conspiracy orchestrated by the City of Dawn? Silence. If the City of Dawn truly intended to strike at us, why would they go through such trouble? The captain reprimanded. Listen carefully. When the officials from the City of Dawn arrive, you must not utter any offensive remarks. Understood? Regardless of whether this was indeed a plot by the City of Dawn, they had no alternatives left. With the highest command structure and the ability to orchestrate overarching strategies lost, the military at Chuyang Base found it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective combat response. It is critical to note that the core of any military force lies within its command system. Once it collapses, even the most valiant soldiers and the most advanced weaponry become ineffective. At this juncture, their only option was to place their trust in the City of Dawn. When Sun Peng reached the city gate, the captain of the guards did not hesitate to open the gates wide. Welcoming Sun Peng inside, the surrounding zombies had already been ruthlessly exterminated by Sun Peng's forces. "Greetings, Commander of the City of Dawn. I am the captain of the guard, Zhao Ming, and I welcome you to Chuyang Base." Upon seeing Sun Peng enter, Zhao Ming hurried forward, wearing a face full of eagerness to please. "Has the command system at Chuyang Base truly collapsed?" Sun Peng inquired. "Indeed, the events unfolded too suddenly. Be why the time we reached the command center. Only Advisor Zhang and General Du remained." Zhao Ming recounted. At that moment, both of them had transformed into terrifying monsters, their battle demolishing the entire command center. Ultimately, it was two mysterious individuals who came to clean up the mess. "By the way, those two mysterious individuals must have been sent by you, correct? Please take me to your command center. I wish to see the scene for myself," Sun Peng commanded. "Yes, please follow me." Zhao Ming promptly entered a vehicle to lead Sun Peng onward. Half an hour later, Sun Peng arrived at the command center of Chuyang Base. However, the command center now lay in ruins. "This location is indeed perfect," Sun Peng remarked, surveying the surroundings. The complex terrain provided ample cover, and hidden sentries were positioned throughout, making a frontal assault through layers of guards necessary. Thus, the only way to eliminate all the high-ranking officials of Chuyang Base without detection was through internal strife. "Commander, this is General Du's body, and this one is Advisor Zhang's." Zhao Ming gestured to the two corpses on the ground. Knowing that the City of Dawn might send personnel, the troops at Chuyang Base had refrained from clearing the bodies immediately. Sun Peng gazed at the two corpses, lost in contemplation. "The system is conducting an analysis. Blood extraction successful. Conducting blood examination. Examination complete. The T-virus remains in a highly active state within the blood, fully enhancing the abilities of every cell. Yet it has not infected the brain. Therefore, the infected do not lose consciousness and can even subjectively regulate the activity of the virus, allowing for transformation and reversion to normalcy. It appeared that those individuals similarly relied on the T-virus for bodily mutations. They certainly had audacity. Sun Peng understood that both Zhang Xian in the initial encounter with Du Zhonghai and Shelley, as well as Xiaoyu, had all utilized the injection of the virus to unlock their potential. As the activity index of the virus increased, they would evolve accordingly. After the virus underwent evolution, the mutated beings would also gain the ability to evolve themselves. Theoretically, as long as their bodies could withstand it and their minds did not fracture, they could continue to evolve indefinitely. Subsequently, Sun Peng analyzed the corpse of Du Hailong. Compared to Zhang Xian, Du Hailong was less fortunate. The virus had been injected in an exceedingly brutal manner, leaving his body unable to react before being wholly overtaken by the T-virus, ultimately leading to his brain's consumption and his transformation into a mindless killing machine. Perhaps it was Du Hailong's unwavering will that allowed a shred of resentment to remain, leading to his final confrontation with Zhang Xian. Thus, the current situation was born. However, if Sun Peng had not dispatched Paul and Tanya to intervene, matters might not have been so straightforward, and the entirety of Chuyang Base could have fallen. "Commander, have you made any discoveries?" Zhao Ming asked. "Dispose of the bodies," Sun Peng instructed. "Furthermore, I shall take command of Chuyang Base from now on. I will establish a new command center here, and all forces at Chuyang must obey my orders." "Commander, if you wish to gain complete control over Chuyang Base, it may prove somewhat challenging. All soldiers who refuse to comply with orders shall surrender their weapons and revert to civilian status." "I will not make things difficult for them," Sun Peng replied. "You must understand, I am not lacking in soldiers." Suddenly, Sun Peng instructed the forward base vehicle to approach, and in front of everyone, it unfurled directly. Within mere seconds, a new command center materialized before their eyes, followed by the spontaneous rise of sturdy walls, their solidity rivaling that of the outer city walls. Yet, this was only the beginning. In a crucial position of the command hub, several tower-like structures ascended. Although the exact purpose of these towers remained unclear, Zhao Ming could surmise from their appearance that they were advanced defensive installations of remarkable technological sophistication. What astonished everyone most was that the construction of these sophisticated facilities was completed in a mere 10 minutes, a feat that left them utterly astounded. Most importantly, not only was the speed of constructing these advanced facilities astonishing, but Sun Peng also required no human labor. Everything was executed through mechanized, intelligent assembly, each aspect imbued with an epoch-making sense of technology. The establishment of the new command center imparted a refreshing sensation, its security undoubtedly surpassing that of the previous Chuyang Base Command Center. After witnessing Sun Peng's remarkable capabilities, the soldiers were thoroughly impressed. With such a formidable leader overseeing them, what cause did they have for daily anxiety? They expressed their willingness to follow General Sun with unwavering loyalty. The posthumous rank of Major General conferred by Lu Guishan, coupled with the promotional images from the City of Dawn and Sun Peng's display of extraordinary skills, was enough to instantly captivate everyone. For now, focus on your respective duties. However, in the future, those who remain in the military may be few. Sun Peng remarked. My standards for selecting soldiers are exceedingly stringent. If you do not meet the criteria, do not blame me for your exclusion. Of course, even if you cannot continue in the military, as long as you are willing to work among civilians, I shall not neglect any of you. Understood. Having said this, Zhao Ming and several other junior officers returned to their posts with their subordinates. The Chuyang Base occupied a vast expanse, and fully developing it would likely require a significant amount of time. Standing atop a high vantage point, Sun Peng surveyed the entire Chuyang Base, perplexed as to why Lu Guishan, despite his limited capabilities, had insisted on designating such a large area as a sanctuary in this post-apocalyptic world. Within the confines of the Chuyang Base, upon learning of the developments, the inhabitants were initially thrown into a state of panic. However, they soon found themselves completely awed by Sun Peng's prowess. The survivor gathering sites were highly dispersed. Yet Sun Peng had constructed rows of dormitories and 3 fully equipped dining halls in the most densely populated areas, all accomplished in an exceedingly brief period. To the survivors, these structures seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Subsequently, Sun Peng summoned representatives from each gathering site to participate in a significant meeting that affected everyone. The number of individuals at Chuyang Base was substantial. Merely selecting some representatives resulted in over 100 participants, indicating that within the Chuyang Base's perimeter, there were hundreds of gathering sites, some of which sent multiple representatives. However, this was of little consequence. Sun Peng merely wished to convey his intentions to all ears present. And the exact number of attendees was not particularly significant. That our new leader? He looks so young. Indeed, what capabilities could such a young lad possibly possess? Don't underestimate him. His demeanor is quite imposing. I sense there is more to him than meets the eye. As the crowd engaged in murmurs, Sun Peng stepped forward, and his formidable presence silenced all. Although he typically did not flaunt his authority, when he truly assumed the posture of a leader, everyone could palpably sense the formidable nature of this young man. Even a mere gaze could evoke a sense of suffocation in ordinary individuals. Representatives from various regions of Chuyang Base, greetings. I express my regret regarding the unfortunate incident involving the headquarters and General Liu, but rest assured, I shall take charge of the future of Chuyang Base. Promising you a higher quality of life, Sun Peng addressed the representatives below. However, once I assume control here, you must adhere to the management protocols. All benefits within the base must be earned through your efforts. I do not accommodate idlers. With that, Sun Peng waved his hand, and soldiers approached carrying a box. Inside were ID cards crafted by the system, recording point data. As Sun Peng unveiled the cards, the crowd was taken aback, realizing that the rumored universal card of the City of Dawn was indeed a reality. Sir, are these truly the universal cards of the City of Dawn? One representative could not help but inquire. Indeed, these are point cards. Henceforth, all transactions within the base will utilize the points stored on these cards, Sun Peng explained. These points can also be used at my other two bases, including the City of Dawn and Canyon Fortress. Should you possess the capability to reach those locations, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, realizing the immense power this young leader wielded. Given Sun Peng's demonstrated capabilities, the promotional images from the City of Dawn appeared to hold no exaggeration. Perhaps, in a remarkably short time, this place would transform into a second City of Dawn. Sir, on behalf of all members of our gathering site, I acknowledge you as the new leader of Chuyang Base. We also recognize your authority. Soon, Sun Peng received unanimous recognition, and all within Chuyang Base held a genuine respect for him. Sun Peng then led the representatives on a tour of the dining hall, which featured immaculate decor, spotless floors, and meticulously arranged tables and chairs. Nearly every detail was executed flawlessly. Upon witnessing these facilities, the representatives expressed their it should be noted that transportation outside was nearly paralyzed. With nearby cities in utter chaos, and every corner posed a potential threat from zombies, if they had the opportunity to scavenge for supplies, food would undoubtedly be the priority, making it impossible to focus on such elaborate details. The ability to construct buildings of such caliber signified that Sun Peng possessed resources beyond description. As representatives, please distribute these point cards. Subsequently, I shall re-establish order in Chuyang Base, Sun Peng stated. Under this new order, if you wish to thrive, you must diligently assist me. Do you understand? Yes, from now on, we shall follow your lead, sir. After briefly outlining a few matters, Sun Peng allowed the representatives to return to their gathering sites to relay the meeting's content. He also distributed some posters depicting the envisioned future development trajectory of Chuyang Base. Though it resembled mere wishful thinking, Sun Peng undoubtedly had the capability to turn this vision into reality. Truth will be revealed with time, and regardless of whether the posters were mere idealistic portrayals, the newly constructed dining halls and dormitories were sufficient to win the hearts of the entire Chuyang Base populace and solidify his position. Subsequently, Sun Peng reinforced the perimeter of Chuyang Base by adding walls at several vulnerable points surrounded by mountains, significantly enhancing the base's security. Previously, certain gaps could have allowed a minor zombie incursion, causing considerable trouble. However, with Sun Peng taking charge, such occurrences would no longer be tolerated. 3 days passed quietly. During this brief span, Chuyang Base underwent a monumental transformation. In addition to the guards on the city walls, defensive cannons were installed, and machine gun bunkers were established on elevated grounds. Moreover, a series of light pillars were meticulously distributed throughout the base. In the event of an incident, these light pillars could rapidly form a defensive system, delivering devastating strikes to any affected areas using energy transmission capabilities. However, such advancements inevitably heightened the resource pressure on Sun Peng. Given the substantial population at Chuyang Base, The supplies brought back from Fanbei City were being consumed at an alarming rate. Fortunately, when Sun Peng assumed control of Chuyang Base, the influx of new residents provided him with a degree of compensation. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. It appears time has come to explore other cities. Sun Peng mused, seated in the command center, scrutinizing the data on the map. From the map's perspective, Huanxi City seemed to be the optimal choice. Relay my orders. Have one regiment from Canyon Fortress and one from the City of Dawn assemble with tanks and infantry fighting vehicles at the Shui-Lin Expressway. Preparing to advance into Huanxi City, Sun Peng commanded the leaders of the respective bases within the command center. Understood. Yes, soon, 2 batches of troops set out from the City of Dawn and the Canyon Fortress. As for Sun Peng, he utilized the teleportation capabilities between bases and instantaneously returned to the Canyon Fortress. The Chuyang base was currently the most challenging to manage, so Sun Peng had no intention of deploying a single soldier from there. Upon returning to the base, Sun Peng made his way to the training grounds behind him. How are you two faring with the training? Sun Peng inquired. Although it's quite grueling, I believe I'm starting to see results. After these past few days of training, I feel that I have grown significantly, Cheng Mengjia replied. Penggu, I have fully adapted to this level of training, Ding Lei added. I'll give you an opportunity to go to Huanshui City. Will you go? Sun Peng asked. Huanshui City? What are we going there for? Of course, to expand our territory, Sun Peng stated. Moreover, the greater the commotion I create, the more likely the puppeteer behind the scenes will take notice. My objective is to expose and eliminate them. Otherwise, the apocalypse will never come to an end. Are you implying that the zombie virus was released intentionally? Is there any other explanation? Sun Peng responded. It is nearly impossible for such a virus to arise in nature, and judging by the behavior of the zombies, it is evident that they are being manipulated by human hands. I can't believe there are such despicable people. Cheng Mengjia exclaimed in anger. All her efforts and achievements had virtually evaporated with the onset of the apocalypse. Without Sun Peng, she would have had no advantages at all and might have already become one of those monsters. Just the thought of becoming like those zombies was utterly unbearable for her. Chapter 74. The Siege. In order to restore the world to its former state, we cannot confine ourselves to this limited area, Sun Peng declared. This mission to Huanshui City will not be particularly safe. You may accompany me, or you can remain here to continue training. Penggu, I want to go with you. Staying here is rather dull. Only through real combat can my potential be truly unleashed, Ding Lei asserted. Sun Peng, I too wish to accompany you. Mengjia, if you still harbor any fear of those zombies, it would be wise to train a bit longer. Sun Peng, I believe that only by confronting them head-on can I conquer this fear, Cheng Mengjia insisted. Sun Peng nodded and tossed 2 vials of serum to Ding Lei and Cheng Mengjia. This is the antidote for the T-virus. If you are bitten by a zombie, you must inject it promptly. Otherwise, you too will succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie. An antidote. So soon? Does that mean the world is already saved? Not so simply, Sun Peng replied. Currently, the antidote cannot be mass-produced, and for those who have already transformed, the serum is utterly ineffective. As for a drug capable of reverting zombies back to humans, it's best not to dwell on that for now. Those zombies infected by the T-virus are essentially dead. If the virus within them is eradicated, their bodies will lose all vitality and ultimately become lifeless corpses. To revert zombies back to humans, we must first research a resurrection drug. Once I establish the combat laboratory, perhaps that opportunity will arise. I wonder how many are still alive. Cheng Mengjia said, a hint of despair in her voice. If more than half of the world's population has turned into zombies, do we truly stand a chance against them? Is your lack of confidence directed towards yourself or me? Sun Peng retorted. Rest assured, with me here, I will ensure that the mastermind behind the genocide of humanity is dealt with. Yes, I believe in you, Cheng Mengjia replied, her heart racing at the confidence radiating from Sun Peng, a sensation she had never experienced before. If you are ready, let us depart. Ding Lei, you will directly join the SEAL team and follow Paul. As for Mengjia and Tanya, just stay close to me. Understood. Once the assignments were made, everyone boarded the helicopter. Catching up with the main force that had already gathered ahead. Commander, the combat units are ready for your orders. Consolidate all units and execute a direct assault with the strongest tactics, Sun Peng commanded. The central area of Huanshui City is a large island, and that is our target. Ensure the forward base vehicles are protected and prepare for action. Yes, before long, tanks led the way, with helicopters circling above to observe the situation. The troops marched robustly towards Huanshui City, City of Dawn. Xiaoyu, who was working at the supermarket, felt increasingly restless. What on earth was he up to? He had already seized 3 bases, yet instead of consolidating his position, he was pushing outward again. Xiaoyu had her own intelligence network, and she was well aware of Sun Peng's efforts to conquer Chuyang Base. However, just a few days after consuming Chuyang Base, he was now reaching for Huanshui City. His insatiable appetite compelled her to reassess Sun Peng. This won't do. I cannot afford to waste any more time here. Xiaoyu was thoroughly losing her patience. From start to finish, she felt as if she had been played by Sun Peng. Ever since her arrival here, she had hardly seen him at all. Previously, she had attempted to steal Li Hong's pupil data but still found herself unable to breach the command room's door. The opponent had established a technological dominance over her, yet she remained unwilling to believe that Sun Peng's technological prowess surpassed that of her superior. Moreover, she had control of a subordinate, Xiao Shi. With her presence, Xiaoyu didn't have to suffer such indignities herself. With that thought, Xiaoyu made her swift exit from the City of Dawn, Huanshui City. By the time Sun Peng arrived, night had already fallen. The eyes of the zombies glowed with an eerie green light, creating an extremely sinister ambience. Additionally, during the night, the zombies' mobility significantly increased, obstructing the visibility of the soldiers and placing them at a considerable disadvantage in battle. Penggu, there seem to be quite a few zombies around. We appear to be surrounded. What is there to panic about? It's merely a minor skirmish, Sun Peng chuckled lightly. The forward base vehicles were deployed in place, and a circle of fortifications, standing 5 to 6 meters high and equipped with firing ports, was constructed around the troops. All units, assume firing positions and prepare to engage. Consequently, the soldiers of the Gonghui unit took their firing positions and crawled into position, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the zombies below. The zombies, which had been approaching, were effectively halted at the city walls. Cheng Mengjia and Ding Lei joined the wall, firing at the zombies below. Although their physical attributes, combat skills, and shooting proficiency paled in comparison to the elite SEAL team, they were at least equipped with identical gear. As long as they hit their targets, they were generally able to neutralize the zombies. Watching the grotesque and terrifying zombies fall one by one under her gunfire, Cheng Mengjia's fear began to dissipate, and her fighting spirit intensified. This siege against the zombies lasted the entire night. Each moment was fraught with peril, as the density of the zombies was so great that any lapse in attention could lead to one climbing up to take a bite. Thus, every combatant was on high alert throughout the night. After the battle concluded, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Cheng Mengjia, overwhelmed, fell from the several-meter-high wall. Why are you so foolish? If you can't hold on, just come down. Why persist? Sun Peng scolded as he lifted Cheng Mengjia onto the armored vehicle. Since you entrusted that position to me, how could I possibly retreat? Cheng Mengjia weakly replied. Moreover, in that situation, if I had retreated, the zombies would have overrun us. Even though Cheng Mengjia was quite resilient, falling from such a height was enough to leave her shaken. Fortunately, Sun Peng's excellent medical system swiftly tended to her injuries. Rest for a moment, I will construct another wall outside. Once everyone's strength is restored, we shall continue our advance. Chapter 75. The greedy ones at this moment, outside the 4 makeshift walls erected by Sun Peng, a multitude of zombie corpses lay piled high. Most importantly, Sun Peng had not even entered Huanshui City yet and was already facing such a scale of assault, indicating that the situation in Huanshui City might be even worse than that of Fanbei City. Sun Peng ascended the wall and gazed down at the sea of zombie corpses, his mood considerably heavy. Paul, arrange for someone to set fire to these zombie corpses and eliminate them. Sun Peng instructed Paul behind him. Understood. After receiving the order, Paul gathered a contingent of soldiers, ignited torches, and cast them downwards. Instantly, a billowing cloud of thick smoke ascended, creating an exceptionally glaring spectacle. In the distance, atop a mountain, a man with shifty eyes observed the unfolding scene through binoculars. Brother, look quickly. There's quite a commotion over there. He exclaimed. What are you babbling about? Do you think I'm blind? At that moment, A robust man stepped forward, gazing thoughtfully towards the direction of the flames. "Brother, those people are rather resilient, despite being besieged by so many zombies. They have managed to hold out for quite some time," remarked the man with shifty eyes. "However, I find it most curious that there were no barriers around them before. Why are they now encircled by such a substantial wall? It is simply perplexing. Regardless, even if those individuals possess remarkable skills, after battling zombies all night, their stamina must be severely depleted," the robust man asserted. "I've been monitoring them from afar. They are a mechanized unit. And those tanks and military trucks are truly treasures, brother, are you suggesting? Is there any need for further discussion? Quickly arm the brothers and prepare to seize a hefty bounty," the burly man declared. "Those are tanks. I've been coveting them for ages. But can we really snatch the tanks from their hands? What are you so timid for? Even if those people are formidable after fighting through the night, they must be exhausted both physically and in terms of supplies," the robust man exclaimed. "If they weren't besieged by zombies, I wouldn't dare take action. But now they're at their wits' end. Those armored vehicles and tanks are practically being offered to us on a silver platter." "Indeed, I shall gather the brothers at once." The man with shifty eyes promptly retreated to the base to issue an emergency summons. This base, known as Baoshan Base, was quite expansive. They had nearly acquired all the police armaments from the entirety of Huanchi City, including a significant number of police helicopters. Furthermore, they possessed powerful firearms from special police forces, reinforced police vehicles, and more. With these assets, they had forcefully carved a path out of Huanchi City at the onset of the apocalypse, ultimately establishing this base atop the mountain. The leader of the base was named Wang Baoshan, a formidable figure who had thrived in both the underworld and legitimate circles prior to the apocalypse, commanding immense respect. After the outbreak, he swiftly collaborated with the police to orchestrate evacuation efforts, but in the end, he outmaneuvered those officers, seizing all police equipment. Once the base was established, he replaced the upper echelons with his loyal confidants in record time. Showcasing his prowess and cunning, before long, he had amassed thousands of troops, deployed 5 police helicopters, and dispatched over a dozen heavy police vehicles. Moreover, his guards were well equipped, armed with rifles, machine guns, handguns, and even grenades, all in ample supply. Time is of the essence. Let us exploit the smoke and catch them off guard. Wang Baoshan's men then accelerated towards Sun Peng's location, and of course, all of this was clearly observed by Sun Peng through the radar detection system in the command room. What do these people intend? We have already eliminated the zombies. Are they coming to assist? Sun Peng furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be that these fools are foolishly contemplating attacking me? Soon, Wang Baoshan's guards reached the vicinity of the wall. "It's just a broken wall, boss. Watch me blow it open with one shot." At that moment, a burly man hoisted a rocket launcher and aimed at the wall. Firing without hesitation, boom! The rocket exploded with a resounding roar, illuminating the surroundings with fierce flames and tremendous power. Just as they believed the wall had been breached, they were taken aback to find that it had only sustained a minor crack, inflicting no substantial damage whatsoever. How is this possible? Their makeshift wall is surprisingly resilient. Wang Baoshan was astonished. The strength of these walls rivaled those constructed with significant effort at their base, perhaps even surpassing them. If a rocket couldn't breach it, it was astonishingly robust. "Boss, should we continue firing?" "I refuse to believe this." "Continue. Bring all the rocket launchers forward and blast that thing open." "Yes." A row of muscular men armed with rocket launchers lined up, targeting the recently struck fissure. "Fire!" With Wang Baoshan's command, a barrage of rockets streaked through the air, trailing long tails behind them. Accompanied by deafening explosions and blinding flames, the wall was finally blasted open, creating an opening. "Now's our chance. Charge in." Upon receiving the order, the guards surged forward, but they had barely covered 100 meters when they discovered that the breach had already been repaired, right before their eyes. "That's ridiculous. Have we been working too hard at night, and our eyes are failing us? Get on the helicopter and use climbing ropes to directly invade. Once we subdue those inside, the secrets will be ours." Wang Baoshan, far from intimidated, was instead exhilarated. The opposition surely possessed extraordinary technological means. If he could force them to surrender it, his position would be solidified exponentially. When human greed triumphs over reason, fear dissipates entirely. Following the command, a throng of guards ascended the helicopter, while another group utilized climbing ropes, heedlessly advancing under Wang Baoshan's orders. Boom. Suddenly, dozens of rockets soared from within the wall, striking the helicopters with pinpoint accuracy. Each helicopter endured 6 or 7 direct hits, erupting into a cloud of debris amidst the violent explosions. The guards charging at the forefront were swiftly annihilated by the opposing forces, their precise and rapid gunfire rendering them utterly defenseless. With none able to advance, witnessing this scene, Wang Baoshan was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 76. A disgraceful retreat. They had not even laid eyes on the enemy and had already suffered such significant losses. The modified police helicopters had barely had a chance to unleash their might before being obliterated by the opposing forces in a thunderous assault. Did their enemies possess an endless supply of rockets? If they had so many, why hadn't they used them to eliminate the zombies earlier, instead of targeting me now? Brothers, retreat! Retreat! Wang Baoshan shouted. However, after he called out, he abruptly realized that his guards had already turned and fled a considerable distance. They didn't even require his orders. Upon witnessing the formidable firepower of the enemy, they had already made their escape. Wang Baoshan dared not linger any longer, hastily departing in a heavily armored police vehicle. Yet, what awaited him was a terrifying swarm of ominous zombie birds, circling ominously in the sky, casting an oppressive atmosphere. Just as Wang Baoshan's guards prepared to draw their weapons, the zombie birds swooped down in mass, rendering their rocket launchers utterly ineffective. These peculiar birds, though small in size, exhibited an intense aggressiveness. One slender creature latched onto a guard's shoulder with its claws, gripping tightly as if it were a vice. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. Ultimately, the creature's sharp beak pierced through the soldier's skull, devouring his brain with a gluttonous fervor. Even when shot at close range, these bizarre birds maintained their agility. Some even snatched weapons from the guards' hands. Even those sheltering within the fortified police vehicles were met with fierce assaults from the zombie birds, their attacks proving remarkably effective against the vehicle's defenses. In a short span, countless small holes were pecked into the exterior. Once the density of these holes reached a critical mass, the creatures charged forward, breaching the vehicle and creating a gaping hole. The occupants, faced with the relentless assault of the zombie birds, had no means of resistance, and in an instant, their heads were pecked open, their brains devoured. Prepare the flamethrowers. Wang Baoshan, not one to be trifled with, recognized that the most effective strategy against these creatures was to employ fire. He had come prepared with gasoline and propane. With a flurry of motion, several guards unveiled flamethrowers, unleashing torrents of roaring flames. The entire sky transformed into a sea of fire, engulfing the zombie birds and inflicting heavy casualties upon them, as they plummeted to the ground, emitting clouds of black smoke. However, by the time this horde of zombie birds was vanquished, the guards Wang Baoshan had brought along had suffered losses amounting to 2/3 of their number. This was nearly half of the armed forces from Baoshan Base laid to waste. As for Sun Pang, he was merely a distant spectator. Having someone deal with those zombie birds was indeed quite convenient. To be honest, if those birds were to invade his territory, he would undoubtedly find it immensely troublesome. They were far from ordinary zombies. Their targets were in the sky, making it exceedingly difficult for the SEALs and the Gonghui warriors to hit them. When they circled at low altitudes, area effect weapons would lose their efficacy. As for flamethrowers, Sun Pang had not brought any along and would need to assemble them on the FL. By the time the makeshift equipment was ready, it was likely that his forces would have already sustained severe casualties. The combat prowess of that flock of zombie birds was truly terrifying. Paul observed the panicked retreat of Wang Baoshan and others in the distance and remarked, "Even I, faced with so many zombie birds, cannot devise any effective countermeasures." Sun Pang opened the system shop and procured a batch of flamethrower equipment. Should they encounter the zombie birds, a timely assault with intense flames might yield favorable results. He distributed the gear to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Once the soldiers completed their rest, Sun Pang dismantled the city walls, and the rhino tanks forged ahead towards Huanchi City. "Boss, those walls have completely vanished. It seems they are heading into the city center of Huanxi. With so many zombies there, they are undoubtedly walking straight into the tiger's den, said one soldier. Indeed, with only a few thousand troops against hundreds of thousands of zombies, they stand no chance, especially since, within Huanxi City, there are even more formidable monsters. Enough, enough. Everyone, quiet down. Wang Baoshan interjected darkly, interrupting his subordinates' discussions. He had suffered a major setback in this operation, and his current state of mind was utterly dismal. Furthermore, he did not believe that Sun Peng's forces would be wiped out upon entering Huanxi City. It was only through first-hand experience that he realized the true extent of the opposing forces' combat capabilities. Perhaps it was the zombies of Huanxi City that would truly face defeat. Boss, are we really going to just swallow our pride? A rat-faced man said, a hint of unwillingness in his tone. What else can we do? Do you want to seek revenge on them? The only reason they are so strong is due to those damned walls. The rat-faced man continued. Do you truly believe they could easily defeat us? It was all thanks to those walls. Wang Baoshan retorted, oh, well, all right, enough of this nonsense. Since they dare to enter Huanxi City, we shall follow them. Wang Baoshan declared. Boss, you mean? The soldiers present felt a chill run down their spines. They were absolutely unwilling to challenge a unit equipped with heavy tanks and armed helicopters. It was evident that the opposing forces possessed far more combat experience than their own ragtag group. They were undoubtedly an elite force that had emerged from a regular army. How could their makeshift band of soldiers possibly contend with them? Don't be anxious. While we may have offended them before, at least we haven't suffered any casualties, Wang Baoshan reassured them. If they are truly military personnel, as long as we apologize, they likely won't pursue the matter too harshly. Boss, you? The rat-faced man was perplexed. It was surprising to see the typically arrogant and dismissive Wang Baoshan speak in such a conciliatory manner. Though I may be bold, I'm not foolish, Wang Baoshan shot back, glaring at the rat-faced man. You, on the other hand, always seem to come up with lousy ideas. You don't intend to plot against me, do you? Boss, how could I dare to do that? Everything I do is for the strength of our base. The rat-faced man attempted to explain, only to be shot in the head by Wang Baoshan. The others gasped in shock at the sudden brutality. Chapter 77. The Woman in the Red Dress. Soldiers, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Wang Baoshan rallied the soldiers once more. As long as they did not confront that terrifyingly powerful unit directly, they could accept the situation. When Wang Baoshan's soldiers exited the city again, the armed forces of the Baoshan base had sunk to their historically lowest point. Meanwhile, Sun Peng and his forces entered the heart of Huanxi City, where eerie cries echoed around them. These strange sounds even overpowered the roar of the tank engines. Hee, who would have thought so many fresh humans would arrive? At that moment, a massive woman in a red dress floated down from the sky, her figure appearing remarkably ethereal, her head disproportionately large, occupying a third of her entire body. The grayish-white hue of her face and her pitch-black eyes exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. This creature is rather peculiar. Sun Peng furrowed his brow. Though the specter emanated an oppressive presence, it also conveyed an unsettling sense of insubstantiality. Bang! Sun Peng drew his sidearm and fired at the female specter. However, the bullet merely rippled across her face before passing through as though it had struck the surface of water. Could it be just an illusion? As Sun Peng pondered this, the female specter waved her hand, unleashing thousands of sharp, white projectiles that plunged towards Sun Peng's forces. Although these spikes were small, their lethality was not to be underestimated. The troops quickly dispersed. While it sounded like thousands of spikes were incoming, their actual coverage was limited. Utilizing the troop scattering and the cover of armored vehicles, Sun Peng's forces incurred minimal losses from the initial wave of attacks. However, it was undeniable that this woman in red was far from simple. She could strike at them, yet they could not reach her. Where was the justice in that? Meanwhile, Wang Baoshan and his group, who had yet to enter Huanxi City, certainly noticed the specter hovering ominously above. The enormous gray face evoked a suffocating sensation. This was their first encounter with such a being. When they had previously ventured into Huanxi City to scavenge for supplies, they had not encountered anything like this. Had they done so, they would have faced dire consequences. Boss, we should retreat. That thing looks incredibly unsettling. A squad leader shuddered, his legs quaking. They were just ordinary individuals. How could they have faced such a scene? What on earth was happening in this world? Humanity transforming into zombies was already absurd enough. Now, there were specters like this. Was there no chance left for survival? Was this the power of technology or the supernatural? At that moment, Wang Baoshan felt little fear. Regardless of what the female specter was, there had to be a scientific explanation behind it. Most importantly, the specter possessed her own intellect, which indicated she was unlike the mindless zombies that only attacked humans. However, a powerful being with intelligence piqued Wang Baoshan's interest. Tio possessed immense power and longevity. What did it matter if one became neither human nor ghost? He had long grown tired of this frail human form. Sun Peng regarded the female specter with a serious expression. Through careful observation, he noted that when she initiated her attack, her massive form experienced a brief moment of stillness. This moment might be the key to breaking through. I never expected you humans to be quite agile, but the more you struggle, the more excited I become. The specter let out a sinister laugh. Simultaneously, zombies began to crawl out from within the surrounding buildings, seemingly drawn by some unseen force. Their low growls prompted the Gonghui warriors to heighten their vigilance, preparing to counter the impending assault from the zombies. At this moment, the specter's face turned a deep crimson, signaling her intent to attack. Suddenly, a scarlet glow appeared on her chest. Though faint, Sun Peng managed to catch sight of it. What a fortuitous opportunity. Sun Peng immediately chambered around and aimed at the glowing point. Perhaps that glow was the only means to strike at her true form. As the specter gathered energy to launch her assault, Sun Peng's bullet sped towards the scarlet glow. Bang! Human, you have provoked my ire. The red-dressed specter, realizing Sun Peng aimed for her vital spot, abandoned her energy gathering and focused entirely on protecting the scarlet glow. Her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Sun Peng, wishing to tear him to shreds. Seems you are not entirely without flaws. That glowing spot must be quite significant to you. Sun Peng remarked, Human, I concede you possess some skill, but your actions will only serve to anger me further. Do not be so self-assured. The specter glared fiercely at Sun Peng, her eyes flashing with malice. Before two beams of red light shot towards him,